Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen.
With yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, our happy postman, Mel Blanc, and Robert Bentz. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. Tonight, Gracie and her friend Blanche Morton are returning from the neighborhood movie theater where they saw a picture starring their current dream man, Gregory Peck.
Oh, what a marvelous experience, Blanche. Those thrilling love scenes.
Yeah, it was a great picture. Luella Parsons gave it 4 stars and Jimmy Fiddler gave it 4 bells.
My rating is a little different. I gave Gregory Peck 15 quivers.
Believe me, he was worth every one of them.
What a man. When he makes love, my heart bobs up and down in my throat. Keeping time with that wonderful Adam's apple of his.
Too bad our husbands didn't come along. They might have learned something.
Oh, what a letdown going home to them after Gregory Peck.
You said it.
It's like riding on the Super Chief and then switching to the Glendale bus.
Oh, what happens to husbands anyhow? At first, Harry was crazy about going to parties and dances. We'd finish dinner and I'd get into an evening gown.
And now?
We finish dinner and he gets into a nightshirt.
Well, that's the way it goes. At first, when George and I went to parties, he was terribly jealous. If another man even looked at me, he wanted to kill him.
And now?
If another man grabs me and kisses me, George says, boy, is he loaded.
Well, speaking of kisses, Harry comes down to breakfast, gives me a fast one on the cheek, and then we both start complaining.
Both of you?
Yeah. Him because the toast is scorched, and me because I'm not.
Well, I get the same kind of morning kiss. Believe me, that peck George gives me is no Gregory.
Time sure makes a difference, all right. The first few months of married life, they're all pepped up.
Mm-hmm. And the rest of it, they are all pooped out. Well, here's my house, Blanche. I better go in and see if Hot Lips has fallen asleep over his collection of Lombardo records.
Good night, Gracie.
Good night, Blanche. Well, now for the big romantic homecoming. Will he say, darling, you're back at last? Will he tell me how much he's missed me? Not him. He won't even know I've been out. Hello, George.
Darling, you're back at last.
Yeah, huh?
Gee, how I've missed you. How I've needed you.
Oh, George.
I've longed for the touch of your hand.
You have?
Yeah, scratch my back, will you? There's one spot there I can't get.
Oh, George. Wouldn't you like me to put my arms around you?
Yeah, then you can scratch with both hands.
I don't want to scratch your back. Oh, I wish Gregory Peck was here.
I'd just as soon have you scratch it.
Oh, all right, I'll scratch your back. There.
Thanks.
Now put your arms around me.
Your back itches too, huh?
Oh, George, you need a few lessons on how to treat a wife. Wives want romance. Wives want...
Come in.
Good evening, all.
Hello, all.
I saw your light on, and I made bold to drop in.
Well, I'm glad you did, Meredith.
You made bold to drop in.
You're just in time to learn how to treat your wife after you're married. You do intend to take a wife, don't you?
Oh, yes, indeed. I'm very fond of little ones.
Oh, how sweet.
Of course, I'll take a big one if she'll have me.
Don't waste your time advising Meredith, Gracie. I doubt if you'll ever get married.
Not true, George. It was just a year ago this time that I almost married a lady trap drummer, Boom Boom Latour.
Boom Boom Latour, a lady trap drummer.
She was magnificent. If you closed your eyes, you couldn't tell her from Gene Krupa. But when you opened them, there was a delightful difference.
And you almost married her, Meredith?
Yes, Gracie, our romance blossomed quickly. At night after work, I'd take her home. She'd turn the lights down low, snuggle next to me on the sofa, and play Love Sends a Little Gift of Roses on the drums.
What a picture.
Well, naturally, I could not long resist such romantic persuasion, and one night, just as she reached the 14th measure of the second chorus, I asked Boom Boom to be my bride.
And she said yes?
Without missing a beat. In a perfect frenzy of ecstasy, I seized my flute and began to accompany her. We raced madly through Semper Fidelis, under the double eagle, and we were just going into the stars and stripes forever when a terrible doubt began to creep into my mind.
A doubt?
If I was going to be this lady's husband, there was something I had a right to know. So I asked her, and her answer made my blood run cold.
What was it, Meredith?
Boom Boom was not a union musician.
What?
Well, I knelt quickly and, facing Chicago, asked Petrillo to forgive me. Then I fled, and I have not seen the lady since.
Well, that just shows you the power of organizing. What a shame we neglected housewives aren't organized, like you musicians. Then we could force our husbands to be more romantic and more... And Meredith.
What?
That's it. We'll get together. We'll form the Housewives Association.
But I'm not a housewife.
No, not you.
You're not either. Forget it.
Oh, no. This is the idea of the century. When we housewives organize, you husbands will have to stop pushing us around.
Gracie.
You'll find out what fighters we women are. Just like Jack Dempsey found out when a woman whipped him.
A woman whipped Jack Dempsey?
Sure, Jean Tunney.
Oh, yes. Pretty girl, Jean Tunney, eh?
Yeah, she was beautiful in her new picture, The Razor's Edge.
Hey, Jean Tunney, yes, sort of a dark girl. Gracie, there'll be no Housewives Association.
Oh, yes, there will, and I'll be the boss. And then I just dare some unromantic husband to snore or stick his cold feet in his wife's back.
I suppose you'll call a strike.
Oh, you bet. I'll pull every wife out of bed between here and Boston.
I see trouble. Good morning, Gracie. How about some breakfast?
Not right now, George. I'm busy drawing up the contract all you husbands will have to sign with the Housewives Association.
I told you last night to forget that crazy idea. We husbands are not going to sign.
Oh, then we wives will go on strike. And I'd like to see the government take that over.
If I don't sign the contract, you'll strike, huh?
I'll picket you from morning till night, and believe me, you'll be worn out.
I'll be worn out?
Well, surely you'll be gentleman enough to carry my sign.
Let's see that contract.
Here. It tells the rules you husbands have to abide by. And you'll find it all very legal. Go ahead, read it.
Know this, all men, by these presents. Flowers, candy. What is this?
No, you read it wrong, George. It goes like this. Know this, all men. Buy these presents. Flowers,
candy. I see now. I get it. Looks like the husband will get the short end of this contract.
Oh, no. You'll find it completely fair and unbiased. Read on.
Okay. This contract, entered into between the wife, hereinafter referred to as the angel,
Me.
and the husband, hereinafter referred to as the beast.
You.
Yes, very fair and unbiased.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yes. Now forget this nonsense and bring me my breakfast.
I refer you to paragraph 2 of our contract, which reads, before breakfast, each husband must give his wife a kiss. If it's a first-rate kiss, she brings him bacon, eggs, and coffee.
I see.
If it's a second-rate kiss, she brings him eggs and coffee, and so on.
Okay, here's a kiss. Well?
Help yourself to a glass of water.
It wasn't that bad. Anyhow, your silly rules mean nothing to me because there'll never be a Housewives Association.
Uh-huh, yes, there will. I'm sending a wire to Mr. William Green, head of the American Federation of Labor, to ask for our charter.
He'll turn you down. What could possibly get you a charter from Mr. Green?
Mrs. Green.
Believe me, it won't happen. What else is in that contract you expect husbands to sign?
Well, there's the retroactive clause. We demand that all husbands be less retro and more active.
Nice piece of demanding.
And then there's our open shop policy. No husband can pass an open shop without going in and buying his wife a gift.
This is a pretty one-sided contract.
Oh, no, not at all. For example, we have a husband's old age benefit plan. Each week, the husband puts away $5, and when he reaches a certain age, the wife takes it.
The wife takes it?
Yes, we benefit by your old age.
Old age benefit. And if we husbands don't like all these things, we've got no comeback.
Oh, sure. If you think you're being mistreated, you can make a complaint to our jury of 5 impartial women. It would be a nice change from appearing on the radio.
A change from radio?
Yeah. The jury would laugh at you.
I thought so. And if we husbands don't like it, you'll strike.
You bet we will. And if we housewives walk out, the Screen Actors Guild will walk out with us. Clark Gable, Robert Taylor, Jerome Power, Gregory Peck.
Why pick the Screen Actors Guild?
Can you think of anybody nicer to walk out with?
This is murder.
Say, the Green Actors
Guild, a new name, eh?
The Screen Actors Guild.
Nice
way.
Nothing green about Taylor, Power, and Peck.
I'll call my association a guild, too.
Oh, a guild, yeah.
Let's see now. We'll be the Housewife's Assistants Guild. We'll call ourselves the HAGs.
Well, at last, you're making sense.
I'll answer it, George. You look over our contract.
Yeah, the HAG.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Postman. By the way, I want to talk to your wife about my new project, the Housewives Assistants Guild. If she joins, your wife will be an HAG.
I got news for you. If she doesn't join, she'll still be one.
We housewives will force husbands to be more romantic. You know, I'll bet that's your trouble. You're not affectionate enough. Tell me, did you kiss your wife at least once a day during 1946?
I kissed her twice.
You did?
Yes. Once in March and once in August.
Oh, Mr. Postman.
I see my dentist twice a year and kiss my wife twice a year. I get them both out of the way on the same day. It's easier that way.
Easier?
Yes. I rush home from the dentist and kiss her before the Novocaine wears off.
Oh, shame on you. If you feel that way about your wife, why did you ever marry her?
Oh, it was one of those things. She kept saying to everybody, I love Herman. Herman is a ball of fire. I want to marry Herman.
Oh, I see.
But that cowardly Herman left town, so she married me.
Well, after your wife joins my Housewives Guild, you'll have to kiss her every day. Just remember what Rudy Valley used to say. A little kiss each morning, a little kiss each night.
Rudy Valley said that?
Yeah. Are you going home and kiss your wife?
Well, if it's all right with the guild, I'd rather kiss Rudy Valley. Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
These husbands don't seem to take my guilt seriously. But they will before I'm through. Oh, well, George, did you sign the contract?
No, and I'm not going to. This thing says I have to wash the dishes, clean the house, fix the meals. I'm surprised it doesn't say I should brush your teeth.
Read the small print.
That too, huh? Well, I'm not going to sign. According to this, the husband does everything and the wife nothing.
Not true. I'll admit I've given some of the wife's jobs to the husband, but the wife still has plenty to do. When a baby arrives, the wife paces the floor of the hospital.
Wait a minute, just a minute. The wife paces the floor?
Yes.
And the husband?
That's one of the jobs I gave him. Well, George, are you ready to sign this contract with the Housewives Guild?
No. If I sign that thing, I'll be nothing but a slave.
You will not be a slave. Now, just sign your name right here, Uncle Tom. I mean, George.
Gracie, there's a piece of paper in Washington called the Declaration of Independence. It guarantees all men the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Well, how do you like that? The minute those Republicans get in, they start making new laws.
The Declaration of Independence was drawn up by Jefferson, Franklin, Adams, and Henry.
I don't care what firm of attorneys wrote it. I'll get Jerry Giesler to break it.
Look, I'm not going to sign this contract. Paragraph 4 says I have to make love like Gregory Peck. What's the matter with the way I make love?
You'll find that in paragraphs 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm out. Never mind. Come in.
Hi, Burnses.
Hello, Bill.
Bill, take a look at this contract. It's the most unfair thing you've ever seen. One party does nothing and gets everything. The other party does everything and gets nothing. Here, read it.
Why should I read it? It's the same contract you give me every year.
Funny, man, this is not your contract.
No, this is George's contract with the Housewives Guild.
Oh, well, what's it all about?
Well, if he signs, he'll have to become as great a lover as Gregory Peck. It's in his contract.
It may not, maybe in his contract. It's not in his Constitution.
Look, Joe Frisco.
I'm a member of the Green Actors Guild.
If husbands sign this contract, they'll have to cook and wash dishes.
Cooking? Well, that's terrible. Don't sign it, George.
They'll even have to serve their wives toast and coffee in bed.
Well, that's ridiculous. Tear that thing. What kind of coffee?
The contract says Maxwell House.
Well, sign it, you ungrateful little worm.
Huh?
Why, it's a privilege to serve that rich, delicious, mellow Maxwell House coffee. It's the result of careful selection and blending of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to perfection. More people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Come in.
Well, Gracie, I persuaded my husband to sign the guild contract.
Oh, wonderful. I'll call and congratulate him.
He can't talk. He's still unconscious.
All right, George, sign the contract.
I'll do nothing of the kind. I'm going in the den and read the paper.
Why don't you clop him on the head like I did Harry?
Oh, I couldn't do that to George. His little head is too sweet, too precious, too hard.
But we've got to get his signature on that contract.
Say, what if he thought he was signing his autograph?
That's a good idea.
Well, sure. All we have to do is find a George Burns fan.
Well, that louses that up.
Well, for your information, Blanche Morton, George Burns has fans from California to New York.
Really?
Yes, I'm in California and his mother's in New York. And since I'm the closest, I'll go in and get his autograph. George,
Yes?
you're awfully funny on the radio.
Everybody says so.
Yes. Much funnier than those comedians who use a dialect to get laughs, like H.V. Kaltenborn.
Thanks.
You get laughs because the jokes you tell are so clever. Tell me one now, dear.
Okay. A fella said to his friend, how about having lunch with me?
Oh, that's marvelous.
Wait a minute. That's not all of the joke.
It's enough for my purpose.
Huh?
You're the funniest comedian in the world, George. May I have your autograph?
You want my autograph?
Yes, right here on this dotted line.
Oh, so that's what you're up to. Trying to get my signature on that silly contract. Well, it didn't work. Now get out of here.
Yes, dear. George,
What now?
I'm sorry I tried to fool you. You're so smart and I'm such a dope.
You said it.
I always have to come to you when there's something I don't know. Would you answer a couple of questions for me?
Sure.
What was President Washington's first name?
George.
I love the way you snap those answers out. Now, what was the last name of that famous Scotch poet, Robert...
Burns.
Oh, of course. George and Burns. In case I forget them again, would you write them down on this dotted line?
Out, out, out.
people should feed razor blades to elephants.
Feed razor blades to elephants? Of course not.
Good. I'm getting up a petition against it. Sign right here on the dotted line.
Out. Out. Out.
George!
What's wrong?
The house is on fire.
No.
Yes. Quick, here's an application for insurance. Sign on the dotted line.
Out. 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 Yes?
Telegram for George Burns. Sign here.
Okay. There you are. I wonder who the telegram's from, Gracie.
It's from me.
From you?
Yeah, read it.
Dear George, that paper you just signed was the Housewives Guild contract. Happy New Year, Uncle Tom. Signed, Gracie. So you hired this messenger boy to trick me, huh? Why, you...
Don't call me names or I'll have you thrown out of my house.
Your house? This is my house.
Oh, really, Judge? You should read a contract before you sign it.
Oh, no. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, Gail Gordon, and our happy postman, Mel Blanc. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. Have last month's bills arrived at your house yet? Or does your husband still speak to you? When I dropped by the Burns house this morning, Gracie was wondering how to break the bad news to George.
Oh, Bill, I'll have to get George in an awfully good humor before I let him see these Christmas bills. How can I do it?
Well, let's see. Well, hey, wearing one of those slinky lace negligees ought to please George.
Oh, no, he'd look terrible in it.
Gracie, I meant for you to wear it, not George. Put the bills on the table and stand beside him in your negligee.
It'll never work, Bill. We've been married too long.
What do you mean?
Well, he'll notice the way the bills are stacked, not me.
Oh, you're wrong, Gracie. If George has got an ounce of blood in his veins, he'll... Yeah, I see what you mean.
Well, I guess there's just no way that a wife can present her husband with a bill and make him like it.
Not true, Gracie. My mother did it, and Father was happy as a lark.
Well, she must have presented him with an awfully little bill.
No, I weighed 8.5 pounds.
You know the kind of bills I mean. Now, come on, help me think of something.
Well, maybe you could put George in a good humor by fixing his favorite food.
That's right. The way to his heart is through his chest.
No, it's through his stomach. You slipped up.
It's through his chest. That slipped down.
Well, anyway, Gracie, what does the little man like to eat?
Well, he adores hot biscuits. You know, he's still got the first biscuit I made after we were married.
Really? He saves funny things.
Yeah. He's also got the first tooth he lost after we were married.
Why does he save the tooth?
He can't get it out of the biscuit.
I see.
Of course, I can make wonderful biscuits now. George just drools when... Say, I've got a great idea. I'll fold the bills up real small and bake them inside the biscuits.
Oh, then when he takes a bite, he'll discover the bill.
Right. With a mouthful of biscuit, he won't be able to scream so loud.
Well, it's a screwy idea, Gracie, but it might work.
Oh, anything to soften the blow for my darling George.
You really love that little schnook, don't you, Gracie?
Oh, yes, Bill. When they made George, they broke the mold.
Well, better late than never. So long, Gracie. I hope your plan works.
The biscuits are done. Now, let's see. This one has the May Company bill in it. This one has a Saks bill. This one is the Broadway. And this one... Oh, here comes George. I better soften him up with a little flattery before lunch.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, Georgie boy, you're home from school.
From school?
Oh, forgive me, dear. You look so young, I always think of you as going to high school.
I don't look like I go to high school. College, maybe.
Your handsome face is ageless. Your noble brow, your classic features. They look like they belong on a Greek statue.
Gracie.
Sometimes I'd swear your head was made of marble.
Well, old Marblehead is hungry. Hey, you got biscuits.
Yeah, try one.
Okay. Boy, that was good.
You swallowed the whole thing?
Well, yeah.
Well, that takes care of the May Company.
Huh?
They can't send a collector after that one.
What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing. Here, try the Broadway. I mean, have another biscuit.
I'll break this open and put some butter on. There's a piece of paper in here.
Uh-huh. There's one in each of the biscuits.
Oh, I get it. Like the Chinese tea rooms. My fortune is in these biscuits.
You're so right.
Well, I'll open all of them.
Yes, dear, and I'll run get you the ice bag.
Ice bag? I feel fine. I don't need any ice bag. Just pass me those biscuits.
How does the ice bag feel, darling?
Okay.
Here, I buttered some more aspirin for you.
You buttered the aspirin?
Well, as long as you were eating it like popcorn, I thought I might as well butter it.
Gracie, look at that stack of bills. How could you buy that many Christmas presents? Where did you find them?
Oh, I just opened up my charge account, and there they were.
And you figured I'd
You
pay for
them,
all of them.
yeah.
I got the bills are in my mouth. Yes, that paper. Well, you're out of luck. I'm going to stop being the goose that lays the golden eggs.
You mean you're going to stop telling jokes on the radio?
Never mind. Now listen to me, young lady. I'm going to tell you a thing or two. From now on...
Oh, hello, Meredith.
Meredith, what would you do if the person you married spent money like a drunken sailor?
Well, in the first place, I would never marry a drunken sailor.
Meredith.
Though at one time I was quite friendly with a sober wave. She picked me up one night at the Palladium.
She picked you up?
Yes, I fell down while attempting to jitterbug, and she picked me up.
Yes. Meredith, I want you to hear...
Well, one thing led to another, and before I knew it, that wave had me in the back seat of a taxi. During the war, I was a sucker for a uniform.
Oh, Meredith, you didn't even know her.
I know, Gracie, but I felt that I should be kind to her. After all, she'd been fighting for me.
Look, Meredith.
But no sooner were we alone than she became quite amorous. Oh, she wasn't to blame. I was attractive, and she'd been at sea for a long time.
Meredith, when you came in, I asked you one simple question. All I want you to do is answer that.
Gladly, George. Would you state the question again?
What would you do if the person you married spent money like a drunken sailor?
Well, in the first place, I would never marry a drunken sailor.
Look, Meredith.
Though at one time I was quite
Meredith.
friendly with a...
Goodbye. Goodbye, Meredith. Gracie, suppose you start explaining these Christmas bells. Who got this $25 hat?
Oh, I gave that to Clara Bagley. I've decided to break up our friendship.
And why did you give her an expensive hat?
Well, I have one exactly like it. And when she sees me with it on, then she'll stop speaking to me.
There must be cheaper ways to lose a friend. Here's a bill for a bushel of nuts delivered to San Francisco. Who'd you send those to?
My mother. That was your own suggestion, dear. Every time I said, what'll we send Mother, you said nuts to her.
I should give your mother a bushel of nuts. What'd she ever give me?
She gave you me. I'm as good as the nuts.
You can say that again.
I'd rather not. I didn't like the way it sounded.
And you got this chromium chair with the plastic seat for who?
Oh, my brother Willie. He's building his own house with a GI loan, and he's crazy about antique furniture.
A chromium and plastic chair isn't antique.
It will be by the time the house is built.
How about this necklace? Who got that?
My sister Bessie. She needed it to hide her appendicitis scar.
On her neck? An appendicitis scar's on the stomach.
I know, but Bessie was so ticklish they
had to operate up the yes, I see what you made that up.
Well, I was just trying to amuse you.
Well, I'm not amused. Those relatives of yours, they're costing me a fortune. Here's a bill for a pair of earrings.
Oh, well, now don't scream about those, George. I bought those for one of your relatives.
Who?
Your wife.
I might have known. What do you expect me to do about these bills?
Write out checks for them. Here's the special fountain pen you use for paying bills.
Special fountain pen for paying bills?
Yes, it writes under protest.
Well, I got news for you, kid. I can't pay these bills.
Why not?
Because there's not enough money in the bank.
Oh, don't be silly. It says right on the window of the bank there's over $12 million in there.
I mean, there's not enough money in my account. And if you overdraw your account, you can be put in jail.
Oh, dear. Well, don't you worry. I'll figure out some way to settle those bills. Well, George, everything is fine. The Christmas bills are paid.
Really? What did you do?
I used my head. You said the bank could put you in jail if you overdraw your account.
That's right.
So I wrote the checks myself.
What?
Well, they can't put me in jail. I haven't got an account there.
Oh, no. Gracie, it's even worse to write checks when you have no account at all. Now they'll put you in jail.
You mean I'm a juvenile delinquent?
You'll be worse unless you get those checks back.
But the checks are in the mail.
Well, then you're just out of luck.
Oh, look, here comes the postman. He can save me. He can get those checks out of the mail.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, Mr. Postman, I'm in terrible trouble. And you're the one who can help me.
Oh, I love to help damsels in distress. Just as Sir Galahad rescued Guinevere from the dragon, I will rescue you. Is your husband a dragon?
A little, but he's tired.
Yes. How can I help you, Mrs. Burns?
Well, by mistake, I put some bad checks in the mail, and I want you to get them for me.
Oh, I dare not tamper with the mail.
But, Mr. Postman, if I don't get those checks back, I'll go to jail. What if your wife were in a spot like this? You wouldn't let her go to jail?
You say such humorous things, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, please, can't you think of some way I can get those checks?
Your only chance is to stop them when they come through the bank.
Oh, well, do you know anyone who works at the bank?
Not now. My wife Bertha worked in the escrow department when I married her. Now I guess they just call it the S department.
Why?
I took away the crow.
Mr. Postman, that gives me an idea. I'll go down and get a job at the bank myself. And then I can grab those checks when they come through.
Well, good luck, Mrs. Burns. And remember, keep smiling.
How do you do? Are you Mr. Vanderlip, the president of this bank?
I am.
Well, I wonder if you'd do something for me.
I suppose you'd like me to authorize you a loan.
I would not. Just because I'm alone, don't think you can authorize me.
Madam.
Do I look like the sort of a girl who can be authorized?
But I didn't have...
And you won't. I didn't come in here to be insulted.
But...
Or authorized.
Believe me, I meant no harm. What is the nature of your business?
Oh, well, I'd like a job in your bank.
I see. In what department?
How about the check room?
Check room?
I want to get my hands on some checks. I mean, I like to handle checks.
At what bank were you previously employed? Naturally, I can check your record at any bank in the United States.
I worked at the Bank of England.
The Bank of England?
Pip, pip.
Were you a teller?
Not me. I jolly well kept my mouth shut.
Madam, I do not believe you were employed by the Bank of England.
You don't, huh? Well, just ask me some banking questions.
Very well. What would you do in the case of an overdraft?
Close the transom. Next question.
Suppose we cease this masquerade. You obviously know nothing whatever about banking.
Then I don't get the job?
No.
In that case, put up your hands.
What?
This is a holdup.
You have no gun.
Oh. Well, let's get back to the job.
Look, I'm a busy man. What is this all about?
Well, I've got to recover some checks I wrote on this bank. You see, I haven't got an account here, and my husband says I'll go to jail.
And so you will, unless something is done. Perhaps I could authorize you a loan.
There you go again.
Madam.
When you get a girl a loan, that's all you think about, authorize.
Madam.
And it's your age.
Madam. Please.
Never. I'd rather go to jail. Goodbye, you old authorizer, you.
No. Now, let me get this straight, Mr. Burns. You want to take all the money out of your bank account and open one for your wife.
Yes. Then those checks she wrote were clear. That is, if you'll lend me $100 to go with it.
Well, glad to lend you $100. How about collateral?
Why, Mr. Vanderlip, I've never needed collateral. I've gotten where I am today on my face.
I believe you. Shows considerable wear and tear.
Well, all I need is $100. I'll pay you back right away. Why, a man like me can make $100 in no time.
I'm sorry, Mr. Burns.
George, what good is money? Can money buy happiness? No. Can money buy contentment? No. Can money buy a new car?
No.
No.
But it can keep Gracie out of jail.
Out of jail?
Yeah, she wrote some bad checks, and unless I deposit some money for her, she'll go to jail.
Huh? If Gracie goes to jail, you're going to starve.
Well, okay, if you don't want to lend me the money.
I'll lend you the money. Here, help yourself. Take all you want.
Gee, thanks, Bill. Now Gracie won't have to go to jail.
Good.
Hey, just to teach her not to sign her name to any more checks, I'll let her think she is going to jail.
Well, George, that's cruel and inhuman.
Well, it's just to scare her. After she's learned her lesson, I'll take her in my arms and give her a big kiss.
But, George, that's cruel and inhuman.
So long, comic.
So long.
So that's it, Gracie. You've broken the law, and now you must pay the penalty. Pretty soon a detective will come and get you.
Oh, I hope it's Humphrey Bogart.
I mean a real policeman. And then you'll have to go down and appear with the district attorney.
Oh, wonderful. I've always wanted to be on that program.
Gracie, you're not taking this seriously. There'll be a trial with the judge and the jury, and you on the witness stand. Do you realize what it means to be cross-examined?
Oh, sure. I cross my legs and the jury examines them.
Gracie, stop joking about this. You know where you'll wind up? Tehachapi.
Gesundheit.
I didn't sneeze. I said Tehachapi.
To what you be?
Tehachapi. That's where women go who make mistakes.
Oh, I thought they went to Reno.
Gracie, Tehachapi is a woman's prison. And take it from me, that's where you're headed.
Are you serious, George? Am I really going to prison?
You bet. When you commit a crime, they send you up the river.
Oh, but it was such a small crime. Couldn't they just send me up the creek?
No.
Well, how long will they keep me there, George?
About 30 years.
30 years? My goodness, when I get out, I'll be in my 40s.
Yeah, easily.
Well, you'll come see me on Visitor's Day, won't you?
Every Thursday.
Oh, well, I'll look forward to those moments. I'll put my hands through the bars and run my fingers through your hair.
Yeah.
Let it grow long and hide a file in it.
Nothing doing. You'll stay there. And I hope it teaches you never to sign your name to another check as long as you live.
Oh, it will, George. 30 years in prison.
Yep. Tehachapi.
Gesundheit. Oh, that's where I'm going. Well, there are a few last things I want to do before they take me away. Wait here for me, sweetheart.
Okay. Poor kid. I'm really teaching her a lesson.
Well, I'm back, dear. All my errands are done.
Hey, what's in those packages?
Well, you said I was going to prison, and they wear nothing but stripes there. So I went to Magnon's and got a lovely striped suit and striped dresses and striped bags.
Gracie, you didn't.
Well, sure, so I'd look my best. If I must go to prison, I don't want to disgrace you.
Gracie.
I'll be the belle of the cell.
How did you pay for those things?
With a check?
But you promised you'd never sign your name to another check. You said you'd learned your lesson.
I did learn my lesson. This time I signed your name.
Oh, no. Well, Gracie, now you've really done it. Signing my name was forgery.
Is that bad?
You're just heading in one direction, kid. Tehachapi.
Gesundheit.
Gesundheit, I knew that. Good night, everybody. I
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, our happy postman, Mel Blanc, and our special guest, Al Jolson. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, George Burns and Gracie Allen celebrate their 15th anniversary in radio. And as a special treat, you'll hear songs by the most thrilling voice in show business.
Well, thanks, Bill. Oh, California, here I come. Right.
George! George!
Away.
George! George!
What is it?
I think Bill was introducing our guest, Al Jolson.
California, here I come. Right back where I started from.
Now, there's an interesting story concerning Al Jolson's appearance on our program tonight. And it all began this morning at the Burns home. George had arranged a little surprise for Gracie in honor of their 15th radio anniversary.
Good morning, sweetheart. Take a look at what's on the table.
Why, George, how lovely. A great big cake with candles on it.
Uh-huh. 15 candles.
But, George, this isn't my birthday.
Gracie.
And besides, I'm much older than 15. You'll have to dig up 4 more candles.
Gracie, the cake is to celebrate our 15th radio anniversary.
Oh, of course. I should have known. Just last night, I read that article about us in the new True Story magazine, all about how we met and got started in radio and everything.
Yes, it really brought back memories. Remember when you came to me for an audition?
Oh, yes, and you were so nice. You said if I made good, you'd pay me a salary.
That's right.
I sure hope I make good soon.
Don't don't worry. You show lots of promise.
Oh, thank goodness True Story didn't print those jokes we used to tell 15 years ago.
You said it. Radio has certainly changed. People would never laugh at those jokes today.
Oh, no. Remember that joke we did about my mother's feet?
Yeah. How did that go?
Well, I said, my mother woke up in the middle of the night and let out the biggest scream you ever heard.
Oh, yeah. What happened?
She looked down and her feet had turned black.
What did you do?
What did we do? We sent for a doctor.
What did the doctor do?
He took off her stockings and then we all went back to sleep again.
If we told that joke today, it wouldn't get a snicker.
No, not a sound. Times certainly have changed.
Yeah, those were the happy days, though. I like to look back and think of the friends who gave us a helping hand when we were just getting started.
Oh, yes. They were wonderful. Remember 15 years ago when Jack Benny loaned us $5?
Sure. And to this day, he won't let us give him back the $5.
No, that's right. All he takes is that $1 a week interest.
He's a true friend. Very true, yes. And speaking of people who gave us a boost, don't forget Al Jolson.
Well, how could I? Al Jolson gave us our first job in a Broadway show. Remember that day we went to him for an interview?
Sure. Jolson was at the Winter Garden. And we finally got up enough nerve to go backstage and speak to him.
There he is, George. Ask him.
You ask him. I'm too nervous.
Well, I'll put my arm around you.
Well, I better sit down.
Yeah, I'll hold you up.
Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Jolson.
Yes? What is it?
Mr. Jolson, I'd like to talk to you about putting this act in your show.
Well, here's something new. A girl ventriloquist with a life-size dummy. But, you know, they're getting better and better at making those dummies, but they still can't make them look human.
Mr. Jolson.
Well, they've done pretty well with this one's body, but nobody would believe that face. By the way, let's hear the dummy say something. Go on, throw your voice.
Look, I'm a real live man.
Oh, that's wonderful. Have that bee's opening line, it'll kill the audience, really. But, darn it, if we could just make that face more believable.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Jolson. The orchestra's ready to rehearse your number now.
Okay, I'm ready. Now, don't go away, miss. I want to talk to you about this act. It's great. All right, boys, hit it.
Oh, that was wonderful, Mr. Jolson.
Thank you. Now, little girl, let's get down to business. I'll pay $200 a week for you and the dummy.
But Mr. Jolson, that's what we've been trying to tell you.
What?
He's not a dummy. He's a real man. He's George Burns.
Are you trying to tell me that he has blood and muscle? And that he walks and talks and makes love like other men?
No, I'm trying to tell you he's George Burns.
Yes, I'm her husband.
Well, my offer still stands. $200 a week for the ventriloquist act.
But he's not a dummy.
Oh, who's going to know that? Who's going to...
Mr. Jolson, my husband has talent of his own, great talent.
What does he do?
Well, he sings like a nightingale. Show him, George. Give the great Al Jolson a lesson in how really to sing.
Ain't misbehaving all
There you are, Mr. Jolson.
Well, naturally, that changes my offer right there.
Oh, well, I should think it would. You offered $200 a week for a wooden dummy and me. Now, how much will you pay for George and me?
100.
100?
A month.
I'll take it.
Good.
That really brings back memories, Gracie. That was a lot of years ago. Al Jolson was the biggest star on Broadway.
Oh, yes. I wonder whatever happened to him.
Huh?
You know, show business is so cruel. Poor old Al. Yesterday he was a big star. Today he's probably a ditch digger. Or a plumber's helper. Or a garbage collector.
Gracie, Al Jolson is sweeping the country.
Oh, a street cleaner.
A street cleaner.
Oh, well, George, we must help him. We must find him and take him food. He's probably hungry.
Gracie, Al Jolson is the new Frank Sinatra.
Well, don't tell me he's that hungry.
I don't mean he looks like Sinatra. I mean he's the new Bobby sock sensation.
Oh, Al Jolson, stop kidding. They go for Van Johnson. Hey, excuse me, dear. I'll answer it.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Postman.
I read that article about you and Mr. Burns in True Story magazine. It was inspiring.
Well, maybe someday a magazine will print the story of you and your wife.
Yes, I've been approached by horror stories. Well, I'd better be getting on. I have a tremendous load of fan mail to deliver to Al, the oomph boy.
Al, the oomph boy?
That's what the women call Al Jolson.
You mean he really sends them?
Oh, yeah. When fan letters used to come to the post office addressed to V.J., they were for Van Johnson. Now we know they're for Jolson.
What does the V stand for?
Boing! Well, I'd better be staggering on with Al Jolson's fan mail. Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You know, you were right, George. The postman says that Al Jolson is the most popular singer in the country.
Sure, the guy is great.
Not as great as you are, Sugar Throat.
Well,
And Al Jolson knew it when you worked for him. That's why he held you back and never gave you a chance to sing.
You think so?
Nah, he choked your growth like a crawling weed chokes the growth of a delicate violet.
I was a singing violet, huh?
Yes. He never gave people a chance to enjoy your fragrance. He kept the world from knowing how you smelled.
I hate to believe it of Al, but I did ask him time after time to let me sing.
Yeah, and he always refused. Remember when we were working for him in Cleveland? We went up to him one night just before the show, and I said... Mr. Jolson.
Yes, Gracie?
George and I have been with you several months now, and, well, has our work been satisfactory?
Oh, great. You're the finest little comedian I've ever seen, Gracie.
And has George been satisfactory, too?
Best valet I ever had.
I've shined your shoes until I can see my face in them.
Take my advice. Don't look.
Yes, sir.
But what's all this leading up to, Burns? Come on, give out.
Well, you promised that someday the audience would have a chance to hear my voice.
And Jolie never breaks a promise. Tonight, they'll hear it.
Oh, bless you, sir.
Here. Take this. Now get out there and let them hear your voice.
Yes, sir. Popcorns, peanuts, chewing them. Popcorns, peanuts, You're right, Gracie. Jolson did hold me back.
Oh, you bet he did. And that's why he's the new crooning sensation instead of you. Well, you're 3 times as good as Al Jolson.
Oh, Gracie, that's not true. I'm barely twice as good.
You're the best. When you open the beehive of your throat, those golden notes come dripping out like honey.
The April showers may come your way.
Oh, listen to that drip.
And Jolson held me back.
Yes, it just burns me up every time I think of it. Remember that day he said you could sing on a radio program with him?
Yeah, I remember that. We went down to the radio station together, and I was all excited. You're really going to let me sing on the air, Mr. Jolson?
A promise is a sacred thing, Burns. You'll not only sing, but I want you to do the same number that I do.
Oh, bless you, sir.
Get set. Here comes the opening announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, Peppo Vitamin Pills bring you that great singer of popular songs, Al Jolson. That was Al Jolson, who starts each day with Peppo Vitamin Pills.
Just the folks, and I hope you like my singing. And now I want you to hear the voice of George Burns.
You made me love you.
That's enough.
I didn't want to do it.
Folks, I just want you to know that's how bad I'd sound if I didn't take Peppo Vitamin.
If only there was some way you could get even with Al Jolson for not letting you sing. If you could... George, I've got it.
What is it?
We'll invite Al Jolson to be on our radio program tonight, and you turn the tables on him.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I'll do a duet with Jolson and blow him right off the stage.
I'll say it. When you open your mouth and hit him with a hot blast of melody, he'll think he's standing behind the exhaust pipe of a Greyhound bus.
When April showers high.
Oh, scorch me, Daddy.
Come in.
Hi, Burnses.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Hi, Bill.
Say, I read that article about you in the new True Story magazine. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks, Bill. It was a nice article, but it failed to mention that George is a great singer.
Oh, well, naturally, the name of the magazine is True Story.
For your information, Bill, George Burns is the greatest singer alive today.
Now, Gracie, I'm not sure I'm the greatest singer.
I'm not even sure he's alive today.
Bill, go to the blackboard and write 100 times, Harry Von Zell is available.
Boy, stop fighting. We have exciting news, Bill.
Yeah?
Al Jolson's going to be on our program tonight.
Al Jolson?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gee, Gracie, this is one time I wish we had television so the people could actually see that great artist at work. Al Jolson, down on his knees, begging and pleading with tears in his eyes. Mamma.
Bill, you didn't let me finish. Tonight, George will get his revenge.
Yeah, Bill. Tonight I'll murder Jolson. I'll sing a duet with him.
What a horrible way to go. Gracie, tell me, how will you get Jolson to agree to this?
Well, I'll use flattery. That never fails.
Well, they say that'll get any man under 100.
Well, I'll try it on Jolson anyway. I bet Al Jolson will fall for my flattery just like George does.
Yes?
Hello, young man. Is your father home?
My father?
Yes, Al Jolson, the singer. You must be the one he always sings about. Sonny boy.
Gracie, I'm Al Jolson.
Now, Sonny. You better tell your father I want to see him.
But, Gracie, I can't look that young. Well, I've been in show business for 30 years.
Now, look, young man. I'm in a hurry. You run along to the Palladium and jitterbug.
Gracie, I tell you, I can't look that young. Well, I've been in show business 20 years.
Yeah, you're a cute youngster. I'll bet you're a devil at Hollywood High.
Well, how could I go to Hollywood High? Well, I've been in show business only 10 years.
Now, look, will you call your father, or shall I turn you over my knee?
Oh, Gracie, stop kidding. I'll show you my clippings. I've been in show business for 2 or 3 years.
Now, really, Sonny.
Now, look, Gracie, I'll prove I'm Al Jolson. Rock-a-bye your baby with a Dixie melody.
Oh, it is you.
Of course it's me, Gracie. And, gee, honey, it's good to see you. How's your husband, the valet?
Oh, he's fine.
You know, we'd like you to be on our radio broadcast tonight.
I'll do it. I've always wanted to get into show business.
Oh, wonderful. Let's go to the studio. George, it's time for your duet with Al Jolson. Now remember, sing him right into the ground.
Don't worry, I won't let him even open his mouth.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next number will be April Showers, which will be sung by the world's greatest singer, Sugar Throat Burns, assisted by Gravel Throat Jolson.
The April.
Okay. George and Gracie, it's been swell. And all clowning aside, I want to congratulate you on your 15th anniversary in radio. You brought a lot of happiness to a lot of people.
Well, thank you, Al, and thank you for being with us tonight.
Yeah. And what can I do to repay you, Al?
Well, just put a little extra polish on my shoes.
Oh, bless you, sir.
Bless you, sir. Good night.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and our happy postman, Mel Blanc. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. Last Thursday, George and Gracie celebrated their 15th anniversary in radio, and all week messages of congratulation have poured in. Gracie is now busy pasting them in her scrapbook.
This telegram from Jack Benny was short, but sweet. Just 3 words. Congratulations, Jack.
What was the third word?
Collect.
Good old Jack. So thoughtful.
Oh, this...
A true friend.
Yes. This one is one of my favorites. Best wishes on your anniversary. When I listen to Burns and Allen, I feel very proud of my family name. Signed, Fred Allen.
I like that, too.
Yeah. But this one puzzles me, George. It just says, I don't feel so good. Signed, Bob Burns.
I'm confused, too. I wonder what he means.
Did you know I got a telegram from Ma Perkins?
Ma Perkins?
Mm-hmm.
Now, read it.
So you've been on the air 15 years with George Burns, and I thought I suffered more than anybody in radio. I don't get
Somebody sent that for a gag.
Oh. Well, we received congratulations from just about everybody.
Yeah, everybody but Al Jolson. I thought I'd hear from Al after singing that duet with him last week. When April showers may come your way.
Oh, I forgot to tell you.
They bring the flowers.
George, Al Jolson sent you a long wire.
Give me a chance. He didn't let me sing last week. He sent me a long wire?
Yes.
Really? Swear, read it.
Well, I can't. It's baling wire, and he wants you to twist it around your throat.
Professional jealousy.
Yes. No, I'll answer it there.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Postman.
May I add my congratulations to the many you have received on your 15 years in radio?
Oh, thanks again.
I wish my wife Bertha was on the radio. I'd tune her in every day.
You would?
Yes, just for the pleasure of shutting her off.
She talks a lot, huh?
That woman couldn't keep her mouth shut if she was Nora Prentice.
Mr. Postman, maybe I'd understand your attitude better if I knew more about your wife. What does she look like?
Well, when I look at Bertha, I think of Lana Turner.
Oh, really?
Yes, but it doesn't help. I gag anyhow.
Well, thank goodness George and I are happy together.
If you want to stay that way, don't show him the morning mail. It's full of bills marked 2 months overdue.
Oh, dear, look at them. Gas, water, lights. Oh, dear. If George sees these, he'll throw me out of the house.
That's what a husband should do. The last time my wife neglected the bills, I said, hit the road, Bertha.
What happened?
She hit the road with me. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns, and remember, keep smiling.
Well, George will have a tizzy if he sees these overdue bills. Think fast, Gracie.
Well, I see the mail came. Anything important?
No, just some more letters of congratulation. I'll throw them away.
Wait a minute. The top one is from the water company. Did we get congratulations from the water company?
Yes. They want you to take a drink on them.
There's a letter there from the gas company.
They want you to take some of their product, too.
Let me see that letter.
Oh, never mind, dear. I'll read it to you. Mr. George Burns, please permit the gas company to congratulate you on your 15 years in the radio. We are proud of our gas. Hope you are the same.
Give me that letter. 60 days overdue. Please remit or suit will be filed. Gracie.
Happy anniversary to you.
Oh, wait a minute. Never mind that. What happened to the gas money?
Suddenly my mind is a blank, George.
Suddenly, she says. Gracie, if this bill isn't paid, they'll come over this afternoon and shut off our gas.
Oh, no, they won't.
What makes you so sure?
They shut it off this morning.
And I won't get any breakfast. Not even coffee.
No.
Okay. Bring me a glass of water.
Yes, dear. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Well, I have to go next door for it.
They shut off the water, too?
Uh-huh.
And you told me these were letters of congratulation. Now I see the light.
Oh, did they turn those back on?
Now the electricity. Holy murder. I gave you the money to pay these utility bills. Where did it go?
All right, I'll tell you. And you'll be ashamed you shouted at me. I gave that money to a girl who supports her family.
Really?
Yes. She supports them by selling hats at Saks Fifth Avenue. George Burns, how dare you call me that?
I didn't call you anything.
Well, you were thinking it.
You're right.
Hi, Burnses.
Oh, hello, Bill.
See, I've been pushing on the door buzzer. It doesn't seem to work.
Nothing works around here. Thanks to Gracie.
Yeah, I know. How long are you going to let her support you?
I'm in no mood for jokes, comedian.
Gracie, what's the matter with the little man this morning?
Oh, he's upset, Bill. It's hard for him to face life.
Must be kind of tough for life to face him, too.
Why don't you get a hen or rinse so people will think you're Red Skelton?
Now, boy, stop that. George has a right to be angry, Bill. I squandered the household money.
Yeah, Bill. Why can't Gracie remember what Benjamin Franklin said? A penny saved is a penny earned.
Well, naturally, Gracie wouldn't remember it like you would, George. You heard Franklin say it.
Okay, funny man, make your jokes. But I'm going to lay down the law right now. Gracie, a house should be run like a business.
Yes, dear.
You've got to have a system for your housekeeping.
Oh, I'm very systematic. I have a place for everything. I keep the rent money in the old coffee pot, and I keep
Then why did the landlord come to me for the rent money yesterday?
Oh, well, that was a misunderstanding. I was busy when he came, so I said, go to the old pot and get the money. And
Never mind. I'm going downtown and pay these bills. But from now on, I want this house run like a business.
Hey, sounds like the little man really wants you to go into business, Gracie. You going to try it?
Yes, Bill. It's a wife's duty to give her husband anything he wants. And from now on, I'll give George the business.
I bet you will at that.
I'm glad that you dropped in, Meredith. How do you like my office?
Like it fine, Gracie, but why have you got an office?
Well, George said if I ran the house like a business, I'd save him money.
Well, what have you done so far?
Oh, I bought a desk, a typewriter, 2 filing cabinets, and a water cooler. I wonder how much I've saved him already.
Plenty, I'll warrant.
And now of course, I'll have to hire a secretary. Someone to file the filings and vouch the vouchers and separate the invoices from the outvoices.
Well, perhaps I could qualify for the position, Gracie.
All right. I'll interview you and see if you make good. Let's have a look at your legs.
My legs?
Yeah. Businessmen seem to prefer secretaries with good legs. So I can't imagine why.
Oh, I'll bet I know why. Suppose the boss doesn't go home to dinner but stays late at the office with his secretary.
Well?
Well, if she has good legs, she can run out and get him a sandwich.
That must be it. Well, now let's see if you have the other qualifications for a secretary. Do you know how to write shorthand?
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I don't know how to speak it either. How's your spelling?
Well, I was considered an excellent speller. Back in my hometown of Mason City, Iowa, I was always in demand for spelling bees.
Oh, what's so great about spelling a simple word like bees?
Well, by spelling bees, I meant...
Oh, you'll have to do better than that if you want to be my secretary, because I'm quite a speller myself. Go on, spell a word. If it's right, I'll hire you.
Very well. Anthropomorphic. Anthropomorphic.
Try another word.
All right. Consanguinity. Consanguinity.
Try cat.
CAT.
Yeah.
Good. Well, I'll go eat some lunch, Gracie, and come right back.
Oh, no, you won't have time for lunch. I've got some important letters to dictate.
You want me to take dictation on an empty stomach?
Oh, certainly not. Take it out a notebook. Now, let's get busy.
Gracie, I'm home. Where are you? Maybe she's in the den. Gracie, what goes on here? Why is Meredith sitting on your lap?
Oh, where do you expect him to sit? He's my secretary.
Secretary?
Well, yes, you told me to run the house like a business, so I'm doing it.
Gracie, I want to talk to you.
Do you have an appointment, sir?
No, I don't have an appointment.
Then come back next week. GA is in conference.
GA?
That's what we employees call the boss.
Well, I want to talk to GA right now.
What is the nature of your business, sir?
Oh, quiet and get off my wife's lap.
George, please, you're interrupting my dictation. Take another letter, Wilson.
Yes, GA.
I want a copy of this sent to every grocery store in California.
Ready?
Dear grocery store, the kitchen division of Gracie Allen Incorporated is interested in the immediate purchase of half a dozen eggs.
I wouldn't take any partners in this business. I'd run this myself.
Now,
make a fortune.
Let me see. Is interested in the immediate purchase of half a dozen eggs. They must be complete with yolks, whites, and shells. Please quote me a price, and within 10 days I will notify the lowest bidder. Yours very truly, etc., etc., etc. Wilson, read that last sentence back to me.
Yours very truly, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, put in another etc. We're a big concern.
Yes, sir. I'll get these out at once.
Well, now, Burns, I can spare you a moment or two. What's on your mind?
Look, Gracie, I admit I asked you to run the house like a business. Okay? I made a mistake.
No, not at all. It's wonderful. Remember how I used to keep my important bills and receipts crammed into coffee pots and sugar bowls in the kitchen?
Yes.
Well, now I have a filing cabinet.
Well, that is better.
Well, sure. I keep the coffee pots and sugar bowls in there.
Gracie.
You're talking to a real businessman now. Oh, that reminds me. I have to look out the window again.
Why do you keep looking out the window?
I'm watching the A&P.
What for?
Well, a businessman has to keep his eye on the market.
Gracie, let's have a nice, quiet little talk. Now, I appreciate you trying to run
Pardon me,
this...
G.A., the man is here to demonstrate that office equipment you ordered.
Oh, good. Send him in.
Office equipment?
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone, which I am here to demonstrate. It is so simple. Let us say we are working late and a brilliant thought occurs to us. We simply grasp the true tone dictaphone in our left hand, depress
Gracie,
lever...
did you really order this thing?
Yes, George. Go ahead, mister.
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone, which I am here to demonstrate. It is so simple.
Wait a minute. You said that once. Just skip that part.
Well, gee, I can't. This is the way they taught me to spiel at the factory, and if I don't say it all the way through, I get mixed up. It don't take long, honest to God.
Well, you go right ahead, mister. Say it the way you learned it.
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone, which I am here to demonstrate. It is so simple. Let us say we are working late and a brilliant thought occurs to us.
And it will, too.
I beg your pardon?
I say, and it will, too. I'm very brilliant.
Yeah. Grasping the dictaphone... pressing the true tone... how do you...
Oh, no.
It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone, which I am here to demonstrate. It is so simple.
Well, it doesn't sound so simple to me.
Gracie, let the man finish his sales talk so I can throw him out. Go ahead, two-tone.
How do you do it? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone, which I am here to demonstrate.
Well, why throw him out?
Gracie, please.
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a true tone dictaphone.
Well, I think he's nice.
How do you do?
Well, we got rid of the two-tone salesman. Now, please, Gracie, let's have a nice, quiet little talk.
Just a moment, Burns. Oh, Wilson.
Yes, G.A.?
I'll be in conference. Now, I don't want to speak to anyone unless it's urgent.
What do you consider urgent?
If anyone wants to speak to me.
Okay, G.A.
Now, Burns, let's hear what you have to say, and keep it short. I'm a busy man.
Yes. Now, look, Gracie. When I asked you to run the house like a business, I didn't mean for you to make yourself for a Woolworth. All I want you to do is pay the bills on time and keep track of...
Excuse me, G.A.
Yes, Wilson?
Mr. Goodwin to see you.
Oh, send him in.
But, Gracie...
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of Maxwell House Coffee, which I am here to demonstrate. It is so delicious.
Bill, it sounds like you ran into the two-tone salesman.
Yeah, I did. What a schmo that guy is, Gracie. I said, nice day, and he went right into his routine.
He's a schmo, all right.
Well, sure. An intelligent salesman makes conversation before he mentions his product. He leads into it gradually.
Goodbye, Bill. Goodbye. Now, Gracie, let's have a nice, quiet little talk. When I said to run the house like a business, I didn't mean for you
Excuse me, G.A. On your call to New York, the lines are still tied up.
Oh, keep trying, Wilson.
Very well.
Why are you calling New York?
Well, George, I'm in business to save you money. Your favorite steak is a New York cut.
So?
So I'll call New York and buy it direct. We'll save a fortune.
Gracie.
I'm also calling Philadelphia.
For...
Cream cheese.
Cream cheese, I thought so.
And, of course, I'll call Boston.
Baked beans?
What else?
I need a pair of garters. Why don't you call Paris?
That's a good idea.
Put down the phone. Now, listen, Gracie. When I said to run this house like a business, I didn't mean to put...
Excuse me, G.A.
G.A., he wants you, yes.
The man is here to demonstrate the comptometer you ordered.
Well, show him in, Wilson.
How do you do? It's always a pleasure
Not
to
you
address
again.
Yes, and I'd appreciate it if you'd let me finish this time.
Yeah, you go right ahead, mister. I'd just like to see him interrupt you.
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address the purchaser of a math model comptometer, which I am here to demonstrate. Oh, it is so simple.
I just dare him to interrupt you.
Gracie.
How do you do? It is always a pleasure to address
Oh, I'm sorry. That was my fault.
Get out!
George, why didn't you let him demonstrate the comptometer? Now I won't know how to comptom.
Gracie, let's have a little talk. When I told you to run this house like a business...
Excuse me, GA.
GA.
I've got that advertising agency on the phone.
Oh, button, zipper, and button?
Yes, GA.
Well, tell him I want to buy full-page ads in every magazine.
Hey, hold on. You're buying full-page ads?
Well, of course I am. I'm in business now, and advertising is the backbone of business.
What are you going to advertise?
Hang up on them, Wilson.
Very well.
Well, don't I make a wonderful executive?
Simply great.
Now, you used to say my head was only good for wearing hats. But now I've developed a head for business, too. You're married to a woman with two heads.
That explains a few things. Now, Gracie, when I told you to run this house like
Excuse me, GA.
GA is back.
The man is here to demonstrate the inter-office communicator that you ordered.
Oh, send him in, Wilson.
How do you do?
Get out!
Oh, George.
A fellow like that can drive you crazy.
Well, how can I save you money if you won't let me run the house like a business?
Gracie, listen to me. When I asked you to run the...
GA, I just got the report from the grain exchange. The price of wheat is going up 2 cents a carload.
Oh, well, we've got to move fast. Rush down to the store and buy 400 loaves of bread.
400 loaves of bread?
Well, wheat's going up. In 4 or 5 months, we'll make a killing.
In 4 or 5 months, the bread will be moldy.
Moldy?
Moldy, yes.
Wilson, call Mayo Brothers and see what they're paying for penicillin.
Okay, that does it. You're through.
But, George, I've got a going business.
And I know just where it's going. Well, I've still got a nickel to my name.
You mean you want to buy me out?
If necessary, I'll buy out. How much for the business?
Well, shall we say $1,000?
Shall we say 10?
Okay, $10,000.
I meant $10.
Oh. George, don't be silly. Look at this lovely office furniture. And look at this nice comptometer.
I don't want a comptometer. I don't know how to run it.
How do you do? It's always a
Okay. I'll still give you $10.
Sold.
I'm still stuck.
Any further instructions, GA?
Oh, no, Wilson. You're no longer in my employ. I just sold the business to George.
You did?
Yes, your new boss is GB.
You mean I'm his secretary now?
That's right.
Well, if I must, I must.
Get off my lap, you chowderhead.
George, please don't be angry with me. I was only trying to help you.
I'm not sorry, Gracie. I love you no matter what you do.
Oh, George.
With all your faults, I'd rather be married to you than Lana Turner.
Really?
Why, sure. What do I care about a little dizziness?
Oh, is Lana Turner dizzy?
Good night.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, our happy postman, Mel Blanc, and Lorene Tuttle, Elliot Lewis, and Lou Merrill. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. It's evening in the Burns home. George is in the den working, while Gracie is huddled in front of the living room radio, listening to her favorite crime program.
You killed the plumber.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Take that.
No.
Open up. It's the police. Come and get me, coppers. 4 of you, huh? Take that. Oh.
You're a mad dog. You killed the plumber.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Take that.
Oh, I'm stabbed. The laugh is on you. That wine you drank was poison.
Oh! Well, I guess it can't be exciting every week.
Gracie, would you turn the radio off for a minute? I want you to hear a joke I just wrote for our program. I say to you, good news, Gracie. I won today at Santa Anita. And
Oh, that's very cute, Judge. One of the funniest jokes you ever wrote. Now, let me turn the radio back on.
Wait a minute. That's not the whole joke.
Well, it's all I have time for. I'm listening to my favorite mystery program, The Tall Man.
The tall man?
Yeah, it's all about a private detective named Rudy and his wife, Trudy.
Rudy and Trudy.
Oh, such a lovable couple. Every week they go out for a walk and fall over a dead body.
Sound lovable.
Well, I'll turn it back on so you can hear it. Now, Rudy and Trudy are about to solve the case of the punctured plumber. I'm dying to find out who punctured him.
Well, I'm ready to name the murderer, Trudy.
That's Rudy.
Are you really, Rudy?
Yeah, that's Trudy.
Thanks. I'd never figured that out.
It was very simple, Trudy. As you remember, when we fell over the plumber's body, his crooked partner, Joseph Jones, was standing beside him with a smoking revolver in his hand.
Yeah, he's the one. He did it.
Is he the murderer, Rudy?
No, he's innocent.
Shucks.
We then noticed, Trudy, that his jealous ex-wife, Sarah Smith, was kneeling on his chest with a dagger between her teeth.
She's the one. She
did it, huh?
Yeah.
Is she the murderer, Rudy?
No, she's innocent.
Oh, pooh.
We also discovered, Trudy, that his insane nephew, Ben Brown, was lurking at his feet with a shotgun and several hand grenades.
Oh, he's the one. He did it.
Must be him.
Yeah.
Is he the murderer, Rudy?
No, he's innocent.
Oh, darn it.
And who did puncture the plumber, Rudy?
The murderer was Ebenezer McGonagall.
Oh, darling. You're so clever.
Thank you, sweetheart. Well, we'd better get home and get some rest.
Yes. Let's.
Turn it off. It's Friday.
Well, they fooled me again. I'd never have guessed that Ebenezer McGonagall was the murderer.
Who was Ebenezer McGonagall?
Well, I don't know. That's the first time his name was mentioned.
I thought it was Sam Crobney. Myself.
Oh, I wouldn't miss the tall man for anything.
Yes, it's a great joke. Now, about the joke I wrote.
Oh, dear,
I said
I'm
good news.
tired of jokes, George. Why don't we have adventures like the tall man and his wife and do them on the air?
Forget it.
Well, you could be the short man.
Gracie.
Or the bow-legged man.
Gracie.
Or the middle-aged spread man.
We're not going to be detectives.
Oh, but they lead such exciting lives. They just walk down the street and stumble over corpses. Come on, George. Let's walk down the street.
Gracie, those things only happen on radio mystery programs.
I don't believe it. Oh, please. Let's go for a walk.
All right. I'll go for a walk.
Good.
But I don't expect to wind up in a mystery. I'm only going because I need some fresh air. Now listen to my joke. I say to you, good news, Gracie. I won today at Santa Anita. And you say, really? What jockey was riding you?
You do need some fresh air, dear.
Yes, we'll take a long walk.
Oh, I'm so excited, George. I just know we'll run into something sinister any minute now.
Yes.
Gang of gangsters, or a band of bandits, or a hood of hoodlums.
Sure.
George!
Huh? What is it?
Look at that man coming towards us. Look at the way he slinks along. Oh, I know he's a desperate criminal.
Gracie, are you...
He's coming right up to us. We'll capture him red-handed.
Excuse me, I'm the new minister. Could you direct me to the parsonage?
2 blocks down. Come along, Sherlock. Well, you solved the case of the sinister minister.
Oh, all right. I was mistaken about him. But I still say we'll have a terrific adventure.
Oh, sure. Something is bound to happen.
I think I smell an opium den.
You smell tobacco. We just passed the cigar store.
Oh. Is that where you buy your cigars?
That's right.
Then I don't smell tobacco.
Gracie, would you just forget this idea? Let's not...
George!
Now what?
Oh, I knew it. Look, there's a dead man lying on the sidewalk. He's been shot.
By golly, it is a man. Let's see what's wrong with him.
Sweetheart, alive.
Some dead man. And you thought he was shot.
Well, he's half shot.
Come along, Philo Vance.
Oh, I'm not discouraged, George. I'm positive we'll discover a crime.
Yes.
We'll capture a bank robber or a murderer or a... Did you hear that woman scream?
Yes. It came from that parked car.
Oh, quick, open the door.
Yes? What do you want?
It's Bill Goodwin.
Oh, hello, Burnses. Meet my girl, Frances.
Bill, was that your girl who gave that terrible agonized scream?
Oh, yeah. I told her she couldn't see me again till tomorrow. They all scream when I tell them that.
Oh, brother.
Hey, what are you two doing out roaming the streets this time of night?
Well, I've been looking for a corpse.
Looks like you found one.
Let's go, Gracie. So long, funny man.
So long, boogeyman.
You know, I can't understand why we haven't found any crime. By now, the Tall Man program would have had 2 murders and 3 commercials.
Let's go home, huh?
No, not yet. Gee, it's dark along here.
Yeah, it is kind of dark.
Perfect spot for a murder.
Yeah, nice little spot.
George! Look at that figure coming toward us through the shadows. It looks like an ape. Oh, I'm scared.
Well,
Oh, George, he's coming closer. Oh, I can hear his footsteps.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Burns.
You, Mr. Postman. We thought we saw an ape.
No, my wife's not with me. I went to the movie alone tonight.
Would you like to go walking with us, Mr. Postman? We're out looking for crime and adventure.
Oh, no, thanks. I had my fill of it in the movie. Humphrey Bogart shot people like crazy. Bang, bang, crunch. Bang, 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 crunch.
Crunch?
The fella next to me was eating popcorn.
I wish I could chase criminals like Humphrey Bogart does. They try to run away from him, but he always shoots them in the end.
Yeah. He's wonderful. Well, I'd better be limping home. I drove my old wreck of a car to the movie, but when I wanted to drive it home, it was missing.
Well, that's a tough break, Mr. Postman.
Yes, now I'll be late getting home, and Bertha will scold.
Yes, she'll be angry.
You speak up to her.
I always speak up to her. She stands 6'3". Well, good night, Mr. and Mrs. Burns. And remember, keep smiling.
Gracie, what do you say we go home?
Not until I find a crime to solve. Oh, there must be stuff. I've got it. The postman said his old wreck of a car was missing. I'll catch the crook who stole it. Oh, Mr. Postman.
Yes, Mrs. Burns.
Could you give me a description of that old wreck of yours?
Yes, as I told you, she stands 6'3".
No, not your wife. Your car, the one that's missing.
Oh, it's a blue 1928 Essex with white wall fenders.
Don't you mean white wall tires?
No, our garage has white walls, and when my wife drives...
Say no more. I know what you mean.
Well, goodbye again. See you tomorrow.
Oh, George. George, there's our crime. We'll solve the case of the missing 1928 Essex. Too bad it wasn't a new Studebaker.
Why?
Well, if it was a... No. Now, let people point at us. Let them say we're freaks. We haven't done a Studebaker joke, and we're not going to do it now.
There you go.
Well, last night, the postman told Gracie his 1928 Essex was missing. And Gracie, inspired by her favorite crime program, The Tall Man, was up at dawn this morning to solve the crime.
Well, I'm back, George. I've been to the scene of the crime, and I found out who stole the postman's car.
Who?
The James Gang.
The James Gang?
Yeah.
They've been gone for 75 years.
Oh. Well, maybe they're laying low till the heat's off.
Forget it. The postman's car was not stolen by Jesse and Frank James.
Who's talking about Jesse and Frank James? I'm talking about the new James Gang. Harry and Betty.
Harry James and Betty Grable?
Mm-hmm. If that surprises you, wait till I tell you who's in their gang. Clark Gable, Norma Shearer, Wallace Beery, and Shirley Temple.
They stole the postman's 1928 Essex.
I've got them dead to rights. They left footprints at the scene of the crime.
Footprints?
Yeah. In their haste, they stepped in some wet cement.
Where was the postman's car parked?
Outside the movie theater.
Then you found those footprints in the cement in front of Grauman's Chinese.
Yeah,
Those people are movie stars. They put their...
Well, sure, they're movie stars. That's all part of their car-stealing racket.
Huh?
First they make a movie, then that lures people into the theater.
Yeah.
And while the people are in the theater, boom, they steal their cars.
Gracie.
What a sweet little racket. When I give this story to the police, somebody's going to get put away.
I think the audience guessed it. That's you they're going to put away.
Me?
Yes. Gracie, those footprints have been in front of Grauman's Chinese for years. Now give up and let the police handle this.
Would the tall man and his wife give up? No. They'd go down to the underworld and start looking for bench robbins.
Bench robbins?
Chair sparrows?
Do you mean stool pigeons?
Yeah. Well, come on, let's go.
I'm not going to the underworld.
Oh, that's what the tall man and his wife would do. Either that or some weird and unbelievable character would walk in their door.
That won't happen either.
Good morning, all.
I take it back. Hello, Meredith.
Meredith, would you like to help me solve a crime?
Indeed I would, Gracie. I've always had a flair for detective work. As a mere lad back in Mason City, Iowa, I solved the most astounding and baffling mystery.
Oh, what was it?
Squash came up in our turnip patch.
And you found out why?
Yes, by dint of shrewd questioning, I learned that squash had been planted there.
They should have made you chief of police.
Well, all right, Meredith. You are now my assistant. Together we'll find out who stole the postman's 1928 Essex.
Look, Gracie, I got to go to the office. Now, play detective if you must. But promise me you'll stay away from the underworld.
Yeah, I promise, dear.
Good. See you later.
Well, Meredith, as soon as he's out of sight, we'll start for the underworld.
But you gave George a promise.
Yeah, I know, but I'm going to break it because I love him.
Because you love him?
Well, yeah, if I ever kept a promise, he'd drop dead. Let's go, Meredith. Well, Meredith, we're in the toughest saloon in the underworld. Are you ready to start detecting?
Ready, Chief.
Now, our job is to locate a stolen 1928 Essex. So we'll pretend to be a pair of crooks from out of town. Hey, you, bartender, give us a couple of lowballs.
Yeah.
You mean high balls.
I mean low balls. We only got time for a short drink. Get a move on and stop flapping your trap.
You're pretty tough, ain't you, baby?
Yeah.
You bet I'm tough. Ever hear of Alcatraz?
Sure.
I'm a sister, Gracie Catraz.
Yeah. And I'm her ma.
I never seen you before.
I've been in stir. The cops caught me and put me in Sing Sing.
Sing Sing is a prison for men.
Yeah, were they embarrassed?
Yeah, I'll bet they were.
Yeah.
Me and Mamal's out here to pull off a big job, and we need a getaway car.
A getaway car,
Yeah.
huh? What kind you want?
A 1928 Essex.
Who do you want to get away from? Step and fetch it?
Yeah.
Come on, come on. Know anybody who's stolen a 1928 Essex?
Sure.
Where is he?
In Glendale.
He lives there?
No, he stole the Essex last year, started for New York, and that's as far as he's got.
Oh, a wise guy, huh?
Go on, beat it. You're a couple of phonies.
Yeah.
Nobody talks like that to Gracie Catraz. Take him for a ride, Meredith.
Come along, sir. Griffith Park is lovely this time of year.
Get out of here.
Well, George, we didn't find the postman's car. If you stole a 1928 Essex, where would you go?
To a psychiatrist.
Oh, why don't you help me detect George?
No. Leave crime to the mystery programs. Come in.
Hi, Burnses.
Hello, Bill.
What's new?
Well, Gracie wants to be a detective like the tall man.
Yeah, Bill. But, of course, I can't call George the tall man. I'll change tall to broad.
What did you change man to?
Look, comedian, why don't you revive vaudeville?
Impossible, George. When you kill something, it's dead.
Now, Bill, don't tease George. I'm serious about this detective work. The postman's car was stolen, and I'm on the trail of the crook.
Really, Gracie?
Yeah.
You know, I used to do a little amateur detecting. Maybe I can help you.
Wonderful.
Now, first, you've got to be able to identify the criminal type.
Uh-huh.
Now, the man who stole the postman's car will have a low, receding forehead.
Yes.
Shifty, close-set eyes.
Yeah.
A weak chin. Large, protruding ears.
Yeah. George Burns, did you take that car?
Gracie.
Come on, confess.
Now, look.
Give him the third degree, Gracie. Beat him with your hose.
What? And ruin my good nylon?
Okay, kiddies, break this up.
Hey, what kind of a car was it, Gracie?
A blue 1928 Essex.
What? A blue 1928 Essex?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I saw that car just this morning.
Oh, where, Bill?
Sitting on a used car lot.
Well, come on, let's grab it. Which lot? Madman Muntz?
No, besides, haven't you heard Muntz isn't mad anymore?
Why not?
He's happy now.
Bill, where did you see the car? Was it the smiling Irishman's lot?
No.
The scowling Scotchman?
No.
How about the chuckling Chinaman?
Now, wait, let me think. I was on my way to get breakfast when I saw the Essex.
Was it okay? Oh, Bill, please try to remember the used car lot where you saw the Essex. If George and I solve this case, it means a new career. It means George can give up telling jokes and singing.
That did it. It was the frowning Frenchman.
Oh, thanks, Bill. I'll go right over.
Wait a minute. I better go along to keep you out of trouble. Well, this is the place, Gracie. The Frowning Frenchman's used car lot.
Yeah. And there's the postman's Essex.
Ah, good day, good people. Interested in buying a car, I presume.
Oh, yes. I want a car that would be suitable for my husband here.
How about a sports model?
Look at him.
My mistake.
We'll take that 1928 Essex.
Just the car for him. And it's a steal.
Yeah, we know that.
Only $2,000.
$2,000?
Well, of course, that's without the extras.
Oh, what are the extras?
The wheels, the body, and the motor.
I suppose they would come in handy. May we drive the car around the block to see how we like it?
Oh, yes. Here's the key. I'll go into my office and figure up the total cost.
Yeah, quick, George. While he's in the office, we'll grab the car.
Okay.
Start the motor.
Darn it, nothing happens.
Oh, we've got to escape before he comes back. Get out and push.
Push? But it's 14 blocks to our house.
Well, it's the only way, George. So roll up your sleeves. I'll help you.
You'll help me push.
No, I'll help you roll up your sleeves.
Okay. You steer. Gee, I'm ready to fold up. How far have we gone now?
6 blocks.
It's funny. We're going downhill, and the car is harder to push than when we started.
Well, I didn't want to leave you behind, so I put the brakes on.
Gracie.
Keep pushing, dear.
Oh, no fooling. I can't take much more of this. How soon do we get to our house?
Oh, we've already passed it.
Passed it?
Well, yes, as long as we were out, I thought I'd go by the market and shop for dinner.
Gracie.
Keep pushing, dear.
Well, home at last. I wouldn't do that again for $1 million.
Oh, I'm proud of you, George. By pushing that car, you foiled a dangerous criminal. You're a real gangbuster.
I don't think a gang is all I busted.
Well, it's all over. We've solved the case of the postman's missing Essex. I telephoned him as soon as we got here and told him to come right over.
Will he be surprised when he sees the car in our garage?
He certainly will.
Yeah.
Come in.
Hello, Mrs. Burns.
My goodness, I just called you 5 minutes ago. How did you get here so fast?
I drove over in my car.
You've got a new car?
No, the same old Essex. See, there it is in front of the house.
But last night you told us it was missing.
It was, but a mechanic cleaned the spark plugs, and now it runs fine.
You mean to say that your car wasn't stolen?
Oh, no.
Then the Essex in our garage really belonged to the used car man. I'll probably wind up in jail.
Oh, no, you won't. Wrong, wasn't I?
All right, don't nobody move. Which one of you drove the Essex up in front of this house?
I did, officer.
Come along to jail, you car thief.
But, officer, you don't know...
I said come along.
Goodbye, Mr. Postman. Remember keep smiling.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, our happy postman, Mel Blanc, and Lorene Tuttle, Elliot Lewis, and Wally Mayer. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment is George and Gracie. It's late afternoon at the Burnses, and a very hungry George is just arriving home for dinner. He hurries up the walk, reaches for the doorknob, when suddenly, from inside the house...
Holy smoke! Gracie is being murdered. Gracie, what happened?
Nothing, dear. I'm listening to my favorite radio mystery, The Tall Man.
We got you this time, tall man.
You like that? Shut that off.
Well, what's the matter?
Gracie, stop with these radio mysteries. I'd like some dinner. I'm hungry.
But I want to listen to The Tall Man.
Nuts to the tall man. How about the hungry man?
Oh, I haven't heard that program. When is it on?
I'm the hungry man.
Oh.
I'm starved.
Oh.
I'm famished. I could eat a horse.
Oh, well, then you should have called me from the office. I was planning on lamb chops.
Yes. Look,
Quiet, dear. I want to finish listening to The Tall Man. You remember it's about that marvelous detective named Rudy and his darling wife, Trudy?
Yes, a darling girl.
Oh, she's just charming. They're so in love. Right in the middle of a murder, they lean over the victim and hold hands.
Yeah, they're romantic.
Oh, yes. It's so exciting tonight. I'll turn it on again. Rudy and Trudy have been captured by the master criminal. He's been chained in a dungeon, and he's torturing them.
Well, that I'd like to hear.
Are you afraid, Trudy?
That's Rudy.
Yes, I guess that is.
Not when I'm with you, Rudy.
That's Trudy.
I know.
I can't bear to look, Rudy. What torture is he using on you?
He's burning the soles of my feet with red-hot iron.
Does it hurt, darling?
I find it rather annoying.
Oh, Rudy's so brave.
I'll call him Spunky after this.
What is he doing now, Rudy?
He's pouring molten lead in my ear.
Does it hurt?
Beg pardon?
Is it frightfully painful?
I'm beginning to get bored. Care for a kiss, sweetheart?
Naturally.
Oh, Rudy's so romantic.
He's a romantic chap, yes.
I think I shall break these chains and capture this ruffian.
Do that, Rudy.
I shall, Trudy.
Oh, Rudy's so strong.
He's a brute, yes.
Stand back, tall man. I got you covered with my Tommy gun.
I'm not impressed. Take that.
Ooh!
How splendid, Rudy. Now, how shall we escape from this dungeon?
Simple, Trudy. I shall take the springs from that bed and build a radio broadcasting station.
Oh, no.
Then we'll radio for assistance.
Oh, Rudy's so brilliant.
Smart as a whip, yes.
You're a most amazing man. Precious.
Thank you. Would you care for a kiss, sweetheart?
Naturally.
Shut that thing off. Shut it off. Shut it off.
Oh, aren't they wonderful, George?
Yeah, they're wonderful, wonderful. Now, how about some food? I'm starving.
Oh, food. The tall man and his wife would never bother with food. They're too busy discovering murders and grilling suspects.
All right. Grill me a suspect, I'll eat that.
Oh, George, why can't you be more like Rudy, the tall man? Does he yap at his wife about cooking and things like that? No. He's romantic. When he comes home, he kisses her hand.
All right. Stick your hand up to my mouth.
With your appetite, I wouldn't dare. Well, all right, dear, all right. I'll show you how quickly I can get domestic. Now, how would you like some nice lamb chops, mashed potatoes and gravy, fresh asparagus, green salad, and apple pie?
Great.
All right, I'll call the Brown Derby, make a reservation.
You really got domestic there. Oh, brother, I can eat a horse. I'm really hungry.
Hello? Is that you, Dave?
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Oh, Donna, someone else is on the line.
Hey, listen, Dave. Got a little job to do. Got to get rid of a rat.
Oh, it's a couple of killers.
Well, hang up.
Okay. When do we do the job?
How about tonight? We'll collect overtime.
Yeah.
They're going to kill a man tonight.
Oh, stop.
Where is the rat?
360 North Camden Drive. Meet me there in 2 hours.
What if there's no one home?
Oh, yeah. I'll call and check on that.
Okay. What's it gonna be? Poison?
Nah, that's too slow.
I got you, Pete. I'll see you there.
So long.
I heard it. I heard the whole plot to murder a man. Oh, we've got to warn him, George. Where's 360 North Camden Drive?
That's our house.
Oh, good. Let's go. Yo, George!
What's the matter?
The killers are after you.
Gracie, you've been listening to too many of these crime programs. You're imagining this.
They're here already. It's the killers.
Oh, it's Bill Goodwin. I saw him through the window. Come in.
Hi, Burnses. What's new?
Oh, Bill, they're going to shoot George.
Why, did he break a leg?
I wish it had been the killers.
Oh, Bill, this is serious. Someone's out to get George. And I know how those killers work. They'll shoot him and stab him and strangle him. And then they'll put him in cement and drop him in the ocean. And George can't swim.
Yes, and it's bad for my rheumatism. Gracie, relax. Nobody is after me. I'm an entertainer. Every week I sing and tell jokes to 20 million people. Who'd want to kill me?
20 million people.
Bill, please remember who pays your salary. You're not working for Hope now.
No, that's right. Now I'm working for charity.
Why,
Boys,
you...
boys, how can you fight among yourselves when George's life is in danger? Bill, why don't you be George's bodyguard?
Thanks, but I don't need a guard.
No, but you could sure use a body.
I don't believe any of this killer stuff.
Hello?
Hello? Is George Burns there?
Yes. George, it's one of the killers.
Oh, stop kidding. Give me the phone. Hello?
Burns?
That's me.
Just wanted to make sure that you were home. See you at 9 o'clock.
You were right. The killers are coming for me.
George, I think I'm going to faint. Oh, darn it, he beat me to it. Oh, George, what'll we do? The killers are coming for you.
Yeah. Any minute now, somebody will take a pot shot at me.
Yeah, get your stomach away from that window.
Gee, who can I turn to for help?
Oh, I've got it. I know just the one who can save you, the tall man.
It's a radio program.
But I read in a magazine that Rudy and Trudy are really man and wife, and I know where they live. Come on.
Gracie, listen. Radio stars are not the same in person as they are on the air. On their programs, Sinatra's skinny, Jack Benny is stingy, and Eddie Cantor is an old man. But have you seen them in person?
Yeah, and that clinches my argument. Come on.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, well, here's the tall man's house. I'll ring the bell. Oh, Rudy can save you from those killers. He's so strong and brave and clever.
Well, what is it?
Are you, Trudy?
That's right. What do you want?
Well, we want to speak to your husband, the tall man.
Hey, Rudy, you've got visitors.
Oh, not now, Trudy. I'm in agony. This hangnail is killing me.
A hangnail bothers the tall man?
Oh, there must be some mistake. I know he's brave.
Oh, look at this piece of skin dangling down. My own skin. It's almost 1/8 of an inch long.
I told you I'd cut it off.
No, don't touch me with those awful scissors. I'd faint.
Hey, he's brave. Look, let's go, Gracie. I think we're...
What can I do for you? Please make it brief because I'm suffering dreadfully.
Oh, yes. A hangnail can be painful. I suppose you hurt your finger when you knocked out a bunch of gangsters.
Huh. Tell them how you did it, stupid.
I was trying to open a jar of peanut butter.
Spilled it all over the floor, too.
Well, it was too heavy for me.
Stop making excuses. You're clumsy, that's all.
But I thought he was so smart about doing things with his hands, like making a radio set out of the bed spring.
Him? Oh, Butterfingers.
Sure, he dropped the peanut butter.
I'll never forget the time I asked him to put a new bulb in the lamp. He broke it all to pieces.
That was your fault. You should have told me which end of the bulb to screw in.
Let's get somebody else to help me. I don't think I got a chance.
No.
I think I'm ruined if I get this kid.
Rudy, my husband is in danger, and we thought that you might be his bodyguard.
What'd I do?
What's the matter?
Look, crawling on the floor, a bug.
Want me to kill it, strong heart?
No, just shoo it out. You know I can't stand the sight of blood. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Well, I did want you to guard my husband, but somehow in person you don't seem to be like you are on the radio.
I should hope not. That tall man is such a brutal character.
Yeah, she's a bad man.
I'd be much happier if they let me play Henry Aldrich.
He'd be even happier if they'd let him play Ma Perkins.
Now, you stop teasing me, Trudy. It's time to put another cold compress on my finger.
Okay, stick it out. There.
Yeah, it's cold. It's cold.
I'm freezing.
Yes, it's cold. It's cold.
Will you stop yelling or will I slug you?
All right, I'll be brave. Would you care for a little kiss, sweetheart?
Oh, shut up.
Come on, Gracie, let's get out.
Well, the tall man couldn't help us, Meredith, so now it's up to you and me to save George's life.
Is that why we came down here to the underworld, Gracie?
Yes, this is the same tough saloon we were in last week. We'll ask questions and find out who's after George.
I get it. We'll pretend to be crooks again.
Right. Hey, you, bartender, let's have some service.
Yeah.
Okay, what'll it be?
I'll have a beer.
What kind?
Root.
Yeah.
Hey, ain't I seen your face someplace else?
No, it's always been right here in the front of me head.
Hey, I remember you now. You was here last week. Said your name was Gracie Catraz.
That's me, sister to Alcatraz. Want some information?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the dope?
He's my friend, Meredith Wilson.
Yeah.
What do you want to know?
Well, there's a couple of killers trying to knock off a pal of mine named Pretty Boy Burns. I want protection for him.
Never heard of him.
Here's his picture.
Pretty boy, huh?
Yeah.
Sure outgrew it, didn't he?
Yeah.
I want to know who's trying to kill him and why.
I don't know nothing about it.
Oh, won't talk, huh? Suppose I have Meredith work you over.
He ain't man enough to hurt a flea.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I don't know nothing. If you want protection for Burns, why don't you get him a couple of flat feet?
It's no good. He's already got a couple.
That doesn't. Will you get out of here, sister?
Yeah.
Come on, Meredith. Hold still, George, while I put these false whiskers on you.
Gracie, do you think this plan will work?
Certainly. You've got to escape from the killers, and a disguise is the only way. Nobody will know you're disguised as an old man.
What are you doing now?
Well, I'm drawing wrinkles on your face with my eyebrow pencil. There. Now, put on these spectacles and take this cane.
Well, how do I look?
Your own wife wouldn't know you.
I'm not so sure.
What did you say, Edgar?
Edgar?
See, your own wife.
Yeah, you
know
didn't recognize me.
Now, don't be afraid to open the door, dear. No one will recognize you.
Good evening, Mr. Burns. Here's a special delivery letter for you.
Mr. Postman, don't you, notice something different about George?
Yes. I've never seen him looking better.
Better?
He looks so much younger than usual.
Goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Goodbye. Remember, keep smiling.
Come on, get this disguise off me. I've got to think of a plan. The killers will be here any minute.
Yeah, I've got it. I'll put a dress on you and disguise you as a woman.
They'll see right through that.
Not if you wear a slip under it.
Well, nuts to that. I'm through with disguises. Let the killers come. I'll fight them man to man. I'm not afraid.
Oh, darling. There they are. Shall I open the door, George? George, come out from under the divan. Half of you is still sticking out. And it makes it a very tempting target.
Hey, what goes on here? Why don't you open the door when a fella... What's George doing under the couch? Developing pictures?
Now, he thought you were the killers, Bill. They're due any minute.
Yeah, Bill. I've only got a few more minutes to live. My whole life is flashing before me. My childhood. The day I became 21. The day I went to war.
Tell me, George, was it tough at Gettysburg?
That's right. Joke while the killers come closer and closer.
Now, wait a minute. You mean this stuff about the killers is really on the level?
Well, certainly it is.
Well, why didn't you two say so? I'll save you, George. I'll set a trap for those guys.
Wonderful.
Now, Gracie, get me a long piece of string, a shotgun, and a kettle full of boiling water. I'll fix those killers.
Oh, right away, Bill.
How does the trap work, Bill?
Well, as the killers turn the doorknob, it pulls the string, which sets off the shotgun.
It shoots the killers?
No.
No, huh? Something else happens?
Yeah. Now, here's what happens. It shoots a hole in the kettle and lets the boiling water run out.
And it runs on the killers?
No.
Not yet.
It runs into a percolator, makes a pot of coffee.
What happens to the killers?
They smell the coffee and make a beeline to the kitchen to get some.
They forget all about me.
Sure, they forget. You
sit
blame
there.
them?
No. Bill, are you just going to let the killers sit there and drink the coffee?
Oh, no, George.
Oh, you
of
got
course
something.
not. Yeah.
I thought so.
You see, this is National Donut Week. We'll give them some donuts, too.
Yeah, that'd be good.
What a combination.
That's a good trap.
Donuts. Donuts and coffee.
And a new partner for Gracie, because I'll be dead. Bill, I don't think much of your plan.
Well, George, except for one little flaw, it's a wonderful plan.
Yeah, but when the killers get through with the donuts and coffee, they'll murder me.
That's the one little flaw.
Outside of that, you got
Bill,
something.
and the kettle.
El.
George.
What happened?
The killers.
The killers?
Look, they're coming up the front walk.
What'll I do? Where can I hide? I know. The closet.
No, George, don't go in there. You're going to face these killers like a man. You're not going to hide in that closet.
Why not?
Because that's where I'm hiding.
My pal.
Oh, they're almost to the door, George. Now they've stopped to look at the address.
I'm going to hide in the cellar. Tell them I'm not here. Get rid of them.
No, George, Bill, come back. Oh, all right, I'll face them alone. I'll save George from those killers.
This the right place, Dave?
Yeah, 360. Let's make this a quick one, Pete.
Well, shouldn't take us long to get rid of one rat.
Nah. Nah, it ain't like a termite job.
The jobs I hate are them silverfish.
Well, ants and moths ain't no bargain either.
Uh-huh. What a lousy racket we're in, huh? You know, if I had it to do over again, I wouldn't be an exterminator.
Me neither. Hey, where did this guy Burns call about the rat in his cellar?
Oh, that was more than a month ago. Well, you know how the orders pile up. When I spoke to him today, he acted like he'd forgot all about it.
Well, come on, let's get it over with.
You come in.
We called you today, lady. We're here
Oh, yeah, I know why you're here.
Okay. Where's the rat?
He went to Florida.
Florida?
Doctor's orders.
Hey, look. We got no time for jokes, lady. That rat's in the cellar, right?
Yeah, how did you know?
We make our living this way. Let's get busy, Dave.
Oh, wait. Please don't kill him.
What's eating you, lady?
I love that little rat.
You love him? Hey, look, lady, you're kidding.
No.
No, well, ain't he a pest? Don't he sneak around at night and eat up all the food? Don't he cost you money?
Well, yes, but I love the little rat.
Look at it this way, lady. Don't it scare you when you see them little beady eyes looking at you? And them little gray whiskers are twitching, huh?
Yes, but I love the little rat.
Well, for Pete's sake, why?
Stop talking like my mother.
Huh?
I love him because he's mine. I've nursed him when he was sick, shared his sorrows and joys. He's my boopsy boy.
You call him Boopsy Boy?
Yes.
Well, it's a nice name.
Oh, he's wonderful. You should have seen him in vaudeville.
Vaudeville?
Uh-huh.
Sounds like an educated rat.
No, he never got past the 4th grade.
Hey, look. What do you make of this, Dave?
Nuttier than a fruitcake.
Yeah. Hey, look, lady. We won't hurt the little fella. Nah, we'll give him gas. He won't feel nothing.
Yeah. And then we'll pick him up by the tail and carry him out.
Yeah.
This I gotta see.
Who's this guy just popped out of the closet?
He's Boopsy Boy's best friend.
You and the rat are friends?
Oh, sure. I've known the little guy for years. We wear each other's neckties.
Another loony. Let's get out of here.
No, nuts to that. I'm here to kill that rat, and I'm going to go down the basement and do it.
Oh, no, please.
Get away from that door. Hey, come on, Dave. Come on, we're getting out of here.
What happened, Pete?
Well, if you think those two are nuts, you ought to see the idiot they keep in the basement.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, our happy postman, Mel Blanc, Elliot Lewis, and Robert Bentz. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. It's breakfast time as we look in at the Burns home today, and George and Gracie are looking at the morning paper.
My goodness, George, did you read this? Some burglars sawed through a man's door and took everything in his house.
Yeah, there's really a crime wave. Every day you read about more burglaries and robberies.
Oh, George, why don't you ask Bill Goodwin to move in with us?
Why?
Well, I'd feel safer with a man around the house.
How about me?
Yeah, you'd be safer, too.
Thanks, but I can protect both of us.
Well, George, if you won't let Bill Goodwin move in, let's go down to the pet shop and get a watchdog. I'll feel safer if I have protection.
But, honey, when you've got me, you've got protection. I'm just the same as a dog.
Why, George, that's the first time you've ever agreed with my mother.
Let's go to the pet shop.
Oh, here we are, George. Potter's Pet Shop.
How do you do? May I help you?
Well, yes, I want to look over your supply of dogs.
Very well. Would you like a little peek?
No, I want to take a real good look.
By a peek, madam, I meant a Pekingese, the royal dog of China.
Oh, no, that wouldn't do at all. I can't speak a word of Chinese.
Madam...
Suppose I wanted to tell this Chinese dog his dinner was ready. By the time I got an interpreter, his chop suey would be cold.
Gracie, that's enough about the Chinese dog.
All right, dear.
Thank you, sir. Perhaps, madam, you would prefer a bulldog.
No, I prefer a burglar dog. We don't expect bulls to break into our house.
I'm beginning to catch on. At least I think I am. You want a dog to protect you from burglars?
Yes.
Good. How about a boxer?
No, I don't want the dog to box with the burglars. I want him to bite them.
Madam...
Though if he wore boxing gloves, it would keep his nails from scratching the furniture.
Sir, is this your wife?
Yes.
Is she often like this?
Just overlook it.
Takes practice, I suppose.
Yes.
Well, here I go again.
Keep trying, kid.
Madam, I withdraw my suggestion about the boxer. Instead, how about a Doberman pinscher?
No, I don't want the dog to pinch the burglars either. if you've got a Doberman biter, I'll take it.
Keep punching, kid.
How about a setter?
Yeah. He sounds too lazy.
How about a pointer?
He sounds too impolite.
How about going to another shop?
No, I'm sure we can work something out.
You work it out. I'll see you later. I'm going home.
You'll have to excuse my husband, Mr. Potter. He's the nervous type.
I understand. Believe me. Would you still like to buy a dog?
Yes, yeah. Oh, this dog is kind of cute. What is he?
A Spitz.
Chews tobacco, huh?
Day and night.
Oh, well, then I better not take him. Oh, here's a wonderful dog. A great big fellow. What kind is he?
A St. Bernard. He's the dog that's famous for carrying a keg of brandy around.
Oh, it seems to me that your dogs are not very well brought up. That one chews and this one drinks.
I'm sure a good home would straighten him out.
Well, he's certainly the right size to frighten away burglars. Hello, boy. Mr. Potter, I'll take him.
Good.
Don't bother to wrap him up. I'll just carry him.
Yes.
But on second thought, he's big enough to carry me.
Yes.
I'll drop by tomorrow and tell you if my husband likes him.
Well, not tomorrow, madam. I've decided to take a week off in a sanitarium. Goodbye now.
George, come in the living room and see our dog.
Oh, you finally bought one,
huh? St. Bernard. Oh, he's so big and friendly. Except when he sees a bum or a tramp, of course. Then he's guaranteed to growl.
Good. Let's take a look at the pooch.
Doggy, this is your master. The man you're going to protect. Say hello to him. Doggy, don't growl at him. You're only supposed to growl at bums. Now say hello.
Isn't he making a little mistake?
Well, I don't know. They're awfully intelligent.
Gracie, you better get rid of this fur-bearing elephant. He doesn't like me.
Well, just show him that you're his master. Stand there and look him right in the eye.
Okay.
Kneel down, doggy, so George can look you in the eye.
Forget it. How can we feed this big mutt?
Oh, it won't be expensive. When we buy our meat, the butcher could throw in something for the dog.
If the dog opens his mouth, we can throw in the butcher.
But, George, think of the protection he'll give us. He's trained to bite any suspicious character when you say sick him. George Burns, get your leg out of that dog's mouth.
It was his idea, not mine. Call him off.
Let go of George's leg, doggy. If you want an old bone, I'll get you one at the market.
Well, this is going to be one happy little family. I can see.
Now sit up. Come on, sit up. That's it. Now shake hands. Now lie down and roll over. Roll over. That's good. Now play dead. Aw, that's wonderful, George. Now, doggy, see if you can do it.
Yeah, I showed you how, you big stupid mutt. Oh, quiet, quiet.
George, doesn't it give you a wonderful sense of protection to have a big, fierce watchdog in the house? If any undesirable person tries to get in, you just say, sick 'em. George, stop teasing him. Get your leg out of his mouth.
Turn loose. And Gracie, stop saying that. Every time you do, he grabs me.
Oh, dear, someone's at the door. I'm afraid to open it, and the dog might bite them.
Good, I could use a rest. Come in.
Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Oh, my goodness. You've got a Shetland pony.
No, that's our new watch watchdog.
Hello, big boy.
Ooh, don't try to pet him. He'll tear you apart.
Look at that big moose. He's licking the postman's hand.
Oh, I love dogs. I've got a big old ugly bloodhound, but my wife wants me to get rid of him.
Why?
I keep making the same mistake. I come home and pat my wife and kiss the bloodhound. They look exactly alike.
You'd better not say that around the house.
You're right. The dog would kill me.
Would you like to take this dog home, Mr. Postman? He despises me.
Oh, no, he doesn't, George. If you were in danger, he'd protect you. Mr. Postman, you start kicking George and see what happens.
Very well. Take that.
Oh, now, you see, George, he's protecting you.
Protecting me? He's got me by the seat of my pants.
Well, sure. That's so the postman can't kick you there.
Let go of me, you monster.
Oh, goodbye, Mr. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Keep smiling, he says, with this canine Sidney Greenstreet hanging onto my pants. Oh, quiet.
George, I'm going out to the kitchen to get the dog some water. While I'm gone, make friends with him.
How? I'd love to.
Well, they say music hath charms. Sing to him. Let him hear his master's voice.
What's the idea?
Well, you see, you sing so beautifully, Sugar Throat.
I do?
Oh, yes. You're the male Margaret Truman.
Well, I'll try.
Now, I'll be right back.
Well, get a load of this, Pooch. Ain't misbehaving all by myself. No! Cut that out. Ain't misbehaving all by... Ain't misbehaving... Look, give me a chance. Ain't misbehaving all by myself.
George, that was beautiful. Especially that high note in the end.
That was the dog.
Oh. Well, sing some more.
I won't do it.
Well, just hum then. Oh, that was beautiful.
That's the door buzzer.
Now, who could that be?
I hope it's the dog catcher. Come in.
Hello, all. Oh, you got a St. Bernard. Nice doggy.
Oh, look out, Meredith. He'll tear you limb from limb. Oh. Look, George. He's licking Meredith's face.
Oh, fine. He tears off my leg and drools on every stranger.
Well, all dogs like me, George. When I was a boy back on the farm in Mason City, Iowa, I had a wonderful dog named Rover. If a fox tried to rob the hen house, I'd just say, sick him. Woof!
Oh, George. George, can't you keep your leg out of that dog's mouth?
Yes, George. That seems very inconsiderate. How would you like it if I put my leg in your mouth?
I'd love it.
George. Tell us more about Rover, Meredith.
Well, we were more than just a boy and his dog. We were real friends. He shared his bed with me.
Oh, Meredith, didn't it bother you when he scratched for fleas?
No, it felt good. Well, sir, one day poor Rover got a hold of some bad food and began to sicken.
To what?
Sicken.
Oh, George, there you go again, sticking your leg in the dog's mouth.
Yes, George. I cannot stand here and watch you torment this noble animal. Do you mind if I go?
If you will. Some watchdog you dragged home. The postman and Meredith, two guys he's never seen before, walk in and he loves them.
Well, he probably sensed that they were friends of ours. But just let some stranger come along and I'll bet he'll tear them apart.
Yes.
Answer the door, darling. I'm going to fix some lunch.
Yes?
How about buying some magazine subscriptions, old-timer?
Old-timer?
Yeah, I got some great ones here. The Glass Blowers Journal.
I don't want any. And get your foot out of the door.
Well, don't try to brush me off, old-timer.
This is what I've been waiting for. Okay, dog. Sick 'em. Not me. Not me. grab him.
Well, what a nice big dog. Hello, Buster.
Oh, fine. Him he likes, too.
Well, as I was saying, old-timer, how about a 10-year subscription to the Motorman's Weekly?
The Motorman's Weekly? Get out of here.
Looks like the dog's on my side. You better take the Motorman's Weekly.
Okay, I'll take it. Now on your way.
Not so fast, old-timer. How about a 20-year subscription to the Chinchilla Breeders' Gazette?
Are you kidding? Beat it.
Sign right here, old-timer.
This is murder. As soon as this doghouse is finished, in you go.
Hi, George. What are you doing?
Oh, hello, Bill. I'm finishing a doghouse for this four-legged Swiss Alp that Gracie bought.
What's he doing?
Oh, it's kind of a race. I'm building a house for him, and he's digging a hole for me. It's just a question of which one of us finishes first.
Well, geez, a nice big dog. Hi, fella.
Oh, fine. You he likes, too. Me, he bites in the leg.
Bites your leg, huh? Must be a southern dog. Likes ham hocks.
Go away. There. The doghouse is finished. Okay, Mutt. In you go. Come on. Get in the doghouse. Okay, then. I'll push you in. Come on, now. Well, this'll do it. Let me out!
You know, it's funny how some dumb animals are smarter than other dumb animals.
Where's George?
Usual place, in the doghouse.
Oh, George Burns, you come out of there. How do you expect to make friends with this dog? First you keep sticking your leg in his mouth, and now you take his house.
Gracie, either this dog leaves or I leave. One of us has to get out.
But, George, I need protection against burglars.
Well, then choose between us. Either the dog protects you or I protect you. Now, which do you keep? Your husband or a St. Bernard?
Well, naturally, there's only one choice to make.
Sure.
Will you take care of him, Bill? Give him a nice warm place to sleep and food to eat.
Oh, sure, Gracie. I'll take care of him. Come along, George.
George, huh? Hey, Gracie, did you hear what the comedian said? He thinks you want me to go instead of the dog. Gracie, you want me to go to Bill's and the dog to stay here?
Well, just till the burglar scare is over, George. Take care of him, Bill. See that he takes his exercise every morning. Have you got a window he can open?
Yes.
Oh, that's his exercise.
Gracie.
And, Bill, be sure to test his bath water before he gets in the tub.
To see if it's too hot?
No, too deep.
Gracie.
Remember, Bill, I'm sending you my most precious possession.
Oh, that won't be necessary, Grace.
Look, you Silex jockey, for 2 cents.
Now, come along, George.
Now, wait a minute.
Goodbye, George. Be good to him, Bill. Help him get dressed in the morning.
I can dress myself.
I know, but it looks so much neater if it's laced in the back.
Yeah, if his corset isn't laced up, the stays might stick him.
Might what?
Stick him.
Poof, poof.
Oh, George Burns, for the last time, get your leg out of that dog's mouth.
Well, that does it. First thing in the morning, this snapping turtle goes back to the pet shop. Now I'm going in and taking aspirin.
Well, looks like you're going to lose your dog, Gracie.
Oh, it'll break my heart. Bill, I've got an idea. Tonight, you rob our house.
Huh?
I mean, you pretend to be a burglar. The dog will chase you away, be a big hero, and George will let me keep him.
Well, I'd like to do it, Gracie, but at 8:15 I've got a date with the girl I'm engaged to marry.
Well, call her and postpone it.
I can't. I don't know her name.
All right. Rob the house at 8 o'clock. I'll get George to bed by then.
Yeah. Okay, Gracie. I'll see you at 8.
I'm getting tired. Let's go to bed, dear.
Go to bed?
Mm-hmm.
It's only 8 o'clock. It's too early.
But going to bed early puts roses in your cheeks.
I've already got roses in my cheeks.
But I don't like yellow roses.
I'm not going to bed. I'm not sleepy.
All right. I'll read to you from this magazine that the salesman left here.
The Motorman's Weekly? Put it down.
But this looks like a wonderful article. It's called Life Can Be Beautiful on a Streetcar in Scranton.
Sounds beautiful.
By John Connors, motorman, junior grade. He says, I like my job very much.
John Connors says that.
Yeah, it is a good job. The first stop I make is at the corner of First and Main. There I pick up passengers. Some are men, some are women. The second stop I make is at the corner of Second and Main. There I pick up more passengers. Some are men, some are women. The third stop...
Is there much more of that?
Oh, pages of it. Isn't it fascinating?
Oh, it's fascinating, yes.
The third stop I make is at the corner of Third and Main. There I pick up more passengers. Some are men, some are women.
Yes, yes.
I don't pick up many children. They like to walk. The fourth
I think
step...
I'll go to bed.
Oh, that's a good idea, George. You run along and I'll lock up.
Yes. Good night.
Good night, dear. Thought I'd never get rid of him. Poor Bill must be waiting outside. Are you there, Bill?
Yeah, let's hurry. My babe is waiting.
All right. The dog is in the den.
Yeah.
When you go in, he'll bark and I'll call George. Then you jump out the window and let him see you running away.
Yeah, okay. Come on.
Oh, darn it. The dog's asleep. Wake up, doggy. Wake up. Oh, please wake up, doggy. We've got a burglar.
I don't think anything will wake him, Gracie.
Oh, why not?
I just noticed I've been standing on his tail.
Oh, Bill, you make a noise like a dog. Lay your ears back and howl.
Me?
Well, sure, I've seen you do it many times at Hollywood and Vine.
Okay.
Oh, George, come quick.
What's wrong, Gracie?
Oh, a burglar got in the den, but the dog scared him away. See, there he goes out the window.
By golly, you're right.
Now aren't you proud of our watchdog? He's a hero.
Yeah, I owe him an apology. Doggy, I was wrong about you. You... Hey, he's asleep.
Well, he's exhausted. He leaped at the burglar and chased him around the room and bit him.
Wait a minute. You're making this up. This silly pooch is dead to the world.
Oh, honestly, George, he almost tore the burglar apart. I didn't even have to say sick him.
Oh, let go of my leg. What a watchdog. There he is. Sound asleep again. Look at him. Sprawled out on the floor like a rug. Isn't that awful?
Oh, it certainly is. Pick him up, George, and put him in our bed.
Good night, everybody.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Alice. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Our happy postman, Mel Blanc, Elvia Allman, Verna Felton, Lorene Tuttle, and the ladies of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. Only 2 more shopping days till Easter. And if your husband hasn't kicked in with the money for that new Easter hat, you better start doing some tall hinting. But first, come along to the Burns house and watch a couple of experts at work. Gracie can out-hint any wife, and George can out-ignore any husband.
Good morning, Gracie. Breakfast ready?
All ready, dear. In my Easter bonnet with all the frills upon it.
You seem happy this morning.
Well, what woman wouldn't be happy married to you, George?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Calling you, George, reminds me of a slip I made yesterday. I signed my name, Mrs. G. Burns, and this woman who was with me said, "What does the G stand for?" And before I thought, I said, "Generous."
Generous, huh?
In my Easter bonnet with all the frills about
Pass
it.
the bacon.
Yes, dear. By the way, have you seen the good news in the paper? It looks like income taxes are going to be cut way down. Now you'll just have scads of money.
Yeah, I'll have so much money I won't know what to do with it.
In my Easter bonnet with all the frills upon it.
Pass the egg.
Yes, dear. Notice the way I colored the eggshells this morning? Blue and pink and speckled.
Yes, they're pretty, but what's the idea?
To remind you of something that's coming.
Something that's coming.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, eggs make me think of hens.
Mm-hmm.
And hens... Uh-oh, your mother's coming.
No, dear. In my Easter bonnet with all the
Pass
bells
the
about...
toast.
Yes, dear.
Say, you know, I just thought of something.
What?
Sunday is Easter.
No.
Yes, we'll want to be in the parade, won't we?
Well, yes, we will.
Here, let me get out my billfold.
Why, George, whatever for?
Well, we'll want to look our best, won't we?
Oh, yes, yes.
Well, here. Take this $1 and get my suit pressed.
George, wait. Before you put the lock back on your billfold,
Yes?
one of the most important things on Easter is a pretty hat. And
Oh,
now,
sure.
if you could
What's
see...
the matter with me? Here I am talking about getting my suit pressed. You'll need some more money.
Well, sure.
Here's another $1. Have my hat cleaned and blocked.
I'll just have it cleaned. You block it every time you put... Oh, Gracie, let's not lose our head. George, darling, I'd like to have a pretty hat for Easter, too.
Well, here's another $1. Have yours cleaned and blocked, too.
Well, I can't have last year's Easter hat cleaned and blocked. It's covered with fruit.
Well, have it cleaned and sprayed.
No, you don't understand. The fruit is all faded and withered.
Well, use a little fertilizer on it.
Oh, please, dear, don't force me to wear last year's monstrosity.
Who's going to know whether it's last year's monstrosity or this year's monstrosity?
Oh, now, George, please give me the money
Now,
for the...
look, Gracie, you can
Come
say...
in.
Hi, Burnses. What's doing?
Oh, we're having a little argument, Phil.
What about?
Well, I don't want to be seen in the Easter parade with an old, out-of-date monstrosity.
Leave George home.
Willie, you're a riot.
Bill, when I said an out-of-date monstrosity, I meant last year's Easter hat. George won't give me the money for a new one.
Why not? Hasn't he been told he can't take it with him?
Yeah, he's been told that, but he wants to experiment.
Never mind the smart cracks, young lady. Not going to throw money away on a silly hat. You think you're married to the pot of gold?
She's not sure about the color, but the shape's right.
I'm going in the den and leave you comics without a straight man. And you don't get an Easter hat, Gracie. Times are hard and I can't afford it.
Gee whiz, so he won't give you money for a hat. Have you tried flattery, Gracie?
That doesn't work anymore, Bill. George is wise to flattery.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to try it.
Oh, okay. But you'll see, it won't work. George,
Yes?
you're the youngest, handsomest, kindest, most talented, best built, most romantic husband in the world. No, huh?
No.
Oh, thanks anyway.
You're welcome.
Now, you see, Bill.
Yeah. See, I wonder if it'd do any good.
Come in.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Thank you, Mr. Postman.
Oh, hello, Mr. Goodwin. Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
Mr. Postman, did your wife get money out of you for an Easter hat?
Oh, yes.
Oh, how did she do it?
By promising me a kiss.
Really?
Yes. She said if I refused to give her the money, she'd kiss me. I'd rather take a beating.
Bad kisser, huh?
Homeliest I've ever seen.
Hey, Mr. Postman, if you feel that way, why did you marry her?
Well, it was the year Roosevelt ran against Hoover.
Yes?
When I make a bet, I pay off.
Well, this isn't getting me an Easter hat. I guess I'll have to use my club to get the money out of George.
Oh, don't beat him with a club. That's cruel.
No, I meant the club I belong to, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. I'll turn those girls loose on George.
Beat him with a club. It's kinder. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Well, Gracie was unable to get George to buy her a new Easter hat, so the minute he left the house, she called in the ladies of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society for a council of war. Poor George. In a bar, they'd refused to give him more than 2 zombies, but Gracie's going to hit him with a whole house full. And here they are.
Well, I'm so glad you got here. Now, quiet, girls. Quiet. Quiet. Graceful. Quiet. Come to order, please.
And you all know what a hussy she is.
Oh, really, Blanche, when a special meeting of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society is called, we should behave with dignity and not stoop to gossip. Who's the husband?
Clara Bagley. I can't understand why we ever took that woman into our club.
I heard that, Blanche Morton.
Why, Clara, darling, I didn't see you come in.
How dare you call
now,
me...
Clara, that's enough. You came in late, and you know very well that any member does that at her own risk. Now, please, Clara, when Blanche was late last month and heard you call her a fat frump, she was very nice about it. Now, apologize for making a scene.
Okay. I apologize, fat frump.
I accept, hussy.
Now, there. That's the real uplift spirit. Now, before I explain the purpose of this meeting, we'll have the roll call. Blanche Morton.
Here.
Clara Bagley.
Here.
Catherine Conway.
Here.
Meredith Wilson.
Present.
I'll never get used to him at these meetings.
Well, that's just silly, Catherine. It's been over a year since we made Meredith an honorary woman.
Yes, and I've become thoroughly adjusted to womanhood. Although I admit I still feel just a little conspicuous in the pool at the YWCA.
We're dying to know why you called a meeting, Gracie. Can't we skip the rest of the roll call?
Well, all right, Blanche. Now, you girls are here because I need your help in a crisis. George refuses to buy me an Easter hat.
Oh, I say, what a very idea.
Isn't that just like a man?
So far, every method has failed. But you may have tried some fresh methods on your husbands that I could use on George. In other words, you furnish the new tricks and I furnish the old dog.
Well, we're with you, Gracie.
Oh, we certainly are.
Blanche, did you get money for an Easter hat from Harry?
Yes, and a new frying pan, too.
Oh? How?
I slugged him with the old one.
Well, I couldn't strike George.
Too brutal?
Too brittle.
He is sort of puny.
Clara, did you get hat money out of Joe?
Oh, sure. No trouble at all. You know, Joe's the affectionate type. Until he agreed to give me the money, I wouldn't let him kiss me.
Oh. Well, that wouldn't mean much to George. Some husbands' kisses get better, but his just get higher.
Higher?
Yes. His aim's not what it used to be. First it was his lips. My lips. And then my cheeks. And then my forehead.
Well, where is he now?
Well, since last October, he missed me altogether.
My, you're really in trouble.
Catherine, did you get Dick to loosen up?
Oh, yes, I got him over a barrel. I found out that he took his secretary to dinner one night. He gave me the money to keep peace in the family.
Oh, but I'd never find my George chasing after a woman. He doesn't have the desire, the inclination, the wind.
What did he say when you asked him for money?
Oh, he said he was too poor to throw money away on a hat. He said he couldn't afford it because times were hard. And he said, girls, I've got it. We'll shame George into giving me the money.
Well, how am I going to do that?
Well, we'll hurt his pride. Now, here's the plan. At 3:00 sharp, I'll have George in the living room. You girls come in one at a time, and then you pretend that you're bringing me supper. What time is it, dear?
Exactly 3 o'clock.
Oh, good. Answer the door.
Answer the door? Nobody buzzed. There must be something wrong with my ears. Come in.
Good afternoon.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Morton.
I brought you poor people a bundle of old clothes.
Poor people?
Yes. The news is all over town that you're poverty-stricken.
Oh, dear. And I thought it was just a family secret.
Oh, you poor, brave little thing, you. Going through life without a stitch on your back.
Yes. There wouldn't be a stitch on me anywhere if I hadn't had my appendix out.
Look, let me in on this. What's going on here?
Take these clothes, Gracie. Here's a dress I don't need.
Look, George, a dress for me.
And here's one of my old corsets.
Look, something for you, too.
And here's one of my husband's old suits for Mr. Burns, too.
But we're not poor. Where did you ever get the idea that we...
Oh, hello, folks.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Bagley.
Don't get up, Mr. Burns. I know how weak you must be.
Weak?
Yes, from hunger. I heard about the fix you're in, so I brought over some soup.
Soup?
Oh, thank you, Clara.
Yes. We don't need any soup, Mrs. Bagley. We got plenty of soup.
The Salvation Army got here first?
Yeah, with hot soup.
Yeah,
Love soup that's hot.
Clara, it's just his pride. What kind of soup did you bring?
Chicken.
With noodles?
Yes.
Oh, George, did you hear that? We can have the soup tonight and the noodles tomorrow.
Look, Gracie, whoever told you...
Come in.
Oh, you poor, poor people. I heard the awful news.
Now, see here, Mrs. Conway.
I'm not a wealthy woman, but I can always scrape together a few pennies for the needy. Here, take this quarter.
Oh. Bless you, Catherine.
Mrs. Conway.
How did it happen, Gracie? Your husband's been on the radio for years. Didn't he save any money?
Not a cent. He's told thousands of jokes, but he never laid a nest egg.
Oh, how terrible!
Wait a minute, girls. Girls, wait a minute. Girls. Wait a minute! I have to make myself for Jack Benny to be heard. Now, Gracie, get these dames straight about that crazy rumor. Tell them we're not broke.
Now, dear, it's no disgrace.
What do you mean it's no disgrace?
And it doesn't matter to me. I still love you. Girls, 1, 2.
La-dee-da.
What is this going to be?
Other women may walk in their sable and mink, with pheasant to eat and champagne to drink.
We're at the Jefferson again.
But I will wear rags, and on crumbs I will dine, and stay with that shabby old husband of mine.
Gracie,
What if the house is as cold as a stone? What if one tattered garment is all that I own? What if wolves at our door are waiting in line? I still have that barefooted husband of mine.
Gracie, Look, girls, stop with that la-dee-da. I can't afford to have a rumor going around that I'm broke. Gracie, what did you plan to spend on an Easter hat?
Oh, about $20.
Here's 25. That ought to show these friends of yours up.
Well, better make it 30. I have other friends, too.
All right, take 30.
Oh, thank you, George. Well, girls, as long as you're here, let's go in the den and have a nice visit. Huh?
I wonder if I've been had.
So you finally gave Gracie the money for an Easter hat, huh, George?
Well, gee, Bill, I had to. Rumor got around that we were destitute. Neighbor women started bringing me old clothes and soup and money.
No fooling.
Yeah. Imagine offering us charity. Mrs. Morton even had the nerve to bring me one of her husband's old cast-off suits. Here, look at it.
Hey, George, that doesn't look bad on you.
Really?
No.
Of course, I just tried it on for a gag.
Mm-hmm.
Don't intend to keep it.
Then why have you made those... Hey, why'd you make those chalk marks where you want it altered?
Sort of an act to me.
Yes.
Well, those aren't chalk marks, Bill. I spilled some soup on it.
Noodle soup, huh?
Noodle soup. Those are noodles.
Noodles?
Mrs. Bagley makes very good chicken soup.
Oh, you don't like charity, huh?
Look, it cost me $30. For that, I can eat a little.
Noodle soup.
Noodle soup. Come in.
Hello, all.
Oh, hello, Meredith.
Hi, Meredith.
I'm sorry to be late, George, but here's my bundle. I managed to scrape together some tuxedo studs, a pair of tennis shoes, and a book of Bach fugues arranged for drums, marimba, and sousaphone. Where are the other girls?
Other girl?
The other girls at the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Oh, the other girl.
George, Gracie gave us specific instructions to be here with our bundles at 3 o'clock. But
wait a minute,
my watch stopped and I wasn't able to...
Wait a minute. This was all planned by Gracie?
Down to the last detail. She certainly is clever, George. She makes me proud to be a woman. Honorary, that is.
Go in the den and join your sisters.
Very well.
Go. Rooked by the uplifters.
George, listen. Are you just going to stand there and let those women make a sucker out of you? Now go in there and tell them off. Throw them out of the house.
Bill, a fella can get killed in there.
Okay, then I'll do it for you.
Gee, would you, Bill?
Well, certainly. After all, you're my oldest friend.
I am?
Sure. I got friends I've known longer, but you're the oldest one.
Will you tell him, Bill?
Will I tell him?
What'll you tell him?
Make up your mind now.
Well, what'll you tell him?
I'll read him the riot act.
Yes.
I'll say, now listen, you dames.
Yeah.
Listen. You miserable, conniving wenches.
Nice opening.
Yeah, you call yourselves women? I've seen better-looking pans under ice boxes. Now, clear out before I spray you with DDT.
With DDT?
Yeah.
Attaboy, Bill. Come on in and tell him.
Okay.
I know, but I think...
Quiet. Girls. Bill has got something to say to you. Okay, Bill. Chair him.
Okay, George.
Chair him.
Yeah. Now, listen, you dames, I...
Spray him with DDT, Bill. Get rid of him.
Get rid of him?
Get rid of him.
Why, you miserable little shrimp.
Who?
You.
Me?
Yes. It's an honor to have this group of beautiful, intelligent women in your house.
Oh, Mr. Goodwin, if I weren't married, I'd hug you. Me too. Me too.
I'm single.
Get out of here, Goodwin. I'll handle this myself. Now listen, you dames. I know I've been framed and I want my $30 back. Give me that, Gracie.
Why, Gracie, he snatched it right out of your hand. George Burns, you want to be thrashed. I wish I were a man.
Me too.
Me too.
So do I.
Now, don't be too harsh with George. Maybe he has a right about that hat.
Well, are you defending that old wrinkle puss?
Blanche, please. That old wrinkle puss is my husband.
You didn't love me.
I'm too much of a lady to say what he is, but he's the biggest one I ever saw.
Now, you girls stop talking about it.
Are you sticking up for this clown with a one-way pocket?
Yes, I am. Right or wrong, he's the only husband I've got.
Well, I like that. We knock ourselves out trying to help you, and then you start defending him.
Oh, don't forget, he's the head of this house.
He couldn't be the head of a mouse hole.
If that's the way you feel, girls, you better leave.
Now, think it over, Gracie. If we leave, you are no longer an uplifter.
Well, that suits me just fine. If it comes to choosing between my club and my husband, I'll take my husband.
Well.
Get out of here, you old crows. Scoot.
My God, I don't think we're done.
Gracie, I'm proud of you.
Well, they can't pick on you. That's my privilege.
Believe me, I appreciate what you did. And to prove it, here's the $30 for an Easter hat.
Oh, thank you, dear.
And here's an extra $5 for calling them old crows.
Your old backs, too. Is that worth another $5?
You bet it is. Here. I'll go and get the car out of the garage and drive you to the hat shop myself.
Well, that's that. The girls should be under the window by now. Girls.
Yes, Gracie?
Our ace in the hole worked like a charm. I got the money back.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Oh, thanks a lot, girls. See you in the Easter parade.
Yes, of course.
Join us again.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gracie has something very important she'd like to get off her chest. Gracie?
There's a chain letter going around called The Luck of London. And this letter claims that I won a large sum of money by not breaking the chain. I would like to say here and now that I have never won anything. In fact, when I receive a chain letter, I tear it up immediately. So please disregard any chain letter which uses my name. Good night.
Good night.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Mel Blanc, Bea Benaderet, Elliott Lewis, and Dick Ryan. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. It's morning in the Burns home, and George and Gracie are seated across the breakfast table from one another. Gracie's unhappy because George has his face hidden in the morning paper. Silly girl.
George, I get awfully tired looking at the back of the paper. George Burns, pay attention to me.
Huh?
I wait all night long for this moment, and then what happens? You bury your face in the morning paper.
You wait all night long just to see my face?
No, to see the morning paper.
Oh.
Naturally, I want to see your face, too.
Well, thanks. Of course, all men look bad first thing in the morning.
Well, that's where you're different, George. You look the same all day long.
I do, huh?
Yeah, always handsome.
Oh, well, if I'm so handsome, why do you want to look at the paper?
Well, it's my work, George. I have to keep up on current events. It's not my fault that I'm a newspaper columnist.
Well, when you find out whose fault it is, let me know. Want to have a few words with him.
Yeah. George, it may interest you to know that in the newspapers, I am referred to as the Walter Winchell of the West Coast.
Where in the newspapers?
In my column.
Gracie, don't compare yourself with Winchell. He has a terrific following. A while back, he appealed for blood for a man, and thousands responded.
That's an idea. I think I'll do the same.
But you don't know anyone who needs blood.
You're cute.
Forget it. Let me read the paper.
All right. But read it out loud so I can discuss current events with you. Any subject at all, George. You can mix them up.
I'll just read them. You'll mix them up.
Toss me something. Sports, high finance, education.
All right, education. According to the papers, school teachers are getting too little. Do you agree?
No. A little school teacher can be just as smart as a big one.
They're getting too little money.
Oh. Well, I agree there. Try another subject.
Do you think the White Sox have got a chance this year?
No Sox have got a chance now that nylons are back.
I quit.
No, George, I'm rolling now. Try politics.
Okay. The big question before Congress is whether to spend $400 million on turkey in Greece.
Oh, I can tell them how to save money.
How?
Roast the turkey and they won't need the grease.
Gracie, they're not going to cook the turkey.
Oh, you mean Congress is going to let all that gas go to waste?
Yeah. Look, they want to send the $400 million to the countries, Turkey and Greece. They're Balkan countries.
Well, how do you like that? We want to send them $400 million in their Balkan.
You take the paper.
Too fast for you.
Oh, fast.
Well, I've had enough current events. I think I'll look at the real estate ad.
Why the real estate ad?
Oh, I read them every morning. I'm fascinated by the prices that people are getting for property. Now listen to this ad. Hillside home for sale. $15,000 buys this lovely cave.
With windows? $15,000 for a cave?
Yeah, oh, that's nothing. Listen to this one. For sale. Small, unfurnished house, $22,000. If interested, will kill present tenants.
Kill them?
Yeah, they're chickens.
Oh, a chicken house for 20. Well, that's a steal. It's a steal.
People will buy any sort of a house these days. George, I've got an idea. Why don't we sell our little 6-room house and retire?
Only millionaires retire. And we're not millionaires.
We will be after we sell our house.
I'd rather not sell.
But people are getting fantastic figures for their houses. We can, too.
Look, come in.
Hi, Burnses.
Hello, Bill.
Ask Bill his opinion.
Opinion on what?
Well, I think I could get a fantastic figure for this house.
Forget it, Gracie.
Thanks, Bill.
When you married George, you got the most fantastic figure this house will ever see.
You know, comedian, you'd be dead without those convenient straight lines from Gracie. Say that to Bill again, Gracie. But instead of fantastic figure, say lots of money. Let him fool around with that.
All right. Bill, I think I could get lots of money for this house.
A really fantastic figure, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Forget it, Gracie. When you married George, you got the most fantastic figure.
I'm stuck between Abbott and Costello.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Bill, I want to sell our house and George doesn't.
Well, owning this house gives me a feeling of security.
But don't worry about that, George. You still got the youth, the good looks, and the talent that got you this house.
I have?
Sure, Gracie won't leave you.
Thanks, son.
You care to try that one a different way?
No, I'll settle.
Oh, Bill. You're not helping matters any by teasing George. Well, how about it, dear? Can I sell the house? Give me a definite yes or no. Don't leave me on the fence now.
No.
Help me back on the fence, Bill.
Give her
Gracie, listen, you don't have to ask George. According to law, this house is as much yours as it is his.
It is?
Sure.
Bill, we'll see you later.
Gracie, aren't you and George joint tenants?
Yeah, we live in the joint together.
Well, according to the community property law, this house is half yours.
Bill, you've got to leave now, huh?
Oh,
No?
well, so, according to law, half of this house is mine, huh, Bill?
Sure. Just like half of George's money is yours.
Yeah, money, too?
Bill, there's a blonde looking for you at Hollywood and Vine.
She'll wait.
Paul.
Gracie, doesn't George give you any money?
No, not a penny.
Well, I'll explain why, Bill. If Gracie carries money, I'm afraid a hold-up man will hit her over the head.
Yeah, George says now if I'm hit over the head, we're not out anything.
She's waiting, Bill. A tall, blonde, pretty girl.
I don't have to go.
Oh.
Oh, I want to hear more about this beautiful community property law.
Shame on you for not telling her, George. Believe me, if I were married, my wife would know about it. My wife would get half of everything that belonged to me.
She would, huh?
Sure. That's why I'm single. So long, straight man.
Goodbye, comic. You know, Gracie, I meant to tell you all about that community property law the day we were married, but it sort of slipped my mind.
Yeah, for 15 years.
Well, I've been busy looking
Well,
at the
I
funnies.
forgive you. I'll forgive you if you'll let me sell the house.
But, Gracie...
But now look at these prices, George. There's a boom on.
Boom, schmoom...
We can sell our house and buy a smaller one and take a nice vacation with a profit.
Well, maybe you've got something
Well,
there.
of course I have.
Well, okay. I'll put a for sale sign in the front yard. And when I sell it, you'll get half the money.
No, George. What do we care about that old community property law? For 15 years you took everything and it worked out all right, didn't it?
Well, sure.
So for the next 15 years, I'll take everything. Look, George, a man is out front reading our for sale sign. I'll run out and grab him and drag him in here.
Oh, no, Gracie. That's no way to sell anything. You gotta play hard to get. Be independent.
Independent?
Independent. Remember when I was trying to sell you on marrying me? I didn't smother you with hugs and kisses. I acted cold and indifferent.
Well, George, I married you. You can stop the act now.
Never mind, you get the idea. Don't bow and scrape to the guy. Act like you don't care whether you sell the house or not.
Okay, if you say so.
Independent.
How do you do? I read your sign out front.
Pretty nosy, aren't you?
Not that independent. You see,
I thought I might be interested in buying your house.
You and who else?
I think it won't make
Gee, you don't seem very anxious to sell.
Then hit the road, man.
My wife is a little confused, mister. We do want to sell the house. We're asking $15,000.
Oh, that's pretty steep. Would you consider less?
The price is $15,000. Take it or leave it.
Hey, you're quite a businesswoman. Surprising to find that quality in a girl so young and pretty.
When I said $15,000, I meant 50. What did you say?
Well, I said you were very young and pretty. In fact, you're one of the loveliest young ladies I've ever seen.
Oh, never mind that stuff. The price is $12,000. Take it or leave it.
12?
Why, your figure would be the envy of any movie star.
That'll get you nowhere. The price is $8,000.
We're asking 15.
You stay out.
Oh, yeah, I'm a stranger. I shouldn't butt in.
What are you saying, mister?
I can't get over how young you look. You have all the freshness and charm of a schoolgirl.
Well, the price is still $3,000.
Wait a minute.
Oh, honestly, you look like you should be wearing bobby socks.
You're just wasting your time, mister. I won't take a penny less than $200.
Look, why don't you just give him the house?
Sir, you misjudge this girl. Although she is beautiful, she's also very, very intelligent.
Take the house. Take the house.
Oh, no, he don't.
Oh, he's right. I couldn't accept a gift from a child barely 16. Some money will have to change hands.
Daddy, write the man out a check.
Some salesman you turned out to be. We'll never get this house sold.
Oh, well, don't worry, dear. I've arranged a plan that can't miss.
What sort of a plan?
Well, I've got Meredith Wilson waiting outside.
Oh.
And as soon as the buyer shows up, Meredith will come in and pretend to bid against him. That way, we're sure to get a big price.
Well, I don't like the idea of my house being sold by two nitwits.
Oh, I'll be here to help you and Meredith. Now, get it. That's probably a customer now.
How do you do? I noticed this house is for sale.
Oh, that's right. Come in.
This is just the house I've been looking for. I'd be willing to pay
No,
about...
wait a minute. Don't make a bid yet.
Why not?
Well, I prefer to have two buyers bidding at the same time.
Well, it might be hours before you get another buyer.
Oh, no, it won't. You see. Come in.
Pardon this intrusion, but I'm interested in buying your house.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mr. Wilson, a well-to-do Pasadena millionaire.
Oh, no.
Well, you're just in time to bid against this other gentleman, Mr. Wilson.
Very well. However, I warn you, sir, that I am stinking rich.
Look, Mr. Wilson.
If you've got so much money, why do you want this place?
Because of my hobby, sir.
Your hobby?
Yes, I collect houses.
Mr. Wilson.
It's quite a fascinating hobby. Keeps me active and out of Pasadena. Shall we commence the bidding?
Okay, your money doesn't scare me. I'll say $11,000.
12,000.
13.
14.
15.
Sold. Too bad, Mr. Wilson.
20,000.
I'm still with you, brother. 21,000.
22.
23.
Let's skip over to 30. Money means nothing to me.
But it does to me. Now let the man...
$31,000, and that is my final offer.
The house is yours. Take it.
It's mine for 31?
Absolutely. Here's a pen and a blank check.
Well, what do you say now, Mr. Wilson?
75,000.
Okay, you win.
But, mister...
I can't compete with a Pasadena millionaire.
But, mister,
Goodbye.
you can't...
Easily discouraged, wasn't he? Well, I'm glad I was able to be of help.
Meredith.
Yes, George?
Get out of here!
George, you mean to tell me you haven't sold this place yet?
No, and we've had plenty of chances. But Gracie messed them all up with her screwy salesmanship.
Oh, I've just had bad luck, that's all.
Bad luck. Tell Bill what you said to the man who wanted to know if the house was built of well-seasoned lumber.
I said the lumber must be well seasoned because the termites seem to be enjoying eating it.
Too bad he wasn't a termite.
Yes. And how about the... I get a laugh. I'm so happy. And how about the woman who wanted to know if there was enough room in the house for her 3 children? You insulted her.
Well, I didn't understand what she meant, George. She said, could I have 3 children here? And I said, not now, we're busy.
I say that's a very logical answer.
Well, here's another prospect. Now, let's try to make a sale this time.
All right, dear. Yes?
How do you do? I notice your cottage is for sale.
Oh, yes. Won't you come in? I'm Mrs. Burns.
Indeed. And this fine-looking gentleman must be Mr. Burns.
No, I'm Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, yes. This is Mr. Burns.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes. You'll find this place is a real bargain at $15,000. Just look around.
I presume these are the servants' quarters?
Oh, no. This is where we live. I'm afraid there aren't any servants' quarters.
Oh, Mrs. Burns, don't you have someone to do the laundry and the ironing and the housework?
Oh, of course. But he sleeps in my room.
How utterly bourgeois.
He is not. He's very nice.
Gracie, there's some real construction in this house, madam. It was built before the war.
Obviously, you refer to the Civil War.
You know that style of architecture better than we would.
Gracie, this is a customer.
My dear young lady, for your information, I'm approaching my 30s.
From which end?
I know you'd like to see the dining room. It's right through that door.
Very well, I'll have a look.
Gracie, you'll kill the sale.
Well, I don't care. She acts so snooty. Calling you a bourgeois.
Look, Burns, why don't you let me handle this woman? I absolutely guarantee to sell the house.
Well, that's good enough for me. Bill, take over.
Okay.
Now, remember, the price is $15,000, good foundation, shingle roof.
My dear, your dining room is terribly small. Why, I could hardly get my buffet in there.
Well, you could have the door widened.
Take over, Bill.
Okay, George. Madam, you'll love this place. It's just right for 2. Have you got a husband?
No.
Pet?
With the right party, I might be persuaded. Oh, you mean cat or dog?
Yeah.
No, I'm afraid not.
We caught you, yes.
But perhaps some nice gentleman will call on me. You, for instance, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, I'd be delighted. You've got what it takes to attract me.
I have?
Yes, you have such well, and then there's your, and just look at, and you're so...
Bill, tell her about our home. It's for sale, you know.
Oh, yes. This is a nice little place.
Well, that's great. I thought you guaranteed to sell the house.
So, Lark.
Well, we'll never sell this place. I'm going out and take the sign down.
No, George. That snooty woman gave me an idea. I know how to sell it now.
How?
Well, we've got to make people think that the place is valuable. Impress them.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Oh, there's another customer, George. Now, watch me pour it on. I'll make them think this house is worth a fortune.
Okay.
Yes?
How do you do? I'd like to look at your house.
Oh, well, come right in. George, take his hand and lead him through the carpet.
Through the carpet?
Oh, yes. The nap is so thick, strangers sometimes get lost in it.
Thick nap. Thick.
You and your husband don't seem to sink down in it.
Oh, we don't, huh? Well, would you think to look at us that we're a tall couple in the circus?
Now, Gracie.
Well, these must be very expensive carpets.
Oh, everything in this house costs a fortune. Now, notice these walls. They were put in here when the house was built. See, that way they fit better.
Yes.
That's why I heard it, yeah.
The walls and the ceilings are solid mahogany, of course.
Solid mahogany?
Mm-hmm.
Then why did you cover them with plaster and wallpaper?
Oh, we like good things, but we're not show-off.
Yes. Say, there's a big crack in the plaster.
Oh, please, that's not a crack. It's an observation slit.
Observation slit?
If we know a person well, we let him peek in at the mahogany.
My wife likes to exaggerate a little.
Yes, well, I did exaggerate. We only let relatives peek at the mahogany. Well, let's look at the dining room. Right through that door.
Very well.
Oh, careful now. Don't squeeze the doorknob too hard. Gold is so soft, you know.
The doorknob is gold?
Well, my husband hasn't been to the dentist in years. When he gets a cavity, he just takes a bite out of the doorknob.
Yes.
Oh, and, notice that chandelier over the table? All diamonds.
Diamonds?
Mm-hmm. We have more carats over the table than we have on it.
Slow down, Gray. Look, mister, I'd say a fair price for the house would be $15,000.
Is that all?
Oh, well, he means 15,000 pounds. We're British, you know.
British?
Tip-tip.
Stop it, pip. 15,000 pounds is $75,000.
Well, I couldn't go quite that high, but I'll give you 40,000.
40,000? It's a deal.
Let me get out my fountain pen. I'll make out the check.
Okay.
Pardon me, all. I left my hat here a while ago.
Oh, well, it's on the chair. Now, sir, just make that check out to George N. Burns.
Oh, is it wonderful, Meredith? This man has offered us $40,000 for our house.
I'll make it 80,000.
Meredith.
80,000? Match my bid, eh? Very well. 100,000.
Meredith, this is too rich for my blood. Goodbye.
Meredith. Come here.
Yes, George?
George, that crack in the wall is big enough now. Stop trying to stuff Meredith's head into it.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and our happy postman, Mel Blanc. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. Well, Gracie wants to take advantage of the real estate boom and sell the Burns house, but George says no. In fact, George has said no exactly 614 times, tying the record of a girl I once had a date with. Let's look in at the Burns home this morning.
Oh, please, George, let's sell the house.
No.
Well, there goes the record.
But, George, we could sell this house for $15,000. And then we could buy a smaller place for $10,000. That would leave us $1,000 for a vacation.
What happened to the other $4,000?
Well, I needed a few clothes.
So that's why you want to sell the house.
Oh, well, mostly I'm thinking of the vacation. And you need to be out in the sun, George. You've got bags under your eyes.
I have?
Yeah, and they'll look so much better if they're tan.
Yeah, tan bags are all the rage this season. Red eyes are nice, too. Forget the vacation.
Well, we could go to Hawaii. You've always said that you'd like to flip lighted cigarettes at those girls who wear the grass skirts.
That was just a mad dream. Just mad.
Yes, I know. Well, we could go to New York.
We could go where?
New York.
New York. Yes, nice.
You could catch all the shows, and I'd spend my time quietly with some old friends.
Which old friends?
Oh, Hattie Carnegie and Mr. Bergdorf and Mr. Goodman.
Back to the clothes again, huh? Gracie, you might as well give up. I'm not selling the house.
The vacation doesn't appeal to you, huh?
No.
Well, let's see. Would you sell this house if you knew it was haunted?
Sure. But it isn't.
Oh, yes, it is. 50 years ago, a man was murdered here.
The house is only 10 years old. What does that do to your story?
Well, it gives it a new beginning. 10 years ago,
a man was murdered here. I know.
Yeah.
Gracie, you'll never get me to sell this house with a silly yarn like that.
Well, it's not a silly yarn. Last night I saw his ghost in our bedroom. He just stood there like a zombie.
Oh, sure.
Hi, Burnses.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Bill. You're just in time to hear the latest. Now Gracie wants to move into another house because last night she saw a zombie in the bedroom.
Oh, that's ridiculous, Gracie.
Well, sure.
No matter where you move, you'll see George in the bedroom.
Well, there he is, the Milton Berle of Thursday night.
I couldn't resist, George. You gave me such a perfect opening.
I led with my chin, huh?
You led with all three of them.
The schmo has got a topper. I'm going in the den to read the paper. And we're not going to sell this house.
Oh, now, George, don't be stubborn.
I have made my decision.
Just like a mule, isn't he, Bill?
Exactly. Acts like one, too.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Well, now to get and sell the house, huh?
Gracie, George just made a decision.
Bill, 15 years ago, the preacher said, "Do you, George Burns, take this woman, Gracie Allen?" And George said, "I do." That's the last decision he ever made.
Gee, and I always thought the husband was the boss.
You are single, aren't you? Well, now, Bill, let's get busy. Help me think of something that'll make George want to sell the house.
Well, let's see. You might tell him his foundation is giving way.
Well, what's that got to do with it? He doesn't even wear one during the summer. Oh, I know how to make George move. I'll get Meredith Wilson over here, and he'll help me.
Okay.
Now, Meredith, have you got your instructions all clear?
I think so, Gracie. Now, we're going to make George think this house is built over a swamp.
Yeah, that's right. Now, this part of the basement is directly under where George is sitting. When you hear my cue, start the swamp noses.
Very well. I have my flute and the other effects ready.
Good. Now, you wait here in the basement. I'll go up and tell George he's catching swamp fever. George.
Yes?
George, I'm going shopping. I just came in to give you a goodbye kiss.
Okay.
Why, George, you're burning up.
That's me, honey. Old volcano lips.
I don't mean that. I mean you've got a fever. Let me see your tongue. Stick it out. Oh!
Well, what's the matter?
It's all pink.
Well, isn't it supposed to be?
No. How does your liver feel?
Fine.
Stick it out.
Stick it out. I can't.
Aha! Paralysis of the liver.
Huh?
One of the first symptoms of swamp fever.
Swamp fever?
Oh, yes. I knew this would happen if we kept on living over a swamp.
We're living over a swamp.
Yes, we've got to get out of here, George. Swamp fever is horrible. Little microbes get into your red corpuscles and blow them up until suddenly they go boom.
Boom.
Whoop! There goes one.
Gracie, this house is not built over a swamp.
But I tell you it is, George. Sometimes when it's real quiet, you can hear the quicksand gurgling beneath us. Listen.
That's funny. I never heard that before. How long have you known about this swamp?
Ever since I got my new alligator bag.
When did you buy that?
That's just it. I didn't buy it. I caught it.
Oh, stop.
Oh, but it's true, George. Sometimes when it's real quiet, you can hear the alligators beneath us. Listen.
What goes on down that basement?
Oh, let's sell the house and get away from here, George. It's a swamp.
It is not.
But I tell you it is. Sometimes when it's real quiet, you can hear other swamp noises. Now listen.
That does it. I'm going down that basement.
Oh, no, George. An alligator will get you.
There are no alligators in our basement. Who's down there?
Nobody but us alligators.
Meredith Wilson, come up out of that basement.
George, I would advise you to sell this house immediately. Alligators can be very annoying.
Meredith.
Each year, more than 300 African pygmies are devoured by alligators. Sell immediately, George, or your house will be shunned by all African pygmies.
I'll risk it. Now, get out.
And think of the quicksand in your basement. If you ever get caught, it'll take quite a jerk to get you out.
I'll send for you. Now, scram. This burns me up.
Oh, you see? Swamp fever.
Stop with that swamp fever. How long are you going to pester me?
Until you say I can go out and look at houses.
Okay, I give up. You can go out and look at houses.
I have your permission?
You have my permission.
Oh, good. You know, I felt so guilty when I was out looking at them yesterday.
I should have known.
Oh, George, I found a darling little hilltop house for only $10,000.
A jolling place.
Yeah, just a jolling place. Write out a check and we'll move in tomorrow.
I'd like to see it first.
Oh, you don't want to bother to look at it. It's a nice place. Sits right on top of a hill.
How high?
Well, can you yodel?
Pretty high, huh? I'd better look at it.
Oh, well, all right. You get your hat and coat while I see who's at the door.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Thank you, Mr. Postman. Well, you may not be delivering mail to us much longer. I think we're going to move.
Oh, don't do that. I'd miss our little visits. You're the only person I've ever met so similar to myself. So gay, so jolly, so full of, if you'll pardon the expression, zip.
Oh, well, that's very flattering, Mr. Postman. But if we move into a smaller house, we can make a tremendous profit on this one.
Forget the profit. After all, what is money? Just something that brushes against our fingers on its way to Washington.
Well, we'd keep enough for a vacation and some new clothes.
Gracie. I was down the basement looking for the alligator. I'm ready to go look at that hilltop house. Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
Mr. Burns, don't move away.
Don't worry, Mr. Postman. Something tells me we'll wind up right back here.
Oh, that makes me so happy. I can just feel a great big burst of joyous laughter welling up inside of me.
Well, let it out.
Here it comes. Goodbye, Mr. and Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Boy, when you said this was a hilltop home, you weren't kidding. We drove to the end of the road. And we've been walking up this trail now for 45 minutes.
Well, just a few more steps and we're through walking.
Good.
And then we climb the rope ladder.
Oh, fine. Who'd want to live in this isolated spot?
It's not isolated, dear. Why, people traveling from Los Angeles to San Francisco pass within a few feet of this place.
Really?
Yeah, so close you can almost shake hands with the pilot.
They're in an airplane.
Mm-hmm. Well, here we are at the top.
Where's the house? All I see is a tumble-down log cabin.
George, that's no way to talk about your future home.
That log cabin is the house?
Now, don't take that attitude, dear. Abraham Lincoln was born in a log cabin.
From the looks of it, this is the one.
George, around Hollywood, it's very fashionable to live in a hilltop home.
Who lived here before?
The pigeons.
The Walter pigeons?
No, just plain pigeons.
Oh, very well. Nice people.
Yeah.
Fine people, yes.
Well, open the door and let's go inside.
There's no doorknob.
Oh, well, get down on your knees and stick your finger under the door and pull it open.
Okay.
There. You're down on your knees. Now open the door.
It's open. Let's go in.
Now, isn't this charming? Kitchen, bedroom, living room, dining room, and den. And no silly old walls in between them.
Where's the bathroom?
And it's ours for only $10,000. Why, we can go to Europe on our vacation.
Where's the bathroom?
Well, and look at this view. On a clear day, you can see Catalina.
Where's the bathroom?
And on a clear day, you can see that, too.
Let's get out of this mountain goat's den. I'm not ready to be a hermit.
Oh. Well, then I've got another place to show you. A beach cottage.
Well, now you're talking. A little seaside home would be nice. Let's look at that.
All right, come on.
You and I? Oh.
Well, here it is, George. Only $10,000 for this charming little beach cottage, complete with swimming pool.
I don't see any swimming pool. Where is it?
In the basement at high tide.
The ocean comes right into the basement?
Well, not the whole ocean, just part of it.
Let's forget this joint, too. Look at the shape it's in. Shingles missing. Planks gone.
Well, it's built of driftwood, and some of it's drifted.
Let's get out of here.
But think of the advantages. This house not only has running water in every room, but it has grunion running in the water.
Look, Gracie.
Look, as they come in the door, we catch them in a net and have them for dinner.
Then the shark comes in the door and has us for dinner. Gracie, we're not buying this aquarium. Maybe you'd like to live in the middle of the ocean. But I'm a landlubber.
A landlubber?
Yes.
Well, if the kiss you gave me this morning is a sample of lubbing you do on land, we
Never mind. Here's the real estate man's office. Go in and tell him we don't want his hilltop house or his beach cottage.
Oh, now, George, let's not be hasty. They were bargains.
Bargains? One house was so high it was above the clouds, and the other one was so low it was underwater. Do I look like an eagle or a barracuda?
Turn profile.
Never mind. Tell the man we're not interested.
But, George, they were only $10,000. And if we sell our house for $15,000, we'll have lots of money for vacation and new clothes. Think it over and then decide.
Gracie, I wouldn't buy those houses if they were 10 cents. I wouldn't buy them if they were the last houses on earth. You couldn't give them to me. They stink.
Can't decide.
Can't make a decision. Now, honey, surely you could see how awful those houses were.
Well, I guess my love for you kind of blinds me, George. You see, I'd be happy in a cave if you were there.
Well,
I guess I would be, too.
Oh, good. I know where we can get a cave for only $2,000.
Go in and tell the real estate man no sale.
Oh, well, you come in with me. He said he had 3 houses for our consideration. Now, we've only seen 2 of them.
Well, I guess it can't do any harm to hear about the other one. Come on.
Oh, hello, Mr. Craig. This is my husband, Mr. Burns.
Glad to know you, Mr. Craig.
How do you do? I have 3 houses for your consideration. The first is a hilltop home. Oh, the view is breathtaking. The second is a beach cottage.
Mr. Craig, we saw the first 2 places. You don't have to tell us about those. Just the third one.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Burns, but this is the way I memorized the sales stock, and if I don't say it this way, I forget.
Well, Mr. Craig, you go right ahead.
How do you do? I have 3 houses for your consideration. The first is a hilltop home.
Gracie, isn't this the same man who sold us some office furniture?
Mm-hmm, yeah, this is the man. He's selling real estate now.
How do you do? I have 3 houses for your consideration. The first is a hilltop home. The view is breathtaking. The second is a beach cottage. It is on a beach.
No.
Smell the salt air. It is invigorating. The third is priced at only $4,000. It is convenient to...
$4,000? Well, that'll leave us $11,000 for new clothes and a vacation.
It is convenient to all bus and it is convenient to... How do you do it? I have 3 houses for your consideration. The first is a hilltop home. The view...
Hi, Burgess. Say, I saw your car parked out in front. What's doing?
How do you do? I have 3 houses for your consideration.
Well, thank you, but I'm not interested.
How do you
Bill,
do?
for heaven's sake, don't interrupt the man. He's a real estate salesman, and he's got a spiel all memorized.
Yes, Bill, and we want to hear about that third place. It sounds like a wonderful bargain. Go ahead, Mr. Craig.
How do you do? I have 3 houses for your consideration.
You're a real estate salesman, huh?
Oh, no.
The third is priced at only $4,000. It is convenient to all bus and streetcar lines. It is new. It is modern. It is a sensation.
Hey, I've thought it over, George. I'll forgive you. So long.
How do you do?
Oh, no.
George, that was a brilliant inspiration having Mr. Craig write out his sales talk.
Yeah, it's easier to read him than to listen to him.
Yeah, and I still think that third place was a bargain. It was brand new. It was completely furnished. It was half a block from Hollywood and Vine, and it was only $4,000.
It was also a trailer. Some bargain. I'll say. Well, here's our own house, and it still looks best to me. Let's get out.
Well, George, we shouldn't have come here. We should be out looking for a house to live in.
No, sir. They can keep their hilltop homes and beach cottages. We've always got this place.
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
Well, I was so sure you'd like one of the other places.
You mean...
I sold our house this afternoon.
Oh, no. How much did you get for it?
$15,000.
Well, with $15,000 to spend, I guess we can find another place. Did you get it all in cash?
Well, not exactly.
Well, how much?
$500.
$500?
Yeah, we get the rest in monthly payments.
$100 a month?
Well, not exactly.
Well, to save time, is it $10 a month?
How did you guess?
Just had a feeling about it. Well, at least we've got $500 cash.
Well, not exactly.
Now what?
Well, I had to pay the real estate man a fee.
How much?
$500.
In other words, as far as money is concerned, we broke even.
Well, not exactly.
Huh?
I had to pay the escrow.
Well, this is murder. Well, let's go in the house Thank goodness we've got 60 days before the new owners move in.
Well, not exactly.
When do they move in?
Open our front door.
Yeah, what do you want? Nothing. They've already moved in, huh?
George, do you love me?
Well, not exactly.
Oh, now, George, stop complaining and go to sleep. What if I did sell our house? This hilltop house is a wonderful place to spend the night.
It is not. We're up so high I can't sleep.
Oh, we're not up so high. Here, have another whiff of oxygen.
Good night, everybody.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Our happy postman, Mel Blanc, and Doris Singleton. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. Last week, Gracie sold the Burns house, and she and George had no place to stay. But then a very exciting and wonderful thing happened. They were invited to stay at the home of a movie star, one of Hollywood's handsomest and most talented young actors. And that's where we find them now, discussing their charming and generous host. Is he Van Johnson? Is he Dana Andrews? Is he Cary Grant? Listen.
It's nice here at Bill Goodwin's house.
Yeah, it's swell of him to let us stay here. The only thing is, I wish those girls of his wouldn't telephone day and night.
Oh, the women really chase after Bill, all right. Reminds me of your younger days, George.
Oh, go.
Well, on the very day we got married, a woman was chasing after you.
Who was she?
My mother. and if she caught you, I'd be a widow.
Oh, yes, I forgot about that. I wonder what's the secret of Bill's success with women.
Well, he's good looking and he knows it. You seen the pictures in his den?
No.
Well, you should see what's written on them. To big, beautiful Bill.
Well.
To Bill from one who worships him.
What do you mean?
To Bill 6 feet of dynamite.
Holy smoke. Who wrote that stuff?
Bill.
He wrote it himself?
Well, why not? They're all pictures of him.
Oh, his own...
Well, hello, Burnses.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, hello, pretty boy. Hello, host.
Are you comfortable? Everything all right?
Oh, yes, and it's sweet of you to let us stay with you until we find another house.
Oh, as a matter of fact, Gracie, you're doing me a favor. Till you moved in, I was a typical bachelor with nobody to look after me. Now my meals are delicious, the house is spick and span, and my shirts have never been washed and ironed so beautifully.
Oh. Well, George, don't stand there. Bill just paid you a compliment.
I take a bow, only my back hurts from ironing. Well, there's another one of your girls calling, Bill.
Well, would you answer it, George? It might be some girl I don't want to talk to.
Okay. Hello? No, this isn't Dimples. It's a friend of his. Who's calling? She says she's the redhead, Bill.
Well, which redhead? Narrow it down.
Oh, brother. Which redhead are you, miss? She says it's the redhead you kissed last night.
Well, narrow it down. Where were we when I kissed her?
Where were you when he kissed you? Griffith Park, Bill.
Well, narrow it down. The northern end or the southern end?
Well, which end of the park? Bill, it's the redhead you kissed in the northern end of Griffith Park last night.
What time?
What time, Red? 6 o'clock.
A.M. or P.M.?
That does it. Goodbye, Red.
Oh, my goodness, Bill, you've got lots of girls.
Oh, yeah, Gracie. They flock around me like moths. I ought to get myself cedar line.
Well, I'm glad think you're popular with women, though. It makes it very convenient for me.
Convenient for you?
Mm-hmm. When I need hairpins, I just move the cushions on the divan.
Oh, you're kidding, Gracie. When girls visit me here, we never do anything that'd make them lose a hairpin.
Well, I might believe you, Bill, but I found a book that one of your girlfriends left here.
A book?
Mm-hmm.
What was it called?
How to Break 1,000 Wrestling Holes.
So that's how Mabel got away. Oh, would you mind catching the phone again, George?
Okay. Hello? No, this isn't Dreamboat. Who's calling? It's Miss Watson, Bill.
What does she want?
What do you want, Miss Watson? She wants to know if she can have a date with you tonight.
That's silly, Dave. She knows darn well she can't have one till October.
October?
Yeah, I date my girls alphabetically, and I'm only up to the L's.
Murder. Sorry, Miss Watson. No date. He can do what? Oh, I doubt it. Boy, the way you treat those... Another one?
Well, you should have been here before the phone strike. Now I'm only getting calls from local girls.
You take this one, Gracie.
Okay. Hello? Yes, Superman's here. Who's calling? It's Hildegard, Bill.
Which Hildegard, Gracie? The blonde or the brunette?
Oh, I'll see. Are you a blonde or a brunette Hildegard? She says she's at the beauty shop now and you can have your choice.
I don't want to talk to her, Gracie. Tell her I'm engaged.
He's engaged, Hildegard. She says she knows it. She's the one you're engaged to.
Oh, that Hildegard. Hang up on her.
He's busy now. Oh, okay. Suit yourself. She says she's coming over here.
Women, nothing but women. I'm sick of them. I'm going out.
Oh. Well, if we want to reach you, Bill, where will you be?
The usual place, stage door at Earl Carroll's. So long, folks.
Bill, wait a minute. Let me give you a little advice before you go. Settle down and get married.
Why?
That single life is no good. First you're kissing a redhead in Griffith Park. Then you're necking with some blonde. Then a brunette has got her arms around you. Then... Hey, that's...
George!
There's another one of Goodwin's babes on the phone. I'll get it. It's my turn. Hello? No, this isn't Honey Lips. He isn't here. Who am I? Just a friend of Bill. Oh, go on. I do not sound like Clark Gable.
Hang up, George.
Now, honestly, I don't sound like Gable. But I do look sort of like him.
George, hang up.
Now, you guess who I am. How old am I? Oh, 30-odd years.
You forgot to tell her about the 30 even years.
Oh, I'm kind of tall, kind of dark.
You're also kind of married. Hang up.
No, I'm not Gregory Peck. No, not Cornell Wilde. But you're getting warm.
So are you, so hang up.
No, I'm not Robert Taylor. Give up, then I'll tell you. I'm George Burns. Hello? Hello? We got disconnected.
Well, it's about time. Shame on you. You can't just go around saying anything you want to. What do you think you are, Henry Wallace?
I was only being polite. Someone at the front door.
Well, I'll answer it. You go in the den and write, I am a married man 50 times.
Come in. Where is he? Where is that two-timing wolf?
I sent him in the den. You mean Bill Goodwin? Oh, he's out.
Well, I've got to see him right away. I'm Hildegard.
Where's your piano?
No, not that one. I'm Bill's fiancé, and I'm here to break off our engagement.
Oh, well, I can handle that for you. Here, fill out this form.
Oh, Bill has a regular printed form for breaking off engagements?
Yes. And I better order some more. We're down to the last 50.
Well, okay, I'll fill it out.
And then sign this receipt, and I'll return the engagement ring you gave them.
There you are.
He keeps the ring right in this drawer. I'll empty it. There you are. Now, pick yours out.
Has he been engaged to this many girls?
Oh, this is just the 1947 crop. Say, how come you and Bill are breaking up?
Oh, I'm getting so bored. Every day it's candy, flowers, champagne, expensive nightclubs. It's costing me a fortune.
Yeah. I know what you mean. When my husband and I were engaged, he used to take my sister and me to the best places. We'd stay out till all hours.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Till all hours was gone and he had to start on his own.
Well, why is it that the good-looking men are always broke? It's the old fuddy-duddies that are rich. The older and more broken down they are, the more money they've got.
Say, Gracie.
Now, there's a guy who must be loaded.
Huh?
Oh, come here, sugar daddy. Let's get friendly.
George, you pop your eyes right back into your head.
Come on, honey. Let's get acquainted. You know, Bill's often spoken of his rich father.
He's not Bill's father. He's my husband.
You mean you're married to this rich old fuddy-duddy?
He's not a rich old fuddy-duddy. He's practically broke. Now, you get out of here and leave him alone, you wolfette.
Okay. You saw him first. What a shock that must have been. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, start packing our things, George. I'm getting you out of this harem.
Yeah, but we've got no place to go. You sold our house.
Well, we'll move in with Meredith Wilson. There are no girls around his place. He's too bashful.
I heard that Meredith was engaged to the cashier at the drugstore.
Oh, that was a misunderstanding. One night as he was reaching for his change, he touched her hand and he thought he had to marry her.
But, Gracie, we can't live with Meredith. The guy is such a bore.
Meredith is a very nice man. Always plain and simple.
Except when he puts on a Sunday suit. Then he's dressed up and simple.
At least at Meredith, you'll be safe from designing women. Oh, it's probably another one now. Now, you stand back. I'll open the door.
Hello, sugar lump.
Why, Mr. Postman.
Oh. Excuse me, Mrs. Burns. I thought you were one of Mr. Goodwin's girlfriends. I forgot you and Mr. Burns were staying here.
Oh, well, we won't be for long.
Why not?
Oh, one of Mr. Goodwin's sugar lumps melted all over my husband.
Aha, jealousy. The green-eyed monster has been aroused.
Yeah, and he can just be calm. He's married to me.
Oh, when I said the green-eyed monster, I meant... Well, what do you know? It fits either way.
Now, anyway, we've got to find a less dangerous place to stay. I think we'll move in with Meredith Wilson.
Why don't you come to my house? I'll fix up the spare room and you can move in next week.
It might be dangerous at your house, too. Suppose your wife falls in love with my husband and decides to leave you.
Do you think that might happen?
Well, it might.
Then move in today.
Oh, now, Mr. Postman, you wouldn't want to lose your wife. You've been married to her for such a long time.
Yes. 15 years ago, I embarked upon the sea of matrimony. Boy, am I seasick.
What's all the conversation about here? Hello, Mr. Postman.
Oh, hello, Mr. Burns.
George, The postman has offered us his spare room.
Well, great. Now we won't have to go to Meredith's. Besides, I've always been anxious to meet your wife, Mr. Postman.
I'm anxious to have you meet her.
I'll bet she's not at all like you've got her painted.
I'll be glad to paint her any color you'd like. Get your things. I'll take you over to my house right now. Well, here's my house.
Mr. Postman, maybe you should have telephoned your wife and asked her permission before you brought us over.
Nuts to that. I'll just go in and tell her you're going to stay here. And if she don't like it, she can lump it. You wait here on the porch.
Gee, guess that's a lot of baloney about his wife bossing him. This is the place we're going to stay.
Goodbye, Mr. and Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Come on, let's go. Oh, Gracie, why did you have to sell our house?
Oh, dear, stop complaining. It's nice here at Meredith's.
Nice. We've only been here an hour, and already he's played 2 complete operas on his flute.
Well, he's trying to be a good host, and we'll be polite if it kills us.
But he said after dinner we're going to have Samson and Delilah.
Well, if they're his friends, we'll be polite to them, too.
Oh, sure.
And besides, he isn't playing the flute now, is he?
He would if he hadn't got his finger stuck in one of the holes.
Yes. I hope poor Meredith doesn't have to go through life with that flute stuck on his finger. Although it would come in handy for scratching his back. Or mixing drinks.
Yes, for that it's handier, yes. Well, don't worry. He'll get it off. I never have any luck.
Well, George, if his flute playing annoys you that much, I know how to stop him.
How?
Well, as soon as he starts to play, I'll suggest that you sing. I'll say that as long as we have the golden voice of radio with us, we should listen to him.
You really think I have a golden voice?
Oh, just look in your mouth. But your voice is such pure gold that on the way out, some of it got stuck in your teeth.
From time to time and every climb, blessings come from above.
Hey, Burns, what are you doing here at Meredith's? Why'd you leave my house?
Well, it was too dangerous for George. Bill, your girls gave him high blood pressure.
Who gave him the blood?
Go home, comedian. I've got enough trouble. And here he comes.
Well, folks, I am now ready to play another flute solo. Oh, hello, Bill.
Hi, Meredith.
You should have been here a few minutes earlier, Bill. Got my digit caught in my flute.
Sorry I missed that.
Well, I will now render Iowa, which I composed and lived in for a number of years.
Oh, Meredith, I just had a thought. We love to hear you play the flute, but it just occurred to me that right in this room we have the golden voice of radio. Why don't we listen to him, the voice that thrilled millions?
Well, thanks, Gracie. I guess it does thrill millions when I say that Maxwell House is rich, delicious, and mellow. And it's true. That famous good to the last drop flavor, you know, is the result of careful selection and blending of premium Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to perfection.
Well, Bill, I meant that I wanted George to sing.
Oh, well, go right ahead, George. Why, sing Meredith's song, Iowa.
Okay.
Iowa. I think you sing beautifully. Go right ahead.
Thanks.
Iowa. I love to hear you sing, George.
Thanks.
Iowa. You're swell.
Thanks.
Iowa. you want.
Why, you're in a class by yourself, George. So long, so long.
Gracie, we've got to find another place to live. Meredith is killing us with hospitality.
Well, he stopped playing the flute.
Sure, but now he's pouring gallons of sour lemonade down us. And you make me drink most of it.
Well, that's to keep from hurting Meredith's feelings. Nobody could swallow that lemonade without wrinkling up his face. And on you, the new wrinkles get sort of lost in the crowd.
Thanks. You took a few glasses of the stuff. How did you manage to get it down?
Oh, well, I'll let you in on a little secret. Did you notice that I walked over now and then and admired Meredith's goldfish?
Yeah?
Well, look at the wrinkles on their faces.
Poor fish. Here comes Mr. Schmo.
Well, here I am with some more lemonade. Would you care for another glass, George?
No, Meredith, thanks, but I...
Oh, of course you would. And how about you, Gracie?
Oh, I'd love it.
Say, Meredith, those are awfully cute goldfish in that bowl. I think I'll
Yeah,
go
aren't
over...
they cute? I think I'll go over and take another look at them.
Should have talked faster.
Well, drink up, George.
Okay. Oh.
I hate to say this, George, but you seem to have several new wrinkles in your face.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, what can I do to entertain you?
Not a thing, Meredith.
I have it. I'll show you the pictures of my family album. Care to see them, Gracie?
Love to, Meredith.
I'm kind of embarrassed about this first picture. It's me at the age of 2 months lying on the floor with no clothes on.
Oh, how cute. I wish I had a picture like this of George. Dear, if I get a camera, would you
should say no.
Now, here's a picture of me on the farm. I'm standing beside my father's prize stalk of corn.
Oh, how nice.
Those are the largest ears ever seen in Iowa.
Well, they hardly show with your hat on.
I was referring to the ears on that tall corn.
So was Gracie.
Meredith, who's this?
Well, that's my father at the county fair. I took that picture myself.
Oh, it's good.
And here's a picture of my father at the age of 10.
Did you take that one, too?
No. Now, here's a picture of Bolivar Wilson. He's my cousin twice removed.
Oh, they came and got him twice, huh?
Oh, no. Bolivar's quite intelligent. Drinks ink.
He drinks ink?
Yes, to prolong his life. He noticed that fountain pens which are filled with ink are guaranteed to last forever. So Bolivar's trying it.
This is murder.
Say, George, how about some more lemonade?
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'll take a glass of ink with an egg in it.
Well, we might as well finish the lemonade first. Hold out your glass.
Yeah, make
George.
another batch. Go out and make another batch.
I'll do it.
Look, Gracie, you can stay here with Meredith if you want to, but I'm going to get myself a room.
In a hotel?
No, at a hospital. I don't feel good.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, last month, Gracie sold the Burns house, and ever since she's been looking desperately for an apartment. We now find George on a park bench waiting for Gracie to meet him and make her daily report.
Well, this is great. She was supposed to meet me at 12 o'clock, and it's already past 2. Of all the...
Hello, sweetheart. Am I late?
You certainly are.
Well, that clears that up. You know, when I heard the clock strike 2, I couldn't decide whether I was 2 hours late or 10 hours early.
I'm glad I cleared it up. Did you find an apartment?
No.
That's fine. Still no place to live.
Oh, now, George. You've got nothing to worry about. Remember, you're married to an Allen.
Believe me, that's something to worry about.
No, I mean, we Allens stick together. You and I can move in with any one of my relatives. For example, my brother Willie.
Willie? Is that the tall brother?
No, he's the short one. He just seems tall because he's got high blood pressure.
Well, that'll do it, I guess.
If we move in with him, we can sleep in his bed.
Well, doesn't he use it?
No, he sleeps on the floor, so his blood pressure will be lower.
Well, that's a bright boy.
You know, there's only one drawback to moving in with Willie. We might have to change buses to get from his house to NBC.
Where does he live?
New Jersey.
Well, wouldn't skates be quicker?
Well, if you'd rather, we can move in with my sister Bessie. She lives much closer, in Ohio.
She's practically next door.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Bessie would love to have us because she's so lonesome. Of course, it's her own fault, that silly girl. 40 years old and still looking for a husband.
Well, what's silly about that?
Well, she ought to look for a single man. Husbands are all married.
Well, let's forget Bessie and find a place to live.
See, Mama had a good idea. She said she didn't have any room herself, but she suggested that I go to my cousin Ruth's in Glendale.
Well, what would I do? Didn't your mother suggest any place for me to go?
Yeah, but you wouldn't like it.
I guess not.
Well, you can't even stand the heat in Los Angeles.
Yeah, your mother really loves me. Now, listen, Gracie, you sold our house, and it's up to you to find an apartment.
But there aren't any.
Well, then find us a couple of rooms. I'll meet you back here at 4 o'clock, and I want you to have those rooms.
Yes, dear.
And don't be late. Keep your eye on your watch.
Yeah. Oh, I sent my watch back to the factory to have it repaired. Something was wrong with the hands.
The hands?
Mm-hmm. One of them was shorter than the other.
Well, get back here on time and have those rooms. Well, congratulations. You're only an hour late this time. Did you have any luck?
Yes, I found us 2 big rooms.
2 big rooms? Well, wonderful. Where are they?
Well, mine is in the YWCA, and yours is in the YMCA.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, what's wrong?
What's wrong? Well, honey, you'll be clear over on one side of town, and I'll be on the other. Don't you see what a difference that will make in our lives?
Oh. We'll have to vote in different districts, huh?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Gracie, we're married, remember?
Oh, not at the YWCA. I told them I was single to get the room.
You're murder.
Well, good day, Mr. Nicky Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman.
Isn't it lovely here in the park?
No, it isn't.
You seem unhappy, Mr. Burns.
I am unhappy. How would you like to live 10 blocks away from your wife?
I wouldn't like it.
Of course not.
It's much too close.
Well, you see, Mr. Postman, we had no place to live, so I got George a room at the YMCA and myself a room at the YWCA.
Sounds pretty dull, doesn't it?
Yeah. But I have a suggestion that would liven things up.
What is it?
Switch rooms.
Don't be silly. You expect me to stay in the same building with a bunch of girls and... Hey, that wouldn't be...
Well, just forget that idea, Mr. Postman. I certainly wouldn't want to live in the same building with a bunch of big, brawny, athletic men and... Hey, that was... Sorry.
You'll find the YMCA a splendid place to get in physical condition, Mr. Burns. It's my daily workouts there that have made me the superb specimen of virile masculinity you see before you. The Superman of the civil service.
You work out at the Y every day, huh?
Oh, yeah. Swimming, diving, running, jumping, boxing, wrestling, weightlifting. When I leave there, I'm just like an ox.
Gee.
and I go home and my wife slaughters me.
George, we better hurry and register before we lose our rooms. We'll meet back here in an hour.
Okay.
The YMCA is that big building on Hudson Street. The sign outside says young man, but don't let that confuse you. Go right in.
See you back here in an hour.
Care to walk over to the YWCA with me, Mr. Postman?
Oh, I'd better not. If all those young girls see me, it'll just make them discontented with Van Johnson. Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
How do you do? I arranged for a room here.
Very well. Is your form filled out?
Well, it must be. I get whistled at a lot.
I refer to this printed form that all our young ladies fill out. I'll help you. Name?
Gracie Allen.
Allen Gracie.
No, Gracie Allen. Allen Gracie sounds like a man.
On our records, you'll be listed as Allen Gracie.
Oh, okay. But it won't fool anybody.
And now your birthday, please.
April 16th.
What year?
It's April 16th every year. You know, I'm not one of those girls who skips birthdays because she's ashamed of the candles on her cake. I'm proud of my 18 candles. And have been for years.
Miss Allen, I must write down the year you were born. For example, if you were 18, you would have been born in 1929.
Oh, that's close enough.
You look older.
Well, 1929 was the year of the crash. I aged very quickly.
Are you an American citizen?
Yes.
Mother and father?
No, I'm neither one.
Let's discontinue the question. You seem to be an innocent, naive child, Miss Allen. I can see you're going to need my special guidance and protection. Especially must I protect you from members of the opposite, gender.
Gender?
The opposite, STX.
Oh, sex!
Oh! Just to spend your evenings in one of our vocation study classes. Basket weaving, bookbinding, glass blowing. They're all jolly fun.
Well, I kind of figured on spending my evenings with George. He likes to cuddle.
Please, my child. May I suggest basket weaving?
I think George would rather cuddle.
George sounds like a man of the world. A man a girl wouldn't be safe with.
Would you like to meet him?
I'll say. I would like to warn him to stay away from you.
Oh, but I like George, and I don't want him to stay away from me.
Then I'll have to have a note from your mother.
My mother?
Yes, a note stating that she approves of George and wholeheartedly recommends him.
He is cute.
Bring it as soon as you can. Have your mother tell me just what she thinks of George.
Well, I'll have you know my mother doesn't use that kind of language.
No note, no date.
Well, I'll do my best.
A note from your mother saying she approves of me?
Yes. We've got to get one before you can call on me at the YWCA.
But your mother despises me.
I know. Say, would a note from my father work just as well?
Sure. Can you get one?
No, he despises you, too.
Fine. Do any of your relatives approve of me?
Oh, yes. My Uncle Fred. He thinks you're the greatest man in the world. He thinks you're a genius.
Well, then he can write the note.
No.
Why not?
Well, they won't let him have anything sharp.
Well, we got to do something. They won't let you out at night and won't let me in. Fine situation for a husband and wife.
Say, George, I've got a wonderful idea. We'll have Meredith Wilson pose as my father and say he approves of you.
Oh, no, not Meredith. He hasn't got sense enough to come in out of the rain.
Oh, George, that's not a very nice thing to say. It's not a nice thing to say about a man who just got over pneumonia.
Oh, he did come in out of the rain, huh?
Well, forget it.
But it's our only chance. And it's so simple he can't mess it up. All he has to do is say he's my father, and he proves of George Burns calling on his daughter.
Well, maybe you're right. A moron could do that.
Well, sure, let's go get Meredith.
Yeah.
Now, have you got it all straight, Meredith?
I believe so, Gracie. I'm to approach the lady at the desk and tell her that I'm your father.
Yeah, that's right. Now, you don't mind telling a little white lie, do you?
Oh, not at all. Back in Iowa, we have an old saying, a white lie is like a one-legged chicken.
Well, what does that mean?
Never could figure it out myself. Well, let's go in. You coming, George?
No, I think I'll be safer out here. A white lie is like a one-legged chicken.
Now, remember, Meredith, I'm not using my married name here.
Oh, never fear. I won't blunder.
Well, I'm back, Miss Conrad.
Oh, yes, you're the girl who registered today. Your name is...
Alan?
That's right, Alan Gracie.
Yes, and I'm her father, Herman Gracie.
You mean Herman Allen?
Yes, Herman Allen Gracie. Or as my friends call me, H.A.G. I'm pleased to meet you, Miss Honrath.
Just a minute. Is your name Alan or Gracie?
Gracie.
That's his married name. His maiden name is Allen.
His maiden name?
Mm-hmm. So that's why my last name is Allen. He named me before he met my mother.
Yes.
You mean you have a stepmother?
Would that explain things?
Yes.
I have a stepmother.
I've never heard of a man taking a woman's name.
Well, that's an old custom back in England.
Oh, your father's British.
Yes. Say something to her in British, Daddy.
Pleased to meet you, Miss Honrath. Old fruit.
Well, enough about us, Daddy. Tell Miss Conrad about George Burns.
Oh, yes. George Burns is interested in my daughter. He's a gentleman of good family, excellent character, and faultless manners. And I would appreciate it if you would let them next.
Next?
Yes. Well, I must be tipping off. Pop, all.
So, Miss Conrad says we can see each other only if she chaperones us. She'll be in just a minute.
I knew Meredith would mess it up.
Well, Miss Conrad will make sure our conversation is proper. We can't talk about anything risque like flowers.
What's risque about flowers?
Well, haven't you heard about the shameless way they carry on with the bees?
Yeah, those naughty bees and flowers. What does Miss Honrath want me to talk about? Women's hats?
Oh, no. That might lead to something risque, too.
How?
Well, women's hats have feathers.
Yeah?
Feathers come from birds.
So?
Storks bring babies.
Risque. This is going to be great.
Oh, and there are a few more rules to remember. When Miss Honrath comes in, she'll smell your breath.
Well, that's chummy.
And if she detects anything stronger than 6 Up, out you go.
Don't you mean 7-Up?
No, that's too strong.
The old girl must have a nose like a bloodhound.
Oh, yes, it's marvelous. A man can't fool her by chewing sen. She can smell between the sens.
What a talent. Anything else?
Now, I guess that's about... Uh-oh. Here she comes.
Well, here I am, Miss Allen. Now, where is this impetuous, red-blooded young man that I must stay here and protect you from?
This is the man.
This?
Yeah.
Well, I'm here. I'll stay anyway.
Thanks.
Be seated, please. Now, Mr. Burns, when you look at Miss Allen, be careful that your gaze never sinks below her chin.
I'll watch it.
And remember, if at any time your conversation exceeds the limits of propriety, I will interrupt you by saying stop. Is that understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Commence talking.
Been working hard, Mr. Burns?
Yeah, I was at my desk all morning.
Stop!
What'd I say?
You said desk, and you know what a desk has.
Yes, drawers.
Thanks for coming, Bill. You sure got here in a hurry.
Listen, George, when I get a call to come to the YWCA, I don't fool around.
Why did you bring that baseball bat?
Are you kidding? This place is loaded with women. I gotta have protection.
Well, look, boy. Here's what I want you to do. See that woman sitting over there with Gracie?
Yeah?
I want you to turn your charm on her and get her out of here so that Gracie and I can be alone. Now put down your baseball bat and go to work on her.
Oh, fine. I'm gonna put down one bat and pick up another.
Come on, I'll introduce you. Well, I'm back, Miss Honrath, and there's someone I'd like you to meet.
Very well. I was just telling Miss Allen how careful we are here. We keep a list of all the wolves in Hollywood, and I've memorized it.
Uh-oh.
I know every wolf by name. Now then, young man, what is your name?
Oh, Goodbody. J. Sweet Pants Goodbody.
I thought Fearless Fosdick knocked you off.
Sweet Pants, this is our chaperone, Miss Honrath.
Chaperone? Why, Miss Honrath, you're much too young and pretty to be a chaperone. It is you who should be chaperoned, lest your bewitching beauty drive some man mad with desire.
When you say that, I'm reduced to a mass of quivering flesh.
Reduced, she said.
Bill, please, I counted on you to get this old hippo out of here.
Oh, hippo! You leave at once, you petrified playboy.
If this petrified playboy leaves, I go with him. Come, George.
Miss Allen, you can't leave with this man. What would you do if he took you to a dark place and made love to you?
I'd take him to a light place to make sure it was George.
Well, here we are, stuck on a park bench for the night like a couple of tramps. And why? Oh, because you sold our house to Frank Fuller.
Oh, it's nice here in the park. Look at all those stars up there in the sky. So bright and so cleverly arranged. You know, I never noticed before that they spell out Coca-Cola.
You're looking at an electric sign.
Oh. I love staying out of doors with you like this. It makes me feel like Tarzan's mate. Tarzan's mate.
I heard you the first time. That was an owl up in the tree.
Oh. You're just like Tarzan, George.
Oh, stop. Tarzan can whip a gorilla with his hands tied behind him.
Well, so could you, if you found a gorilla with his hands tied behind him.
Yeah.
That's why I think of myself as Tarzan's mate. Tarzan's mate.
That was the owl again.
Nosy, isn't he?
Yeah, nosy owl.
Well, you don't sound very happy, dear.
I'm not happy.
Well, you certainly have changed. During our courtship, you wanted to take me in the park every night.
Gracie.
You never wanted to go to a movie, even when it was my turn to pay.
Okay, I've changed.
Well, maybe I shouldn't have married you. Maybe I should have married Eddie Mulligan.
Who?
Well, he's that nosy owl again?
That was me. Who was it you should have married?
Eddie Mulligan. Eddie Mulligan.
That was the owl.
Now. That was the fellow who had the filling station.
I meant it was the owl who said who.
I thought you said it.
I said it the first time.
Me.
Me.
That was the owl.
Oh, for Pete's sake, spread the newspaper out on the bench and let's get some rest.
Yes, dear.
Lucky Frank Fuller. Got a comfortable house to sleep in. Our house. Which you practically gave him for $15,000.
Oh, George, listen to this ad here in the paper. Am moving east and must sacrifice house for $14,995. If interested, call Frank Muller.
Hey, that's our house. We can buy it back.
Oh, sure, for $5 less than Mr. Fuller gave us.
I'll be done.
Well, I'm a pretty smart businesswoman. All we had to do was go without a place to sleep for a month, and we made $5.
If that's smart business, one of us is crazy.
People who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, after 4 weeks of anxiety and discomfort because Gracie sold their house, the Burnses were finally able to buy it back. We find them now at breakfast discussing the matter.
Oh, Gracie, that stupid decision to sell the house caused us plenty of trouble. Hope it taught you a lesson.
Oh, it did, George, it did. I promise you I'll never make another stupid decision.
Well, good.
From now on, you make them all.
Okay.
It's so ridiculous of me to try to make decisions. You're the brains in this family.
Well, thanks.
Why, a woman doesn't even need a brain if she's got a husband as smart as you. People tried to tell me that when I married you.
They did?
Oh, yes. They said some woman without a brain in her head should marry you.
I see.
Of course, it didn't work out that way. I married you.
It worked out that way.
Well, anyway, Judge.
It worked out that way. Oh, I tried twice.
Yeah. Well, I've been a silly, headstrong girl, and I've caused you lots of trouble and unhappiness. But I'm going to spend the rest of my life making it up to you, serving you, waiting on you, obeying your every wish.
I doubt that.
Well, I'll prove it to you. Now, ask me to do something. Anything. Command me. Would you like me to walk over a hot sand in my bare feet? Would you like me to throw myself in the ocean?
You do that?
Oh, gladly. I'll get my bathing suit and we'll head for the beach.
I thought so. Never mind.
Oh, but please let me do something for you. Something big. Something important.
Well, here, you can butter this piece of toast.
Oh, thank you. There. Now, turn it over and I'll butter the other side.
That won't be necessary.
Well, I want you to have the best of everything. How about some more bacon?
Okay, another piece of bacon.
Oh, eat all you want. I've been getting just the side of it, but next time I'll tell the butcher to kill a whole bacon.
That's right.
How about your fried egg? Is it too small?
No, it's big enough.
Well, it's a hen's egg. But if it's too small, I'll get the rooster over here and squeeze one out of here.
Don't bother.
Then open your mouth and let me put the egg in it.
Look, Gracie.
Oh, please, I want to wait on you.
Okay, shove it in.
Now, shall I work your jaws up and down?
No, I can handle that.
I know. Let me fix you another waffle.
Look, I've had 3 waffles. That's plenty.
Well, you don't have to eat it. let me fix it and you can sit there and look at it.
Look, I've had enough waffles.
Let me fix it and you can throw it out the window.
Gracie, I've had enough waffles.
Would you like to beat me with it?
Forget the waffles. Now, just go easy on that super service. You're overdoing it.
Oh, I couldn't overdo it, George. If I waited on you for the rest of my life, I could never make up for the foolish things I've done.
Oh, Gracie.
Oh, you're too good for me. Well, every day I feel that I should kneel down and face the east and give thanks for you.
Face the east?
You're from New York.
Oh, yes, I was born on Pitt Street, yes.
Oh, but I'll never do anything foolish again, George. From now on, I won't make a move without your permission.
Well, okay, but just don't get... Oh, look. Isn't that Bill Goodwin coming up the walk?
If you say so, dear.
Of course, it's Bill Goodwin. Well, aren't you going to let him in?
Only if I have your permission.
You have it. Open the door.
Yes, dear.
Hi, George.
Oh, good morning, Bill.
Hello, Gracie. Hello, Gracie.
May I...
Say hello.
Hello, Bill.
Well, what goes on here?
Well, Gracie's letting me make all the decisions. She says I'm the boss now.
Yes, Bill. From now on, there are going to be lots of changes. I'm going to do all the work, and George will take life easy.
Well, now tell me about the changes.
What happened to your mustache, Kelowna?
Well, it's no joking matter, Bill. From now on, I intend to treat George like a king.
A king? This little schnook?
I'm going to throw myself at his feet.
Well, you picked the right spot. He has got king-size feet.
And I told her to let you in.
Well, Bill, I happen to think that George is the most wonderful man in the world. And I was a lucky girl when I married him. In fact, our wedding night was the luckiest night of my life.
Really, Gracie?
Well, didn't I win 8 out of 10 gin rummy games we played?
Yeah, I guess you did.
Well, sure, and Mother won the other 2.
Gee, that sounds like a gay evening.
It was gay.
Yeah,
we all...
it was kind of expensive for George, though.
Oh, it wasn't so expensive. The wedding license cost $2, and Gracie won $2.
Yeah, and you still owe me that $2 I won.
Gracie, he still owes you the $2 for the license, too.
That doesn't work either, does it?
So long, King.
Hello.
Now, George, think of something I can do for you.
Oh, we're back to that again.
Well, I want to serve you. Wait on you. Oh, look, there's a button missing from one of your cuffs. Oh, that looks terrible. Hold your arm out here. There. I pulled the other one off. Now they match.
Thanks a million.
What else can I do for you?
Absolutely nothing.
Oh, think of something. Command me, George. Order me. What would you like me to do?
Keep quiet.
Yes, dear. How long would you like me to keep quiet? A minute? An hour? A day? A year?
A year.
Oh, gladly, dear. I won't utter a sound for 365 days.
Well, good, but start now.
If it were leap year, it would be 366 days.
Well, it's fine, but start now.
I'll be as quiet as a mouse.
Swell. Let's...
My quiet will make anybody else's quiet seem noisy.
Okay,
From now on, you're not married to a woman, you're married to a sphinx.
Gracie.
People used to call me that Burns woman. Now they'll say, that Burns sphinx. George, have you thought of anything I could do yet to make up for selling the house and causing you all that trouble?
Look, Gracie, we got the house back and I forgave you. Now, relax.
Oh, I know. I'll buy you a Father's Day present.
But I'm not a father.
Well, it's still a few weeks off.
I doubt if we can make it. Well, aren't you going to answer the door?
Have I your permission?
Open it.
Mr. and Mrs. Burns, you've returned.
Yes, we moved back into the house yesterday, Mr. Postman.
Oh, I'm so glad. Let me look at you, Mrs. Burns. The sight of your face makes me want to cry out with joy.
Well, go right ahead. thank you. How about the side of George's face?
Let me look at you, Mr. Burns.
I don't know whether that was joy or pain.
I do, but I won't tell.
Well, it was all my fault that we ever left this place, Mr. Postman. And I'm trying to make it up to George.
Yeah, she's really been towing the mark, Mr. Postman.
My wife toes the mark every day.
She does?
Yes. If there wasn't a lady present, I'd show you the mark from her toes.
I've never laid a foot on George, except to warm them at night. I love him too much.
That's sweet.
Oh, Mr. Postman, help me think of something wonderful to do for George.
Well, this is the fishing season. Perhaps you could get him some new equipment.
Oh, his fishing equipment's in pretty good shape. I just repaired it.
You repaired it?
Mm-hmm. You know those little things you catch the fish on?
Yeah, the hook.
Well, they were all bent, so I took a hammer and straightened them out.
Gracie.
Don't say it, Mr. Burns. It'll only lead to trouble with an NBC vice president. Well, goodbye, folks, and remember, keep smiling.
Gracie, forget this doing things.
Oh, I can't, George. I'm in Helen, and we Allen girls like to do nice things for our husbands. Now, look at my sister Pearl. She's married to the homeliest man in the world. But whenever there are people around, she makes it a point to hug them and kiss them and make love to them.
Only when people are around?
Well, someone has to hold him. He hates her.
Oh, he doesn't like Pearl, I see what you mean.
And my sister Hazel tries to help her husband, but he's so stubborn. He's in the corned beef business, and Hazel has an idea that'll double his income. Want to hear it?
No.
Well, you see, beef is expensive, but corn is cheap. So instead of corn and the beef, Hazel wants to beef the corn.
I knew Hazel.
Yeah, well, we girls get it from our mother, you see. She's always helping my father with his glass blowing.
Glass? I didn't know your father was a glass blower.
Oh, yes. Every night he'd blow the foam off 8 or 10 glasses.
There he's finally working.
Well, we Allen girls like to help our husbands. In fact, that's the last thing my mother told me when I married you.
Your mother said for you to help me?
Mm-hmm. She said, Gracie, if George can't do all the work, help him.
I can't believe it.
Mm-hmm. And she said, if George has trouble earning a living, help him.
Wow.
And if he gets discouraged and starts to jump off a bridge, help
him. I know you. Dear old mother. Yeah.
So, come on, George, ask me to do something. Command me.
Now, don't start that again. Well, there's someone at the door, and this time, don't ask permission. Just open it.
Yes, dear. Shall I turn the knob to the right or to the left?
Never mind. I'll open it myself.
Good morning, all.
Oh, hello, Meredith.
Oh, Meredith, I want to do something for George to make up for all the grief I've given him. What would you suggest?
Perhaps he'd appreciate a sumptuous dinner. You know, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
Well, isn't there a way that has pretty scenery?
Gracie, I told you before, you don't have...
You wish to please him in a more romantic manner?
Yes.
Well, this is only hearsay. But I understand that men derive considerable pleasure from an act wherein the lips of the female are placed in direct contact with those of the male.
Oh, that sounds like a kiss.
Oh, familiar with it, eh?
Yes, we hadn't been married 5 years before we tried it.
Oh, please, Meredith, think hard. At some time, a woman must have done something for you that really pleased you.
Now, as a matter of fact, one did. But I hesitate to bandy the story about. The memory is... I want to say the memory is too sacred. The memory is too sacred.
You said it, yeah.
I'll never tell a soul.
Very well. The event took place when I played the flute in a mixed chamber music group.
Well, you were around and had to be mixed.
Now, please, George.
I became quite smitten with a young lady who was our star performer, known to the musical world as Beatrice and her magic bass fiddle.
This is murder.
With reckless abandon, I showered her with many attentions, such as putting rosin on her bow, and, tuning her strings, and tightening her pegs.
Well, finally, one glorious evening, she responded as only a generous, warm-hearted woman could respond.
Oh, what did she do?
She nickel-plated my flute.
Gracie, you have my permission to tell Meredith goodbye.
Goodbye, Meredith.
Goodbye, all.
Well, I still haven't done anything for you. Think of something, George.
Look, all I want you to do is let me sit down quietly and read the paper.
Yes, dear. Sit in my lap.
I'd rather sit in the den.
But it's not quiet in the den. There's a loose pane in the window, and the wind makes it rattle.
All right. You've been wanting to do something for me. There's your chance. Call a man and have him stick some putty on the window.
Oh, thank goodness, at last a chance to serve you.
Yeah, now run along and call the man.
You shall have the finest putty that money can buy.
Well, good.
Nobody will have better putty than you.
Yes, it'll make me famous.
That's right.
Yes.
People will point to you and say, there goes George Burns. Putty made him.
Well, all right. Now call the man.
Yes, dear. Oh, what color putty would you like? Blue, green, red, purple, brown?
Blue. I'll have blue putty. Now call the putty man.
Yes, dear. What kind of a putty man would you like? Tall, short, medium, stout?
I'll have a medium putty man with blue putty. Now call him and have him fix the pane.
Yes, dear. Where else would you like some putty?
That's the only place.
Oh. Haven't you got a pane anywhere else?
You're beginning to give me one. Now call the man.
Come in.
Mrs. Burns?
Oh, yes.
I believe you called me. I'm Mr. Murray, the interior decorator.
Oh, yes, come in. Now, are you really a good interior decorator, Mr. Murray? I want to be sure that I have the best.
Well, I prefer to let my work speak for me, Mrs. Burns. Recently, I redecorated the living room of Jane Wyman, refurnished the bedroom of Cary Grant, recarpeted the entire home of Ronald Coleman.
Oh, well, that sounds all right. Now you can reputty the window of George Burns.
You want me to putty a window?
Oh, too big a job, huh?
No, I believe I have enough skill to handle it, but I'm an interior decorator.
Oh, well, then I'll give you a chance.
Thanks for the break. Where is this window?
Oh, right over there. And I want it done with blue putty.
Blue putty?
Yes, my husband chose the color. He likes things that are out of the ordinary, a little weird.
You must make him very happy.
I do my best. Well, you can get started on the job, Mr. Murray. Did you bring enough tools with you?
All I need for this is a putty knife.
I expect high-class work. You better use a putty fork and spoon, too.
I will.
Oh, wait a minute. I just thought of something. Now, blue putty won't go with this green rug and green walls.
Oh, yes. We'd better use another color.
Right. Put in a blue rug and blue walls.
You wouldn't consider changing the putty.
Mr. Murray, my husband wants blue putty, and that's what he'll get. He's the boss around here.
My mistake.
Hello, dear. Is this the fellow who's going to putty my window?
Oh, yes, this is Mr. Murray. He's also going to put in a new rug and repaint the walls.
But all I want is a little putty.
What kind of a rug would you suggest, Mr. Murray?
Well, how about a Brussels carpet?
Oh, no. If someone spills water on it, the Brussels might sprout.
All I want is a little putty.
Suggest something else, Mr. Murray.
An oriental would look nice on this floor.
No, we'd have to step over him. I'd rather have a rug.
Look, if you'll just smear a little putty on the window...
Oh, Mr. Murray, we'll need new furniture with this color scheme.
Oh, yes. And those drapes will have to be replaced.
How much will it cost?
Oh, about $5,000.
Just a dime's worth of putty on the window. Excuse me, I'll see you at the front door. Hi, George. Hey, Bill, you're just the guy who can help me. Gracie called a man to come over to put some putty in for me.
Oh, don't let him do it, George. Those wrinkles give your face character.
Look, comedian, the putty is not for me. It's for the big pain in the den.
Still sounds like you.
Groucho, this is serious. All I want is a little putty on the window, but Gracie and that guy keep talking about redecorating the whole house. It'll cost me a fortune.
Well, change the conversation to putty.
Well, I've been trying to, but I can't.
Oh, it's a cinch, George. Now, listen, we'll go in there and you say to me, I understand you're popular with the women, Bill. See? And I'll say, yes, they're putty in my hands. And then you say, well, speaking of putty...
Wonderful, wonderful. Let's go in.
Sure.
Yes. Mr. Murray, I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Bill Goodwin.
Oh, pleased to know you, Mr. Goodwin.
Same here.
Say, Bill, I understand that you're popular with the women.
Oh, yes, George. They're putty in my hand. George, show me that lead again.
Say, Bill, I understand that you're popular with the women.
Well, naturally, with my looks, how can I miss? So long, everybody.
I wonder if I did something wrong.
Now, back to the redecorating.
Yes.
George, I'm doing all this for you. Now, what kind of new furniture would you like?
All I want is a little putty in the
Modern
window.
furniture would be nice.
If I may make a suggestion, Mrs. Burns, how about Chippendale?
No, I want the furniture in good condition. Haven't you got any Dale that hasn't started chipping?
A nickel's worth of putty.
How about early America?
That's just the thing for George. He's one of the earliest Americans alive today.
A speck of putty.
Oh, wait a minute.
Not much.
There's a picture of my great-great-grandfather, Timothy Mahoney, hanging on the wall. That'll clash.
Why?
Well, the room will be early American, and my grandfather is a late Irishman.
2 cents worth of putty.
Oh, I've got it.
Take the man a minute.
We'll build a new room and put the picture in there.
Oh, you won't. This is going far enough.
But, George, it was all your idea.
My idea?
Well, yes, you wanted blue putty in the window, and it doesn't go with green rugs. So I'm getting new blue rugs.
If blue putty caused all of that, forget about it. I don't want blue putty. I'll take plain old gray putty.
Gray putty?
The gray, the plain putty. The gray.
Oh, well, in that case, we won't need new blue rugs and blue walls.
Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you.
We'll get new gray rugs and gray walls.
Hey, I suggest Dubonnet wall.
Oh,
beautiful with gray.
Oh, fine.
Mr.
And we'll have sweet
Oh, me and my big fat gray putty.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Mel Blanc, Verna Felton, Elvia Allman, Margaret Brayton, and the ladies of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. Now it's morning as we look in at the Burns home, and George is just coming downstairs. A happy, carefree husband coming down to have breakfast with his wife. As he reaches the foot of the stairs, music bursts from his lips.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself.
Music bursts from his lips.
Ain't misbehaving. I'm happy on the chauffeur.
Well, that's as close as we can get. He calls gaily to his wife.
Oh, Gracie, your big kissable daddy is up. Here's volcano lips.
Isn't that disgusting? But pity him, ladies and gentlemen, for a terrible fate awaits him. Little does he know that meeting in the den is that bane of his existence, Gracie's club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. So innocently, he searches for his wife. He looks in the kitchen.
Googie?
No response. He looks in the dining room.
Hey, Googie.
No response. Now he walks to the den door. No, George, don't open it.
No. They can't be in there. I sprayed that den only yesterday.
He stands for a moment frozen with horror. Then fright gives way to anger. He calls upon his manhood. Again, no response. Then the door opens and Gracie comes out.
Oh, George. It was you who looked in the door.
Yes.
Oh, Blanche Morton certainly needs glasses. She was facing the door and she said, Gracie, when did you get it, Airedale?
Wish I were an Airedale. I'd run that bunch of old cats up the nearest tree.
Old cats? Why, George, in that room sits the cream of America's womanhood. True, a couple of them have gone to butter.
Gracie, I've told you repeatedly I will not allow those women on my premises. Now, who's the owner of this house?
You are.
And who's the boss around here?
You are.
Then who's leaving right now?
You are.
Me?
Well, George, you can't break up a meeting of government agents.
Government agents? Those fugitive from a dark belfry? Don't make me laugh.
Well, it's true. You see, President Truman has asked all the merchants to cut their prices. That's to fight inflation.
So,
we girls have volunteered to go around to certain shops and buy things to see if they've cut their prices. We're the OSS HD.
I know I'm a fool. What's that?
Office of Secret Shoppers, Hat Division.
Real patriotic, you girls. Look, Gracie, you don't have to buy things to see if prices are cut. Just go in the store and ask.
But this way we have concrete evidence. We get a hat and a sales slip. Oh, naturally, we don't keep them. We send them right to Washington.
Oh, you send the hats to Washington?
No, the sales slips. We'll wear the hats.
You wear the hats.
They look silly on congressmen.
But suppose they want to see the hats. Suppose they want to see that concrete evidence.
Well, if they want to see something concrete, let them look at our heads.
You've got a point there. So are the other girls. By the way, who's going to pay for all this?
Well, the government, of course. We sent a telegram to Washington asking Congress to appropriate $100 million for us.
$100 million?
Yes.
Why, you would only need $70 or $80.
Well, I know that, dear. But I also know our government. If they can't give it away $100 million at a chunk, they won't fool with it.
You uplifters have had some wild ideas, but this tops...
Oh, there's someone at the door.
If it's a man in a white coat, he'll find ripe pickings in this house. Come in.
Telegram for the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. Is that you, Pop?
No, it's not me.
I'll take it, boy. George, give the boy a tip.
Here, son.
Oh, gee. I'm going to bet this on a horse.
You are?
Yeah, with 100-to-1 long shot, I can run this into $1.
So long, kid.
Oh, George. Oh, this is terrible news. Congress won't give us a penny.
This can get them all reelected.
Oh, dear, I can't bear to go in the den and read this to the uplifters. It'll kill them.
Let me read it to them.
No. As president of the club, it's my duty.
Then let me watch.
Very well. Come on. Girls, quiet, please. Girls. Fellow uplifters, we have just received our answer from Congress.
Did they send the money? Will we get new hats?
We girls can't wait.
Yeah, tell us, Gracie.
Meredith Wilson, are you still a member of this silly club?
Yes, George, and I do not regard this club as silly. I'm proud that they chose to make me an honorary woman.
But you're a man. Sort of.
You can't intimidate him, George. He's one of our most loyal members.
Thank you, Gracie. And I will continue to remain a loyal woman, even though my social life has suffered to some extent.
How has your social life suffered?
Well, so far the only man who's been willing to dance with me is Arthur Murray.
I'll be glad to do the mazurka with you, Meredith.
Oh, George, stop interrupting. We must get on with this meeting. Girls, I'm sorry to announce that Congress has refused to vote us an appropriation.
Oh, that's awful. I think that's unfair.
Me too. The Navy got a big appropriation to build ships.
Yes. They spend millions on those old battle wagons, but not a penny on us.
Some battle wagons cost more than others.
George, please. Girls, I think you'll agree with me that Congress has acted unwisely in this matter.
They certainly have.
Of course, we can't expect Congress to be too intelligent. We must remember it's made up of men. And wherever you find men, you'll find petty jealousies, bickerings, and general confusion. Thank goodness we're ladies.
Yes, I'm glad of that.
Well, I'm not giving up. I intend to fight inflation.
This is no time to discuss your diet.
Are you insinuating that I'm plump?
Well, they don't call you Blanche the Blimp for nothing.
Ladies. Well, I wouldn't want to have your skinny figure. You're built like an hors d'oeuvre. 2 toothpicks stuck in a pickle.
I agree with Blanche. It'd take a bustle to give Clara curds.
Oh, well, you ought to know, dearie. You wore one when you were young.
Whose side are you on, Meredith?
Well, I refuse to participate.
Well, thank goodness one of us is a lady.
Well, Gracie, the government refused to give you dames any money to buy new hats, so you might as well break up your club meeting.
Oh, no. The Beverly Hills Uplift Society doesn't give up so easily. How about it, girls? Are we quitters or are we fighters?
Fighters.
Are we weak or are we strong?
Strong.
Are we mice or are we men?
Mice.
They're mice?
Well, I didn't give them much of a choice that time.
What you mean?
We'll show those congressmen they can't shove us women around.
Yes, they're forgetting about women's suffrage.
That's right. We're all married, and married women go through plenty of suffrage.
Gracie, I mean...
All those in favor of sending a stern letter of protest to the government of the United States say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
No.
George, you can only vote if you join our club.
I take back the vote.
Who can do shorthand and typing? One of you girls must have been a secretary at one time.
Not me.
Not me. Me either.
I was.
You, Meredith?
Yes, I was secretary to a Mrs. Perkins, a businesswoman back in Mason City. However, her husband forced her to discharge me because I was too attractive.
Well, Meredith, here's a pencil. Take this letter.
Ready, Chief.
United States government, United States dear government.
How about my Jolin government? Dear government?
Yes. Now read that back, Meredith.
Oh, United States government. United States, dear government.
I guess that's telling them.
Pour it on them, Gracie.
Bear down, kid. Make them know it.
You bet I will. Now, here we go, Meredith. Dear government, yours of the 22nd inst. Receive and contents sneered at.
Contents sneered at.
Period.
Got it, Chief.
She's got it.
How dare you refuse us an appropriation? Question mark. Why, you politicians give away so much money that Congress ought to change its name to Truth or Consequences.
Oh, brother.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. What's that for?
All opposed say no. Fool with us, will they? Next paragraph, Meredith.
Ready, Chief.
He's ready, Chief.
Look at the way you spend the taxpayers' money, period. Why do you need a Secretary of War and a Secretary of Navy? Question mark. Let the soldiers and sailors do their own typing.
Gracie, you can't say that.
Why not? Question mark.
Because they'll think you're a jerk. Exclamation point.
Is that so? Question mark.
Yes, comma, that's so, period. Now cut out the punctuation.
Well, just tell me this. What did Congress ever do to save us money?
They're trying to cut down on taxes.
Oh, there you are. They want to cut down on taxis when streetcars are overloaded now.
That's what you heard me say.
All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. We'll show 'em. Next paragraph, Meredith.
Ready, Chief.
It's ready, Chief. You can go here.
You politicians who run this country are certainly confused. You have the nerve to say that our form of government is democratic. But what do you see in Washington? Republicans.
Gracie, you can send a letter like this to the government.
I can, too. Those men need a good straightening out. They've got things all mixed up.
You're right, Chief. Well, look at that big mix-up over the name of Boulder, if you'll pardon the expression, Dam.
There you are. Look at the way they mixed that up. What did they mix up, Meredith?
Well, they changed the name Boulder Dam to Hoover Dam.
Oh, well, how do you like that? Naming a dam after a vacuum cleaner.
They changed the name from Boulder Dam to Hoover Dam to honor Herbert Hoover. They wanted the dam to have his name.
Oh, so they did it the hard way and changed the name of a great big dam. Why couldn't they have done it the simple way?
Like what?
Changing his name to Herbert Boulder.
Well, that would never enter my mind. I couldn't...
All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No.
Why, Gracie, why did you vote no on your own idea?
That's the American way. Now, let's get on with the letter. Last paragraph, Meredith.
Ready, Chief.
He's ready, Chief. You're making
And in conclusion, government, we wish to state that unless you men change your tune, we women will secede from the Union. We'll start our own country, and men won't be allowed in it.
A country with no men. What do you do about children?
We'll hire babysitters.
And I haven't had breakfast. All this on an empty stomach. Well, I'm going to the office. Goodbye, Gracie.
Goodbye, dear. Well, aren't you going to say anything to the girls?
I'd better not. Their husbands are bigger than I am.
Oh, wait, George. You can mail our letter to the government.
Oh, yeah, let me have that thing. I'll take care of it.
Now, don't leave it in your pocket. You know what to do with it.
That I do.
Gracie, I just had a terrible thought.
What, Clara?
Even if the government sends us that money to buy hats, it'll be too late now.
Why?
All the best hats will be snapped up.
Oh, wait, girls. I know another way to get the money. And we mustn't be too proud to take it. Remember, fishermen get money from the lowly shrimp. Farmers get money from the common cabbage. Trappers get money from the ordinary skunk. And we'll get money from our husbands. Now, all right, fellow uplifters. The chair will entertain suggestions for getting hat money from our husbands.
It won't be easy, Gracie. I've tried everything on Harry, and he just sits there on his big fat wallet.
Joe's the same way.
So is Arthur. Well, there must be some way to make them loosen up. Why should wives work without getting paid? If you have a maid, your husband pays her, and she doesn't even have to kiss him.
Well, not if she's fast on her feet.
Oh, come on now. Let's think hard.
May I come in, Gracie? No one answered the front door.
Well, look, girls. It's Bill Goodwin. Girls, if that's the way married women are going to greet a single man, maybe Bill shouldn't be allowed to come in. Now, let's stop for a moment and think of our husbands. Well, that's long enough. Come in, Bill.
Thanks, Gracie. Hello, girls.
Oh, I declare, Bill, you look better every day.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Bagley. And you...
Yes?
You look better at night.
Oh, flatterers.
Bill?
Yes, Gracie.
Maybe you can help us with our problem. We're trying to figure out how to get money from our husbands.
Oh, Gracie, you girls shouldn't have any trouble. You all have that certain something, that irresistible something that men adore.
You mean we have oomph?
No.
Girls, Bill has given me a wonderful idea. Not only will we charge our husbands for making them coffee, but for other things, too, like cleaning house, cooking their meals, and washing out their lace things.
Lace things? Does your husband wear lace things?
Yes, all corsets have laces. Oh, now, we've got to make up a price list. Bill, you're a man. You set the prices.
Okay.
Pretend that you're married to one of these girls. Let me see now. Who'll be Bill's wife? Eeny, meeny, miny.
I will.
Couldn't have been Mo.
All right now, Bill. You're coming home from work, and at this point, you don't owe your wife anything.
We're even.
Yes. Okay, Clara.
Well, first I take your coat and hang it up.
I owe you a dime, Clara.
Then I bring you your pipe and slippers.
I owe you 35 cents.
And then I sew buttons on your shirt and mend your socks.
I owe you $1.
And then I kiss you.
We're even again.
So long, ladies.
Oh, girls, don't mind Bill. This idea is a gold mine. Disperse to your homes and get busy.
But, Gracie, what will we charge?
Oh, whatever the traffic will bear. Now get going.
Well, I'm back, dear. Is my lunch ready?
Oh, yes, it's on the stove. All I have to do is bring it in.
Good. I didn't get any breakfast, and I'm really starved. What did you fix me?
Oh, first you get a bowl of clam chowder.
Oh, clam chowder. I love clam chowder.
Yeah, that'll be 15 cents, payable in advance.
Uh-huh.
From now on, everything is cash and carry.
Gracie, I'm not going to let you get away with charging me for food. I'm going to be very firm and very determined.
You're also going to be very hungry.
No money, no food, huh?
Not a vitamin.
Okay, you win. How much is the clam chowder?
15 cents.
I can get a bowl in Charlie's Cafe for a dime.
All right, you can have this for a dime.
That's better.
I'll do what Charlie does. Take out the clam.
Go ahead, take it out.
That'll be 5 cents extra for labor.
Labor?
Removing the clam.
Leave it in. Here's the 15 cents.
Thanks.
For Pete's sake, you got a cash register?
I'm keeping this on a business basis. And now, after the clam chowder, you get a blue plate. That'll be 75 cents.
Here you are. What's on the blue plate?
Oh, if you want food on it, that'll be another $1.
Now, see here.
No dollar, no food.
If I wasn't starved, I'd walk out of here. Here's the buck.
By the way, dear, you telephoned from the office and said you'd be here for lunch.
Sure. I always do.
That'll be another 50 cents.
For what?
Making a reservation.
Okay, I'm hooked. Now bring me my lunch. I haven't eaten all day.
Yes, dear. Sit right down at the table. You do want to sit down, don't you?
Of course.
That'll be a quarter.
A quarter?
Parking fee.
Take it, take it. Now bring me some food. I'm hungry.
Oh, before I bring the food, have you heard the joke about the 3 holes in the ground?
No.
Well. That'll cost you $1.
$1? Why?
Floor show.
Look, Gracie.
Of course, if you'd rather not eat.
Oh, what's the use? Here. Now bring the food.
Yes, dear. May I take my apron off?
Sure, take it off.
50 cents, please.
Huh?
Well, that's what you pay when they take it off at the burlesque.
Then leave it on.
That's 50 cents, too.
For what?
Cover charge.
Here, now let me eat.
Well, did you have enough to eat, George?
Yes.
Aw, you're mad at me, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Charging me for food. That's no way to get a new hat.
Well, it worked pretty well.
But we're married. We love each other. You don't have to go through all that. Here, give me that money back, and I'll show you the right way to do it.
All right. Here you are.
No. Just ask me for it like any normal wife would ask her husband.
All right. George, dear.
Yes, sweetheart?
May I please have the money for a new hat?
No.
No!
No.
Well, I think I like the other way better.
I like my way.
We're a little late, folks. Good night.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, Mel Blanc, and our guest, Francis Langford. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Expertly blended and radiant roasted for rich, mellow, extra flavor. Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. Well, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, George and Gracie do their final broadcast of the current season. So for 13 weeks, you won't be hearing from radio's most charming comedian and most talented actor. But Gracie and I will be back in September. So will Gracie's husband. Meanwhile, let's look in at the Burns home, where George and Gracie are figuring out where to spend their vacation. An idea that appeals to George is the big automobile race in Indianapolis.
You know where I'd like to be tomorrow, Gracie? Indianapolis.
Indianapolis?
Indiana.
Well, now, where do you want to be? Indianapolis or Indiana?
Indianapolis is in Indiana.
Oh. Well, that makes it handy. You can visit both of them in one trip.
Yes. Well, anyway, that's where I'd like to go tomorrow to see the big race.
Oh, well, it's just as well you won't be there, George. You'd lose. You'd bet on the wrong horse.
They race automobiles.
Oh, well, then you'd be sure to lose. Horses can't run as fast as automobiles.
They don't use horses. Men run the automobiles around a track.
Well, now, that's the silliest thing I ever heard. Men can't even run as fast as horses.
Look, at Indianapolis, the automobiles do not run against people.
Certainly different from Hollywood, isn't it?
I'm going to try once more. They have a big track where these automobiles, driven by men, whiz around about 150 miles an hour. Now, if I were there, I'd get a ticket.
Well, if that isn't unfair.
Now what?
They drive 150 miles an hour and you get a ticket.
Let's forget about Indianapolis. What would you like to do on our vacation?
Well, I'd like to get a nice suntan.
Well, that's easy.
But it's such a long way to Florida.
You don't have to go to Florida. You can stay right here in Los Angeles and get a very dark color.
I know, dear, but the smog washes right off.
I've got an idea. I'll run down to the Travel Bureau and get some folders on different resorts. Where are the car keys?
In the filing cabinet.
The filing cabinet?
Mm-hmm. I wanted to put the house in order, so I organized an alphabetical filing system. Just look in the cabinet and you'll find the keys.
Okay. Now, let's see. Keys would be on the K. Hey, there's nothing on the K but handkerchiefs. You've made a mistake.
No, I haven't, no. When do you use handkerchiefs? When you sneeze. K for kachoo.
That's some system. Well, where are the car keys?
Judge, the filing system won't do you any good if you don't learn to use it. Now think.
Car keys. Oh, sure, they'll be on the C. Well, for Pete's sake, what's a picture of your brother Willie doing filed on the sea?
George, can't you figure anything out? Willie's in the Navy.
Yeah.
He's on a submarine.
Yeah.
A submarine is an undersea boat, so I
you filed them
under
undersea, I see. Look, I'm a little slow in catching on to things. Suppose you tell me where the car keys are.
Well, just where any intelligent person would look for them, under P.
P?
Well, certainly. Think about our car.
Oh, I get it. P for Plymouth. That's not bad, Gracie. I apologize.
No, not P for Plymouth. Don't you remember, we had our car painted green recently?
Yeah.
Well, was it bright green or pale green?
Pale green.
P for pale.
It couldn't be P for Plymouth.
Well, of course not. Suppose we traded it in for a Pontiac.
Well, I won't try to figure it out. I've got the car keys. I'll settle for that. Come in.
Good morning, all.
Oh, hello, Meredith.
Hello.
Has your discussion concerning the destination of your vacation reached a satisfactory culmination?
You get somebody to write a melody, you got something. If that means have we decided where we're going, no.
Well, then may I suggest a most delightful spot? An earthly paradise which lies in the vicinity of my hometown in Iowa.
What's the name of it, Meredith?
Lake Winnie Oscabago Wandakichi Poo in the Willows. However, some folks would like to shorten the name.
Some folks are right.
Uh-huh. They want to call it Lake Winnie Oscabago Wandakichi Poo in the Pines.
Yes, that's much shorter.
Now, the name was derived from an old Indian saying, which translated into English means, woman love man, man love woman. What else?
We now have the Mad Russian.
Meredith, that's very interesting.
Interesting. Well, there's a most fascinating legend told about the lake. Would you care to hear it?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, once upon a time, there dwelt on the shores of the lake a beautiful Indian princess. Her father was tall buffalo, and her mother was little squirrel.
I wonder what they saw in each other.
The princess had many suitors, but she said the man she married must dive to the bottom of the lake and bring her an alligator.
Oh, big eater, wasn't she?
Yes. No man dared to try because the alligators were very fierce, you know. However, along came a handsome Indian warrior. His father was Screaming Eagle, and his mother was Purple Pansy.
Well, those Indians come from the darndest combinations.
When he heard the desire of the princess, he didn't hesitate a moment, but he dove right to the bottom of the lake.
Oh, and he brought her the alligator.
No, never came up. Beautiful legend, isn't it?
Meredith, you're leaving now.
I am?
You are.
Well, you know best. Good day, all.
Good day. What a schmo. But at least he gave me an idea. It would be nice to spend our vacation at some lake and fish.
Well, I've never tried to catch a fish there.
Oh, you'd enjoy it after I taught you what to do. First, I'd show you how to make your tackle.
But fish are so slippery. I couldn't hold them after I tackled them.
Never mind, I'll explain it later. Let's go down to the Travel Bureau and get some information about lakes.
All right, dear. Ma, it'll be nice to relax for 13 weeks while Francis Langford takes over the show.
Oh, will Francis be on the show this or something?
Yeah, the sponsor sent us a letter about it this morning.
Oh, that's wonderful news. I'd like to see the letter.
I knew you would, dear, so I put it in the file for you.
Not that Chinese puzzle again.
Now, George, you're just being stubborn. You can find it easily. Who's the letter about?
Francis Langford.
Mm-hmm. And what's the first thing you think of when you see Francis Langford?
Well...
Better make it the second thing.
I give up.
You think of her husband. Now, who's she married to?
John Hall.
Mm-hmm. And who is he?
He's a big, handsome, well-built movie star.
So look under S.
Oh, S. S for star.
No, S for should happen to me.
Well, okay. Well, at least one thing is settled. We'll spend our vacation at some lake.
Mm-hmm. Oh, before we make it definite, George, I have a letter here inviting us to spend it with the O'Briens. That's my sister Pearl and her husband.
Oh, so the O'Briens want us to visit them this summer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they live in a nudist camp.
A nudist camp?
Yeah, that's what this letter says. See, it says, come and stay with us. We have nothing on for the summer.
That means they have nothing on their minds.
Or anyplace else either.
Gracie.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm certainly not going to any nudist camp. They say the food is awful.
Look, Gracie, the O'Briens do not want us to visit them at a nudist camp.
They do, too. My sister Pearl says right here, she says, please come. This will give us a chance to see more of each other.
Forget it. We won't visit the O'Briens. I'd rather go to the Ozarks.
Oh, you have some Irish relatives, too.
Yeah, my hillbilly cousin, Max Ozark.
Oh, I didn't know.
Sammy's nephew, you know.
Uh-huh.
Well, come on. We're going to the Travel Bureau and get some folders on lake resorts.
Well, this looks like a nice travel agency, George.
Yeah, I'll speak to the fellow at the desk. Excuse me, sir. Could you recommend some nice lake resorts?
How do you do? So you're planning a vacation. First, let us consider the mountains. Ah, they are breathtaking. There, scenic splendor.
Mister, look. All we want to know is about some lakes.
Well, I get to them later. How do you do? So you're planning a vacation.
Look, I don't want you to get to them later. Tell me about the lakes now.
Oh, sorry, mister, I can't. This is the way I got the spiel memorized, and if I don't say it straight through, I get all mixed up. How do you do? So
aren't you the same man who sold us office furniture and real estate?
Yeah, I got fired off of them jobs. How do you do? So you're planning a vacation. First, let us consider the mountains.
Well, I can't understand why you got fired.
Weak union. How do you do? So you're planning a vacation.
Gracie, stop interrupting the man. Mister, couldn't you possibly leave out the other stuff and get to the lakes?
Well, I'll try. If you prefer lakes, we can recommend, if you prefer, how do you do?
At least speed it up.
How do you do? So you're planning a vacation. First, let's consider the mountains. Oh, they are breathtaking. There, one can sing fine. Then in the description. Oh, if you prefer lakes, we can recommend the land of the 10,000 lakes.
10,000 lakes, yes.
Which are as follows. Lake Adirondack, Lake Abercrombie, Lake Allegheny.
Wait a minute. Look, Abercrombie, are you going to name the 10,000 lakes?
Yeah, that's part of the spiel, mister. How do you do?
Well, thank goodness we finally got reservations at Lake Louise. Now, Gracie, our train leaves tonight, so we've got to pack in a hurry. You know how long it takes us to get our clothes together.
Not this time, George. This time we can pack quickly. No stopping to look for things.
Gracie,
all our clothes are filed alphabetically.
Oh, no.
George, I don't believe you appreciate my filing system.
That's an understatement. The idea of filing my clothes in this thing. Where'd you ever find these wide drawers?
Oh, that's your regular underwear, dear.
Yeah, that's what I meant. By the way, where is my underwear? It should be under you.
Now, what would your underwear be doing under me?
Not under you. Under you.
George, you're nervous.
Yeah, I fainted twice today. Gracie, where have you filed my underwear?
Under X.
Underwear?
Yeah, underwear.
Where have you filed it?
Under X.
Why?
Not why, X.
Look, Costello. Why did you file my underwear under X?
Well, because every time I see you in your underwear, it reminds me that you need exercise.
X for exercise. Well, here, pack it.
Yes, dear. Now be sure to take your green and purple necktie. You'll find it under J.
Why?
Not why. J.
Don't stop that. Why is the necktie under J?
Well, Who gave it to you?
Your mother.
Mm-hmm. And what does my mother call you? A great big...
Under J. Here it is.
Oh. This looks like the same loud prize she gave my daddy once. My mother used to present my daddy with the strangest things.
I know. I married one of them. Now, let's get back. Come in.
Hello, George and Gracie.
Oh, Francis Lane. Come in, Francis. Oh, we're so glad to see you. Please excuse the clothes lying around. George is such a messy packer.
I know, Gracie. So is John.
Really?
Yes, I guess husbands are the same whether you're married to George Burns or John Hall.
You're cute.
Francis, we're delighted that you're taking over the Maxwell House coffee time for the summer. But are you nervous about it? You seem scared.
Oh, well, that's because on the way over here, one of those Hollywood wolves tried to pick me up.
Oh, how awful.
He drove along beside me and yelled things like, "Hey, beautiful," and "Where'd you get those pretty legs?" and "Wow, what a build," and things like that. I had to walk around your block 3 times.
Well, why didn't you come in?
He hadn't finished.
I see.
But his car finally ran out of gas right up the street.
Well, good. That'll teach him not to...
Come in.
Hey, George, could I borrow some gas?
Oh, so it was you.
Francis, here's your wolf on the roof. Bill Goodwin. Bill, meet Francis Langford.
Well, gee, Franny, baby, why'd you run from me? I'm harmless, like the radio serial. I'm just plain Bill.
Well, I'm not like the radio serial. I'm John's only wife.
Oh, married.
Yes.
Hey, Bill.
Besides, you shouldn't say I've got the best figure in radio.
I'm leaving out pictures, I
yes,
know.
you're leaving out pictures.
Another shy one. Yes. I was talking about Frances Langford. She's doing the summer show.
She is? Oh, I see. That does it. I'm getting out of here.
Where you going, Bill?
I have to take singing lessons. I'll get even with her. So long, kids. I'll see you in September.
Goodbye, Bill.
Well, Francis, Bill may think he has the best figure in radio, but we know who has the sweetest voice. How about a song?
Thanks, Gracie, but my singing starts next week.
Oh, please, Francis, sing something.
No, really, I couldn't.
Oh, Francis, that was beautiful.
Thank you, Gracie.
And your command of that foreign language was amazing. I never heard such perfect Russian.
You must hear my Spanish sometime.
Oh, I'd love to. You're quite a songbird, Francis. Almost as good as George.
Oh, Gracie, don't say she's almost as good as me. She is as good.
Of course, Francis, in some ways you and George are different.
My husband will be pleased to hear that.
George has more power, more depth. But you're good. Would you like to hear him sing again?
No, Gracie, really,
Oh, of course you would. Pour it on a sugar throat. Just open the birdcage of your mouth and make this room sound like Capistrano at swallow time.
Okay.
Birds are sweetly singing and perfume flowers are bringing in the winter's moon. Just passing by. Just passing by.
You're unbelievable. Did you hear that, Francis?
Just passing by.
Did you notice how easily those golden notes came sliding out?
Well, they should come out easily. He flattens them first.
He knows all the tricks. Well, I know you'll do your very best this summer without him.
It's a promise. Well, goodbye, George and Gracie. See you in September.
Lots of luck, Francis. Goodbye. Let's finish the packing. Oh, by the way, where are my cigars?
I put them in the filing cabinet.
Again, give me the cigars, please.
No, George, you've got to learn to be self-reliant. You can find them.
Oh, don't tell me. Let me figure this one out myself.
All right.
Let's see. Cigars are made from tobacco. Tobacco grows in the South. The South was the home of Robert E. Lee. Robert E. Lee was a general. A general is the head of an army. So you put him under A for Army, right?
No, that's ridiculous.
Well, then where did you put them?
Under C for cigars.
Again.
Well, George, it's almost time to catch our train. Has everything been taken care of?
Yeah, the baggage company picked up our trunk an hour ago. I'm all dressed and ready.
Oh, good. Let's get started. Did you put our train tickets and our reservation in the filing cabinet?
I should say I didn't.
Put George in there, they'd be safe.
You and that filing system. I put them in a really safe place. Right here in my... the pocket of the...
Well, what's the matter?
I put them in my coat pocket.
Oh, well, then get them out.
It was the coat of my other suit.
Oh, well, get them out of that.
The other suit is in the trunk.
And the trunk?
It's on its way to Lake Louise.
George!
Don't say it. Just file me under D for drip, that's all.